Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 3 of the sealed Kunai. In this story, Naruto Uzumaki was always known as the dead last of the academy. Clumsy, loud, and talentless, at least that's what everyone believed. But what if that was never the truth? Hidden in the shadows of Konoha, Danzo's root program forged a weapon in secret. A child trained for missions no one else could survive. A shinobi without hesitation, without mercy. After a mission goes terribly wrong, Jiraiya uncovers the truth. A Naruto that no one in the village has ever seen. A Naruto shaped by Danzo. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Kenshi 618, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 14. Say hello to Mr. 9. The trip to Kuminari no Kuni was highly uneventful. Naruto ended up getting on even better terms with his older comrades, who seemed to genuinely like the boys' company. Up to this point, however, Naruto had been having a minor stroke of luck, as he hadn't had to interact with the Konoha elder that they were escorting. The man usually relayed anything he had to say to the team through Genma, who was the leader of the mission anyway. Naruto had taken the Kage Bunshin training to heart. He was told that the method wouldn't allow him to increase his physical attributes, so he put that on hold for the time being. It wasn't like he could train on that while he was on a mission anyway. Instead, when he woke up in the morning, he would create a few dozen clones and send them off to the most remote location that they could find to train in waves. While 12 clones would train, the rest would sit and watch until the first wave dispelled themselves. After the influx of information, the next wave would train, and so on and so forth until nightfall. This allowed him to get down 3 more of his lost ninjutsu during the week-long trip to Kumogakure no Sato, much to his delight. It seemed that the trip wouldn't be a waste of time, at least during the traveling period. Naruto didn't expect much of a chance for combat here, but Kumogakure was the second most militarized of the 5 major hidden villages right behind Iwagakure for a reason. He wasn't sure how peaceful things would be, and he wasn't looking forward to seeing whether or not his team could run all the way to the border and stay in one piece, and he didn't want to rely on Kumo wanting to avoid a war. Konoha was still weak from the invasion, and no amount of bravado by still taking the same influx of missions could mask that against a shrewd strategist. If Kumo wanted to provoke anything, Naruto's team might have to simply bite their tongues and take it at this point in time. As they reached the top of the mountain, the carriage came to a stop at the main gate of the village. Instead of 2 guards, there were 2 complete squads keeping watch, showing exactly how many ninja Kumo had to spare if they could use that many just to watch one entrance. As Genma moved forward to get them all inside, Naruto elbowed Izumo and Kotetsu. "You guys getting gate envy here? Getting a familiar feeling?" Izumo shrugged Naruto off of them. "Very funny kid. There's nothing wrong with watching the gate. Someone has to do it." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I know. I hope I never end up drawing that job. Gate watching is the D-rank mission of Chunin level ninja." Kotetsu sighed. "You're telling me. I'd rather do border patrol than watch that gate one more time. I die inside a little every time I sit in that fucking booth. I think that thing sucks chakra or something." Izumo rolled his eyes. "Stop complaining. You're on a real mission now, so shut up. And look alive, you guys. Here comes Genma." Right on cue, Genma came over and jumped back onto the carriage. "All right. We're going straight to the hotel they've booked for all of us, and then we'll get our marching orders from Elder Mitokado when we get settled in." The 3 Chunin under his command nodded and set their usual position around the carriage as they made their way through town. Kotetsu and Izumo were no strangers to Kumo, having been there during the Chunin exams, but seeing that Naruto wasn't even looking around to get his bearing of the village. What they didn't know was that Danzo had all of his ninja memorize the general layout of all of the major shinobi villages, since none of them ever deviated from the basic plan that had been in place for certain villages since the Second Great Shinobi War, where Danzo got all of his information on the village layouts. Kotetsu tried to make conversation with the younger boy. "So Naruto, You've never been this far north before, have you? How you dealing with the climate change? Naruto had been that far north before, but he didn't need them to know what had happened the last time he was there. The less people that knew about that the better, seriously. Naruto kept a vigilant eye out as they walked the streets. They weren't safe until he was told to ease off by his commanding officer. The climate isn't bad at all. It's not freezing cold out here, it's spring, so it's pretty good up here to me. Izumo gave a short glance over at Naruto. Naruto, it's 50 degrees right now and you're wearing a sleeveless muscle shirt. You don't even have your vest on you. You're telling me you can't feel anything? At all? Naruto shook his head. Nope. And I do have the vest on me, it just isn't on right now. And it's not that cold up here, man up. You're older than me and you're borderline bitching about a foreign climate. Izumo mock glared at Naruto, which went largely ignored by the blonde Chunin as they made their way to the hotel. As per the course, Elder Mitokado got a VIP suite and the other four were to share rooms. Izumo and Katetsu, being the most familiar with one another, took one room, while Genma and Naruto took another. As they all got themselves settled in the rooms, Naruto finished first, as he didn't have anything to check or unpack. So Genma, what are we doing first? Genma turned to Naruto and rolled the senbon in his mouth. Well, we were told by Elder Mitokado to accompany him to his first meeting with the Raikage. He saw Naruto stand up to prepare to leave, by us I mean me, Katetsu, and Izumo. Naruto's jaw dropped before he set his face in a stone-like form, and I'm not going because. Genma sighed. He didn't hate Naruto, he actually liked the kid a lot. He was good. He had heard from others what the boy had done to Orochimaru's bodyguards when they came to extract Sasuke Uchiha, and he had to say that even he would have been hard-pressed to do as much. He actually fought them beforehand and lost. However, this was an order from the person that was the point of the mission. Homura Mitokado didn't want Naruto there, and Genma's hands were kind of tied in this instance. It's a command from our boss Naruto. It's not me, trust me. Naruto shook his head. What do I have to do for old goats like that to get it through their heads that I'm not a demon? If I was really a demon or some kind of monster, then I would have started killing them by now. Kami knows I'm strong enough. You've seen the Forest of Bone, right? Genma nodded. Don't talk like that, kid. I can understand, but still. There are some things that you shouldn't say, especially to the higher-ranked person handing out the orders to you on this mission. Just calm down, get some rest. If we need you, we'll get you. Just think of this as some rest after the trip up here. Naruto ran his fingers through his hair. Alright, fine. You're right, I guess. I shouldn't have said that. I would never do anything like that to Konoha no matter what. I've already done too much for that place to let one old man get to me. Genma stood up and prepared to get Homura so that they could escort him to the meeting. Okay, kid, do you have any questions before I leave? Naruto nodded. Do you use the same senbon for as long as you can, like until you kill somebody with it, or do you just swap them out at regular intervals? Genma's sweat dropped and made for the door. I'll see you later, Naruto, stay out of trouble. Naruto scoffed and flopped on his bed. Who do you think I am? What kind of trouble can I get into away from the meeting? He noticed Genma hadn't shut the door and was standing in the doorway giving him a deadpan look. Naruto glared and pointed at him. Never mind. Don't answer that. A chuckle came from Genma. Take it easy, kid. Don't do anything stupid while we're gone. Naruto yawned and waved him off as his Tokubetsu Junin commander shut the door. Naruto rolled over and looked out the window. It's still the afternoon. There's no way in hell I'm staying in here until they all get back. The old bastard said I can't go to the meeting. He never said that I couldn't leave the hotel. Naruto grabbed the key Genma left for him on the nightstand and slipped out the door to head to the street. Naruto yawned as he walked through the streets of Kumogakure. He didn't get too many odd looks just because he was a foreigner. He chalked that up to the fact that there were a lot of blonde people in Kumo, as opposed to in Konoha where only the Yamanaka clan and Tsunade had blonde hair. While he found it to be a decent waste of time to partake in looking around, Naruto wasn't too happy at the moment. I can't even train here. It's not like they'll let a foreign shinobi like me just use their training areas or anything. What am I supposed to do while I'm here then? He eventually ended up wandering over to a training field anyway, although it was by accident. While wandering about on the outskirts of the village, he found an open area bored out from the side of the mountain at least a mile wide. Inside he saw two ninja engaging in a spar and realized where he was. As he turned to leave, a cool-sounding voice came to his ears. "This place is off-limits to civilians." Naruto turned around slowly with a frown on his face. "Well, if I see any civilians I'll be sure to let you know then." The girl noticed the Hite 8 attached to his belt. So we have a Konoha ninja spying on us, do we? Naruto sighed. God damn it. This is just what I was trying to avoid. Naruto placed his hands up in a placating fashion as he came face to face with the blonde girl a few years older than him. Her hair stopped roughly around shoulder length, and like him she had blue eyes. She had a low-cut short skirt outfit with mesh armor underneath it, a short sword horizontally held on her lower back, and what appeared to be a modified Kumo flak jacket that simply wrapped around her stomach, and Naruto could see why it was like that, because her chest size was huge. Damn, she's only a bit older than me and… Don't stare, dumbass. You're already in deep shit as it is. Naruto, with much effort on his part, lifted his eyes to meet hers. Listen, I found this place by accident. I didn't even know it was a training field until I heard fighting sounds coming from directly behind you. I'll just turn around now and head back towards town, okay? I don't need any kind of BS right now. Samui, the blonde woman stated when she felt Naruto reaching for her name, you have me at a disadvantage right now. You know my name and yet I don't know yours. The two blondes kept passive eyes on one another, Naruto out of masking anything that might set a situation off, and Samui because that was just how she was. Deciding that diplomacy was the quickest course to getting out of Dodge, Naruto decided to satiate her with the information she requested. It's not like anyone knew him or anything. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm just here on a mission and was granted some downtime. I was wandering about, okay? No need to cause a ruckus. And tell your team that if they want to sneak up on me they need to do a better job of it. Naruto jerked his head in the direction of upraised craters, prompting two people to emerge from the area. One of them was a dark-skinned boy, also a few years older than Naruto, with spiky white hair, black eyes, gray pants, and a gray hoodie with the white Kumo flak jacket over it. Naruto could see a long katana on his back, signifying that he was at the very least a competent swordsman. Next to him was dark-skinned girl with amber eyes and long red hair. She had her Hite 8 in a bandana, a gray short-sleeved long dress, the Kumo flak jacket, and a katana on her back. These were the two that he had seen sparring before he turned to leave. Apparently they went around to try and cut him off from leaving so easily. Naruto resisted the urge to slap his hand to his forehead. Can I go now? I kind of had to get back to my hotel before my team leader has to come out looking for me. The male of the team gave him an appraising look. Maybe he's going to report back on Kumo's secrets and just stumbled on us while he was making his escape? Naruto almost face fell at that. Great. Now I've got a guy that overanalyzes everything. This is what I needed right now. Yeah, right. Naruto could see the situation could unravel at any moment and just wanted to leave. Why did I leave the hotel room? Even when I'm not trying to start stuff, things like this happen. It's like I'm a magnet or something. The red-haired female noted the ninjutsu on his back. You have a sword. Maybe you were spying on our kenjutsu to take back to Konoha. Naruto's voice held a slight growl. You have a katana and I have a ninjutsu. It's shorter, your style would be useless to me. Let me go already, damn it. He turned his glance to Samui, who was still looking at him with an unreadable expression. I've tried to be civil about this, like I said I just want to leave. But if you don't all back off of me I'll move you myself. She bared her teeth at the boy. You think you can take on 3 Chunin? By yourself? I'd love to see you try. Naruto coiled his muscles. You're not going to let me go so easily, are you? Sigh, this is a waste of everyone's time. I have somewhere to be. I was just killing time. I'm on a mission. The calm boy nearby nodded in agreement. Yes, to spy on the inner workings of Kumogakure. Naruto had to slap his hand to his face this time. Alright. I don't care anymore, international incident or not. Either get the fuck out of my way and let me go back to my hotel, or I'm going to kick all of your asses, and then go back to my hotel. The dark-skinned girl was about to draw her sword when the Kumo blonde walked closer to Naruto and stayed her from attacking with a movement of her hand. Karui, Omoi, calm down. She looked the foreigner up and down. You have a very short fuse, do you know that? Naruto gave her a dry look. I'm getting the 3rd degree from people I don't know, telling me that I'm doing something that I'm not. And they won't leave me alone. Of course I have a temper, you're all pissing me off. He shrugged. I don't actually want to train. But there's no way a foreign ninja here on a diplomatic mission is going to be able to get permission to use the training fields for no good reason. I guess I subconsciously carried myself here. I was just wandering around. Omoi pulled a sucker out of seemingly nowhere and put it in his mouth. What kind of diplomatic mission would a Konoha ninja be carrying out here? Naruto shrugged. How should I know? I'm just the muscle, the rest of my team are with the guy we're protecting. This brought the lifting of a dainty eyebrow from Samui. So you're a ninja sent here on a diplomatic mission from Konoha that just so happened to be let go from the rest of your group. That sounds somewhat familiar, doesn't it? Naruto let off a sweat drop. It did sound familiar, because that was basically what Kumo tried to pull on Konoha years ago when they came to negotiate a treaty. One of the diplomats attempted to obtain the Byakugan for their village by kidnapping Hinata in the middle of the night. It was the story that Neji told during the Chunin exams, and it almost resulted in another war when Konoha was still weak from the Kyuubi attack that had taken place 3 years prior. Do they really think this is some kind of revenge espionage kick? Naruto really just wanted to knock them all out and go about his business, but that would probably make things worse before it made them better. What do I have to do to make you all leave me alone? Seriously, I'm going to get in trouble if I stay here for too long without checking in. Omoi scratched his head and looked at his 2 female teammates. Maybe we should let the kid go. I mean, look at him, he doesn't seem dangerous at all. That scar is a nice touch, but he doesn't look like he can cause any kind of ruckus by himself, even if he was lying. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Gar is smaller than me and nobody says that shit about him. Everybody's on pins and needles around him. Why am I so short? Karui walked around Naruto, taking in his appearance. Just because he can't be anything more than a genin doesn't mean anything. Look at him and his gear. You don't just carry a sword around unless you're pretty good at using it. It doesn't work like that. I can see some outlines of scars on his body through his shirt too. He's dangerous, all right. Samui spoke up. Maybe we should take him in just in case. The 2 others shrugged in agreement and Samui nodded as to confirm their plan of action. Naruto sucked his teeth. This was not what he needed to happen. One day in a foreign village that Konoha wasn't on the best terms with, and he already found himself in what could be a mess. It wasn't his fault, damn it. He didn't do anything. What are you all doing? All eyes turned towards the summit of the slope to see another blonde, this time significantly older than Naruto. He would estimate at least 7 years his senior in this case. Karui's eyes widened as she saw who it was. Yugito. We just found this Konoha ninja snooping around. We didn't know what he was doing here. Naruto scoffed. I told you already, damn it. I was wandering around and ended up here by accident. I'm not repeating myself again. What am I, a damn tape recorder? The woman known as Yugito looked down on the Konoha ninja that the 3 other Kumo Chunin had captured. Take him to the wreckage. Fuck. Fighting was now the stupidest thing he could do. He was wary back when it was 3 Chunin on just him. Now they were joined by someone that could actually give them orders, undoubtedly making them stronger than the others. Before he might have been able to simply kick their asses and maybe disappear until it was time to leave. He really doubted that Homura would ever ask him along on guard duty anyway, but any kind of fight he engaged in here would be coming down on his head. Being sensible was the only option he could take. There was no room for crazy bullshit ideas to escape that only worked in movies. Fine, whatever. If this will clear everything up, then I'll go. Yugito nodded. Good choice. You couldn't have gotten away. She looked to the other Kumo ninja. Tie him up. Naruto had his hands bound behind his back by Omoi. This was too much for him, but again, fighting would have ended really badly for him even if he did end up winning. As the boy trailed some of the rope, he tied Naruto's hands without in front and began to walk and attempt to drag Naruto. He felt that there was too much slack in the rope. When he turned around, he saw the rope down on the ground and Naruto rubbing his wrists. Yugito narrowed her eyes as the younger Kumo nin all got into ready stances. Naruto looked at them all coldly. What? It's not my fault he can't tie a knot that I can't break. I've taken your bullshit without kicking your asses. I'm going with you to see your wreckage so he can prove why I'm here, and I'm taking it all in stride. But if you think that you're tying me up and parading me through town like a trophy, then you can all go fuck yourselves. Verstandlich? Karui took offense to Naruto's tone. You're not in Konoha. You can't just do as you like here, you know? Naruto crossed his arms across his chest. You're damn right I'm not in Konoha. If I was in Konoha, I would have just beaten your asses the second I knew you weren't going to leave me alone and left you here. I didn't know tying up random foreigners was big in Kumo, but anyway, you can take me in right now as I am. I'll probably head over myself to complain about you seeing as how I can't do anything myself or else I'll start a war. Sick of standing around talking to a brick wall, also known as Kumo Ninja, Naruto maneuvered his way through the Chunin around him and stalked up the slope to the top of the mountain. As he reached the top he spared a glance at the oldest Kumo kunoichi, Yugito. Not really able to understand, he felt some kind of familiarity with her, huh? So that's what happened to Nibi. Naruto blinked in confusion as he was now being escorted to the Raikage Tower by the Kumo contingent. This was the first thing that Kyuubi had said to him today, and of course it had to be confusing. Kyuubi, what are you talking about? Nibi? Naruto felt the effects of a phantom slap on the back of his head. Kid, don't you remember when Danzo briefed you on the other Jinchuriki back when you were en route? Naruto's eyes widened in understanding. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Flashback 6 years ago. Naruto age 7. Naruto had finished Danzo's training regiment 1 year ago and had been running through the paces of what Danzo had demanded of him in addition to a few missions close to Konoha that had him staying in Hai no Kuni. Currently however, Danzo was planning on sending Naruto to Kuminari no Kuni, and if the shit hit the fan while he was there he needed to know exactly what it was he would be up against. Seated in Danzo's office he was looking over the table at the man that trained him. So Danzo Gigi, what do I need to know before I leave? Danzo flinched at the Danzo Gigi that had come from the young operative. Even after roughly 3 years of conditioning he couldn't break that little facet of Naruto that was so expressive. However, contrary to Danzo's not-so-old beliefs it didn't make him any less effective. He handed Naruto a folder that when opened revealed pictures of 2 people. The first was a blonde teenage girl that was significantly older than Naruto. The second was a heavily muscled dark-skinned man with sunglasses and pale blonde slicked back hair. Naruto shrugged in his chair as he resisted the inexplicable urge that all children had to swing their feet when they were dangling off of the ground like his currently were. I don't get it. Who are they? Am I supposed to kill them? Danzo Gigi. Naruto wouldn't have been surprised if Danzo was sending him on another assassination mission. The man seemed to love testing Naruto's skills in that department. His last 3 missions had been to kill a certain person. Danzo would have chuckled if he wasn't trying to keep such a stoic facade. Oh Kami, no. I've invested too much time into you to let you go off and get torn to shreds by them. You're not ready for them, Naruto. Not yet at least, just give it some time and you'll be more than a match for either one of them. But right now consider them your biggest threats. The place I'm sending you to for your next mission won't hesitate to dispatch one of them to kill you if they are alerted to your presence. Naruto blocked a yawn. Danzo Gigi's briefings were so boring. Yeah? Danzo Gigi, just tell me where I'm going and what I'm doing and I'll be back in the compound in a week. Danzo slammed his usable hand on the table, leaving an imprint. Damn it boy, listen to me. Naruto cringed. Even though it didn't happen much, when Danzo got angry it meant that there was good reason for it. Naruto lowered his head. Sorry Danzo-sama. I'll be silent now. Danzo looked at Naruto blankly and nodded before continuing to make his point. I'm not doubting your skill, Naruto. I'm positive that if I had you fight a student in Sarutobi's academy today you could wipe the floor with every single one of them effortlessly, same for all of his genin as well. However, these people are beyond your level because not only are they the true elites of Kumogakure, they share your burden. Naruto's eyes widened. They're Jinchuriki too? Danzo nodded. Jinchuriki Naruto-kun, not Jin. And yes they are. The girl is Yugito ni, 14 years old, Junin, and container of the Nibi no Nekomata, the 2-tailed monster cat. The man is Kurabi, also known as Killer Bee of the Yatsuki clan. This one is the most dangerous of the 2. His brother became the Raikage after the Hyuga incident a few years ago and he is known as the Guardian of Kumo. Naruto took a glance at the pictures. So you know who Kumo's Jinchuriki are? Do they know who I am? Danzo shook his head. You my boy are a pretty well kept secret. Because no one can openly talk about the fact that you house the Kyuubi in public that has made it so that the information could not slip to any visitors with a penchant for eavesdropping. Add on to that the fact that you rarely go out in public and it's like you barely even exist to the world. You only appear enough for people to not question where you are too often, but I digress. Both are far more experienced than you and are capable of using vastly more of their tenants chakra than you are currently capable of handling with your prepubescent body, even though you trained to utilize it effectively. Naruto looked down at that. One of Danzo's conditions for training him was that he had to demonstrate sufficient use of the Kyuubi's chakra. While he could form a chakra shroud, he still didn't have any skills that he could use alongside it other than highly improved speed, strength, and reflexes. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up to see Danzo shaking his head. I was never expecting you to show complete mastery over it at such a young age. Still, I expect results in the future. However, in the meantime, if you run across either of these two on your mission, I want you to abort immediately. This mission is not worth losing one of my prized investments, understood? Naruto nodded. Okay Danzo Gigi. I'll stay away from these guys. End flashback. So this is that Yugito person. I wonder if I could beat her now if we ever fought. Naruto looked her over. She looked very strong and confident in her ability. He wondered if she sensed that he was a Jinchuriki like herself the way he had just a moment ago. Naruto panned his eyes over to her. Now that he was close, he could tell that her eyes were somewhat reminiscent of a cat. She caught him looking at her, forcing him to avert his gaze ahead as the tower came into sight. Naruto, guided by his guards, strode into the ground floor of the tower. As they entered, Naruto smirked as he saw Izumo and Kotetsu seated on a couch by the stairs leading up. He whistled over in their direction to get their attention. At seeing the blonde corralled by the group of Kumo nin, the men hopped to their feet ready to defend their little buddy. Naruto, what happened? Naruto shook his head. This is one paranoid place. I found a training field by accident and got accused of spying, and it's not like I can kick their asses or I'll be the one in trouble. Kotetsu was ready to start something over the young blonde Chunin. He got enough bullshit back in Konoha. He didn't need it here too. Did they do anything to hurt you? Naruto shook his head. They were about to tie me up. But if they had pushed the issue with that, then all bets would have been off and we would have been fighting. He looked around. Where's Genma? Izumo pointed up. Genma's with Elder Mitokado. He's speaking with the Raikage's advisors right now. Samui pushed Naruto forward. So the Raikage is free. Good, we can settle this now. Naruto slapped the girl's hands off of him. Hands off. I'd say that this settles what I'm doing here. I mean, this is my team after all. But if you want to continue to make obsessive asses out of yourselves, then by all means, let's go. With that, they all went up the stairs and stopped in front of a secretary's desk. After a short word with the woman there, they all entered the office of the most powerful man in the country. A massive man seated behind the desk in his traditional cage robes looked up from whatever was on his desk. Yugito. Samui, Omoi, Karui. What are you all doing here surrounding this Konoha ninja? Karui pushed Naruto forward, causing him to glare back at the girl. You're so lucky that this guy would kill me before I could even get a shot off edgewise, or I would backhand you right here, right now. Omoi shook his head at Karui's upfront abuse of the kid. Samui sighed at her teammate's brash action. Raikage-sama, we found this Konoha ninja overlooking one of our training sessions. Being that we are trained by Kurabi-sensei, we figured he may be trying to steal some of Kumo's hidden techniques, so we elected to escort him here. Naruto snorted. If by escort you mean give me an ultimatum to either fight all of you and get my ass thrown in prison for sure, or be dragged through town like a goddamn prisoner of war, then yes, you escorted me here. The Raikage shot his eyes to Naruto. Despite the physically imposing size of the man, Naruto still wouldn't give him any tells that he was actually intimidated. I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen? They kill him? The Raikage rubbed his white mustache. I am the Yondaime Raikage of Kumogakure. My name is a boy. What is your name? Naruto looked at the man in the eye. Naruto Uzumaki, Chunin of Konohagakure no Sato. Ninja registration number 012607. Raised his hand to stop him from talking. Enough, Uzumaki-san. What are you doing in my village? Are you conducting espionage under the guise of a diplomatic mission? Naruto sighed. No, Raikage-sama. I was bored, so I walked around the village and came across a training field. I tried to leave immediately, but by the time I realized where I was, your ninja had seen me and accused me of spying. I gave him a stern look. And were you? Naruto flicked his ninjutsu on his back. I couldn't use your style anyway. Honestly, Sai got lost on the road of life. Meanwhile in Konohagakure, Kakashi turned his attention from the memorial stone to look up at the sky. Kakashi uncharacteristically pumped his fist in the air in victory. Yes. I finally got one of them. Back in Kumogakure, Naruto felt a shiver go down his spine. I just made someone very happy just now. Going off in his own world for just a moment, he was asking himself what he could have done to warrant such a feeling. Eventually the Kumo ninja noticed his lack of attentiveness at the current proceedings. Karui walked up and poked the boy on the shoulder. Hey, listen to Raikage-sama. I don't know how things are done in Konoha, but here we listen to what our Kage has to say. This did nothing to spur Naruto from his line of thought. Hello Kumogakure. Slapped his hand to his forehead. The man has no sense of timing, I swear. The doors to the office were blasted open as an exact copy of the photo Naruto had been briefed on in his adolescence burst through the doors. He walked past everyone in the office and right up to the Raikage's desk. Yo big bro. Hachibi-sama is back from his latest mission. A's eyebrow twitched as he watched his little brother, who had a massive grin on his face. Kurabi. I'm happy to hear that, but could you have waited until I was done before you came in? The man in question scoffed. Waiting out in the hall is for chumps. You're saying I'm less important than one of these lumps? He turned around and saw his team standing and looking on with sweat drops on their heads. Hey students of mine. Is my big bro giving you your daily shine? Yugito sighed and walked forward. They came across a suspicious Konoha ninja and brought him here. He's standing right next to you. Naruto had moved directly out of the path of the desk the second he heard the door bust open and simply watched from the side. This guy is worse than I was when I was sealed. Kurabi turned his attention to the young boy next to him, making Naruto somewhat uncomfortable because the man was towering over him looking directly down. After a moment Kurabi stuck his fist out. How ya doin' Mr. 9? Naruto blinked in place before slowly sticking out his own fist and tapping it against Kurabi's. Samui pointed at Naruto after hearing what Kurabi called him. Kurabi-sensei. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, not Mr. 9. Yugito shook her head. He wasn't referring to just a simple name. He was referring to the tailed beast that he has within him. Naruto sighed and shook his head. Thanks for that, because I really needed everyone in the room to have another reason to be suspicious of me. Noticing that all eyes in the room were on him, he grunted in affirmation. Fine, alright. Since I'm stuck here, Yugito knew already, and Hachibi guy over here busted me out anyway, I guess I'll tell you. Kurabi stomped his foot childishly on the ground as Naruto thought about the best way to go about speaking. Somehow his thought process was uninterrupted by the large man's ranting about how it was Hachibi-sama, and not Hachibi guy, as Naruto had put it. Eventually he figured the best way to explain himself to the room of people and tuned in to Kurabi's rant that he figured was directed at him when he noticed that he was looking at him, and that everyone else looked like they wanted to strangle the Hachibi Jinchuriki for not shutting up. Naruto, however, had not been listening to a single word that had been said and was forced to say the only thing he could in this situation. I'm sorry, did you say something? Another shiver went down his spine. I'm making someone's day right now. The silence permeating the room after that was unnerving. What? The stares from everyone around him was starting to piss him off. What the hell is wrong with you all? Did I say something wrong? Omoi pointed lamely at the blonde boy. Why, you ignored him? Karui followed up. No one ever does that, ever. Getting tired of the odd looks he was getting and seeing his opportunity to leave staring him right in the face, he began to slink towards the exit. Okay. Well, if anyone still wants to speak to me in a less hostile environment, I will be staying at the hotel that the Konoha dignitary is in. Goodbye. By the time he made it back to his hotel room, it was nightfall and Naruto was not looking forward to getting his butt chewed out by Genma once he caught wind of what had gone down today. As he entered the room, he saw Genma laying back on his bed seemingly relaxing. Have a good time out there? Naruto glared half-heartedly as he sat on his own bed. Whatever Izumo and Kotetsu told you, I would just like to say that it was 100% not my fault. Genma chuckled. Now do you get what I meant when I told you to stay out of trouble? You're like a magnet for stuff like this, kid. I've read your file. The stuff you did in 1 year as a ninja most people don't get close to touching until their 3rd year at least. Just the sheer amount of troublesome situations you get yourself into could have been stretched out to 2 years when compared to someone else. It's no wonder you're strong. If you were weak, you'd have died after the first incident. Naruto lay his head back on a pillow. I almost got into a fight with 3 Kumo ninja today that accused me of spying. Me? If I wanted to spy on them, they never would have known about it. He turned serious. They know about me and the Kyuubi. Genma's senbon fell from his mouth. Are you sure? How could they find out about it? Naruto looked up at the ceiling blankly as he spoke. I met both of Kumo's Jinchuriki today. Both of them could sense that I was one too and they called me on it in front of the raikage. Genma bit his lip. That's not good. They might use that in negotiations tomorrow. Naruto gave him an odd look. Who cares if they spread it around that I'm Konoha's Jinchuriki? Yes, it's a shame that the secret finally got out, but hey, 13 years is a long time to keep a secret like that from the majority of the world. Tell old man Homura not to worry about it too much. Tell him to act like it doesn't bother Konoha that the secret is out. Honestly, it doesn't bother me. Genma gave the boy an odd look. So you don't really care that your entire generation will learn that you house the Kyuubi? Not even if they turn away from you or hate you for it. Naruto gave a bored look to him. I've already alluded to 2 people at least, that I have the Kyuubi in me. The second the news comes out things will be clearer to a whole lot of people. Hell, I may just ask Tsunade Bachan to just flat out tell everyone in the whole village. I mean, what do I have to lose? No one my age can kill me if they do take the news wrong, and it couldn't make the adults feel any differently about me, could it? They already knew, and however they treated me beforehand wouldn't change if the news was open for everyone to know. Genma shook his head. You're a ballsy kid. Naruto smirked. So I'm told. The next day, Naruto was sitting on the roof of the hotel meditating. Since he was once again prevented from accompanying Homura to the meeting like the rest of his team and he couldn't actively train, he took it upon himself to meditate and get more in touch with what he liked to call, much to the Kyuubi's chagrin, his furry side. Inside his head he found himself in the familiar bedroom of his apartment and went searching for his giant demon of destruction. Looking outside he saw the massive fox sunning itself of all things. Shaking his head he made his way down and cleared his throat to get the Kyuubi's attention. The demon cracked open one eye to look at its jailer. Are you serious? I gave you free rein to create stuff to hunt. Do whatever you want with my mindscape citizens. Wreck any of the buildings in here that you want. Basically to blow up anything and everything you want, and you're sleeping? Kyuubi yawned as it lifted its massive head to look at Naruto properly. Mortal, as fun as it was destroying your mindscape Konoha over and over again, the fact that it rebuilds itself kind of takes some of the luster out of the carnage. I mean, as great as it is to slaughter wave after wave of defenders, seeing the entire place rebuild 2 hours after you've eradicated the place of any and all signs of life kind of irks you after a while. Naruto's sweat dropped. Okay, the reason I came. How do you think I stack up against the Kumo Jinchuriki? Kyuubi didn't think on it. The female would be a tough match for you, but you could defeat her without activating the Kitsune trigger. She doesn't have enough control over Nibi to keep her mind state stable during the fight. It would be far more difficult than your fight against Shukaku, but you would still win. The Hachibi container on the other hand, would destroy you, no question. He has full access to his Biju's chakra and perfect control over it. Even if you activated the Kitsune trigger or went to your limit of my chakra that you could use, he would go straight to 8 tails and tear you apart. Do not fight him, ever, no matter what. Naruto grumbled, I still can't win. I've got to be the worst Jinchuriki in the elemental nations. I might as well be a regular person for all the good that using your chakra does me. This guy has full control and all I can handle right now is 3 tails worth without going insane with bloodlust. Naruto had tried pushing himself to his absolute limit a few days before leaving on this mission. He cleared it with Tsunade first and went deep inside the forest of death in case things got too tense. Good thing he did too, because he flipped out at 4 tails and went on a rampage, slaughtering any animal stupid enough to try and take down the boy. He didn't remember how he settled down, but he did smell the presence of one of Tsunade's ANBU after he woke up. Kyuubi sighed and snorted, blowing Naruto back a few feet. You're far from a weak container kid. The other Jinchuriki have natural advantages over you due to the amount of time they have had with their demons. You are 13 years old, have been training to utilize my chakra since you were 5, and were forced to stop at the age of 8 for over 4 years. To get full mastery over 3 tails of my chakra in technically 4 years of training is a feat that I don't think any other Jinchuriki can claim to make since they began training around the same age if not older than when you began. Naruto nodded to the 9-tailed demon. So anything you need while I'm here? Anything you want me to tweak about my mindscape? Kyuubi batted its tails lazily. other than saying that I want you to release your memories so I can watch your old missions. No, not really. Get out of here, kid. Rolling his eyes, Naruto grumbled that it was his mind, bringing a fanged grin to the fox's face before the blonde faded from his mind. Naruto suddenly reached out and grabbed a hand that was reaching for his face. Don't do that, please. He opened his eyes to find the team from yesterday looking at him with the red-haired girl's hand in his grasp. What are you guys doing here? Is meditation against the law for visitors now too? Karui ripped her hand from his grasp. Why did Kurabi-sensei tell us to come and find this guy and talk to him? He doesn't seem special at all. Omoi walked up and looked at Naruto, who was still seated on the roof. Didn't you hear yesterday? Kurabi-sensei and Yugito said that he has a demon in him like they do. I'm really glad he didn't try to fight us yesterday, or we might be in the hospital right now. Naruto wanted to get up and walk away. He saw nothing good coming out of this, when Samui, the blonde girl around his age, spoke. We would like to spar with you, Uzumaki-san. Naruto let a small smile cross his face. Oh ho, so you remember my name from yesterday, do you? Naruto looked at the three Kumo ninja. Fine, I'll fight you. We need to go somewhere where I won't get in trouble for any collateral damage though. They all nodded and led Naruto off away from the village. As they exited the gates and noticed how no one moved to stop them, while in Konoha he would have needed permission to leave, but these people could leave whenever they wanted. After heading over and around the numerous mountain ranges surrounding the village, Naruto brought this up. Hey, why can you guys just leave whenever you want? If it was me, then I would have Hunter Ninja on my ass before I reached the next town. Of course that may partly be because I'm a Jinchuriki. Omoi answered for him. We're trained by Kurabi-sensei. He doesn't live in the village, and when we were genin he got sick of having to come and get us every day for training, so he got us permission to leave of our own will, mostly so we could come to him instead of him coming to us. Naruto nodded. So where are we going anyway? We have to be at least 15 miles out by now. We're almost there. We're heading to where Kurabi-sensei lives and trains. Unraikyo, Valley of Clouds and Lightning. Omoi pointed down as they reached the summit of another mountain. It was a relatively large place, with a series of tall peaks coming out of a large body of water. All four ninjas slipped down the slope to the water below and stood on the surface as Naruto took note of the environment. This is a really nice place. Your sensei lives here? I really like the looks of this place. Nearby, Naruto saw what looked like a mountain peak that was cleaved to make some flatland for training. After they all reached the platform, Naruto shook his shoulders out and looked at the three who were looking at him intently. So how are we doing this? Is it one-on-one, or are you all coming at me at the same time? The team looked between each other at him. Samui gave him a strange look. Do you really believe you can take us all at the same time? Naruto gave her a deadpan look and slipped into a taijutsu stance. No, I just said that because I'm a masochist and getting my ass beat is how I get my jollies. Of course I think I can, or I wouldn't have said it. And because you took so long, I'm not giving you the option. Come at me, all of you. Give me your best shot. Chapter 15. Kumo Chunin vs Konoha route. Give me your best shot. Naruto stood in a reactive stance, awaiting any kind of action from the team of Kumo Chunin. The looks on their faces ranged from deep thought, to rage and offense, to no visible reaction. Naruto sighed. If you don't come to me, I'll come to you, and trust me, that's the last thing any of you want. Karui growled at him. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you're so goddamned better than us? That Konoha is the strongest hidden village stuff is bullshit. Naruto blinked in confusion. That's not it at all. I don't think I'm better than you, I just want a serious challenge. Samui kept her impassive eyes on Naruto. What do you mean? One-on-one is enough of a battle for you, isn't it? Naruto chuckled. I'm sick of one-on-one fights. I haven't had a good fight where the odds were against me in years, and you all look like a fantastic team. This is a perfect time to see whether or not I still have the stuff that I used to be made of back in the day, but that's another story for another time. Omoi's eyes widened. What do you mean, what you used to be made of? You're just a Chunin, and you're younger than us. How many situations could you have been in that pitted you against multiple opponents by yourself? Naruto shook his head. There are some things that are better off left locked away. You don't need to know that, and hopefully you'll never find out. But put it this way, I have a minimum of 9 S-ranked shinobi planning on coming for my ass, and they travel in pairs. I need to get used to fighting a bunch of people at once, and this is the best place to start, so bring it on already. After a moment they still didn't attack. Shaking his head, Naruto reached into his pack, putting them all on guard. Before he acted, a smirk adorned his features. "You're all going to make this way too easy." He quickly threw a smoke bomb to the ground, enshrouding himself and masking his movements. A massive shuriken flew from the smoke, forcing all of Team Samui to dodge accordingly. In the middle of their evasive actions, 3 Narutos flew from the smoke and began engaging each of the team members separately. Omoi drew his katana and began clashing blades with one of the Narutos. "He can make solid bunshin? Which one is the real him?" Omoi then took a hit to the face when Naruto freed one of his hands from the blade and shifted to one side. As Omoi jumped back and rubbed his face, he looked at a smirking Naruto. "I really hope this is the real one, because if this is one of his clones." Karui attacked instead of defended once she engaged her Naruto in Kenjutsu. She was amazed at how fast he was. He was only using his sword to defend and was simply hitting her when she was open. She couldn't get a mark on him so far. It was making her angry, and that was what made her easy to defend against as far as Naruto was concerned. "Omoi, how are you doing against yours?" Omoi looked to her and ended up eating a boot to his stomach for his troubles. After rolling back on the ground from the force of the kick, he spit on the soil and spared her a momentary glance before refocusing. "Just great, can't you tell? I'm just letting him beat my ass all over the valley." Karui dodged one of her Naruto's punches and forced him to back off with a wild slash, intending to cleave his arm off. "Samui, what about you?" Samui didn't answer as she was currently engaged in a deadly dance with the Naruto she was currently fighting. Samui's sword was so short that her Naruto wanted equal sport, and instead of drawing his ninjutsu drew dual kunai and fought her like that. Samui was amazed at just how strong the boy was. He was absurdly stronger than her. It took almost all of her own strength to keep just from sliding backwards when she blocked one of his strikes, and she wanted nothing more than to visibly wince and cringe whenever she blocked one of his attacks that used both of his arms. His size truly belied his actual physical presence. He was shorter than her, and his muscles hadn't looked like they had much power, until he actually used them, and then every single muscle fiber, every facet of his definition came out for her to see when he tensed up to block or attack. She let out a short gasp as Naruto kicked her in the ribs and sent her flying back. Her trajectory ended up sending her right into her fellow female teammate, hard enough to throw her to the ground as well. Omoi broke off from fighting his version of Naruto and jumped to the side of his teammates while they picked themselves up and cleared the cobwebs. Karui coughed up a little blood as she stood up. "Okay. So this guy really can fight all of us at the same time and do pretty well. He can use solid clones, and I can't tell which one is the real one. We can't even hit one of them to find out." Samui dusted herself off. "Until we can destroy one, we're at a disadvantage. One of us should try to keep the attention of 2 while the rest of us double-team the other. After we defeat one of them, we can rush to help the remaining member and turn this into a 3-on-2 fight." Karui set her katana in a batojutsu stance. "Right then. I'll be the distraction. You two just hurry up and finish your target quick before these guys kick my ass." With that, she ran at the 3 Narutos with a battle cry. She separated them with one swing, sending 2 in one direction and sending the last one off in another direction. As the last clone landed from his dodge, he had to do so again when Samui called out her jutsu, Raiden. Hagain no Tsubasa, lightning release. Wings of steel. Samui swung her sword and sent out a wave of electric energy at one of the many nearby peaks. Her jutsu caused a rockslide intent of crushing Naruto. The blonde was forced to jump off of the platform and evade on top of the water as chunks of rock smashed all around him. However, dodging the absurd amount of rocks allowed Omoi to get close enough to cut into Naruto while he was focused on dodging. As he cut into Naruto and watched his pupils shimmer, Naruto burst into smoke. Omoi popped a sucker into his mouth and made his way back to Samui. "That was a clone. The real one is with Karui. We need to get over there." Samui nodded and the two rushed back across the landmass to assist their red-haired teammate. As they arrived, they saw that she had gotten rid of one clone and was fighting the one remaining Naruto, but was taking a beating. He had long since sheathed his blade after Karui had somehow lost hers. It was sticking out of the ground a good distance away. Karui was trying in vain to match blows with Naruto but was taking a somewhat lopsided beating. Naruto was no longer simply dodging and countering, he was coming right at her, and with the speed advantage he had over her he was taking sniping shots at her, pushing right through any guard she could put up. No mercy just because she was a girl. He knew that a woman could flatten him just as fast as any male could. Hurrying to the scene of the fight, Samui went to retrieve her sword while Omoi went in to bail her out of trouble directly. Naruto backed away after a slash from Omoi got him to leave Karui alone. Omoi helped her steady herself, all the while keeping his eyes dialed on Naruto. "Karui, are you alright?" Karui gave him a weak smile. "I killed one of the bastards, but I think that just pissed him off." Samui arrived alongside them and handed Karui her katana back. "I needed this." She righted herself and stood on her own power. "This guy isn't even using his demon's chakra and he's been beating the crap out of us. He wouldn't go that far in a spar, right?" Samui held out her short blade. "He shouldn't, but it shouldn't matter. Kurabi-sensei has used the Hachibi's chakra against us and he is far more powerful than Uzumaki." Naruto must have heard this and taken offense to it because he immediately came rushing in, ninjutsu drawn back for an attack. Samui took the brunt of the attack as she stepped out and defended for her team while Karui and Omoi flanked him and attempted to cut into him. Naruto let one hand off of his sword and drew a kunai to block the two other Kumo nin's blades. Currently stuck in a deadlock, it amazed all of Team Samui how this boy was able to hold all three of them off all by himself at the same time. As the sliding of metal was the prevalent noise in the valley, a low hissing noise could be heard. Omoi immediately knew what the sound was, but he couldn't believe it. No way. No one's that insane. Naruto grinned maniacally as on the front of his shirt there was an explosive note, burned almost all the way through. His grinning face mouthed the word, "boom," as Omoi and Karui stopped their attack on Naruto and rushed to relieve Samui from Naruto's attack, pulling her away and sprinting swiftly from him as a massive explosion rang out, engulfing Naruto and shocking his opponents. Karui's eyes widened as the flames died down, leaving a small scorch mark on the ground. He blew himself up. Omoi had bitten down on his sucker and spat out the stick. "This guy is crazy. Even if that was some kind of trick, that explosion was real, he could have blown himself up." Samui kept her eyes peeled for anything, not believing the fight was over just like that. There was no way it was that easy. Who blows themselves up in a spar anyway? No, he was still around, but where? Chuckles were projected throughout the valley as all three members were looking frantically for Naruto. "Congratulations. You beat my team of Cage Bunshin." Panting came from the team as they craned their necks about, trying to identify where Naruto was. They had just been beaten down by mere Cage Bunshin, not even with the real one mixed within. He hadn't even shown himself since the fight started. They all went back to back in order to search more effectively, but still could find nothing. Karui yelled out, hoping to get him to expose himself, "Come out and fight us, you coward." After a second his voice was heard again. "Now why would I want to do a thing like that? It's 3-on-1. Who attacks head-on when it's 3-on-1? Besides, it's a ninja's job to fight from the shadows. While I myself enjoy a good fight every now and then, I love it when my opponents never see me coming just as much. It means I'm actually doing my job the right way." The valley went silent once more as a subtle amount of killing intent washed over them from Naruto. Not enough for them to choke on, but enough to make them believe that if they couldn't find him they would pay dearly for it. In other words, just enough to make them panic. Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release. Inner Decapitation Skill. Naruto's hands burst from the ground between all of them and latched onto Karui and Omoi's legs while Samui got away. He only had two hands after all. He swiftly dragged them underground up to their heads. When Samui saw her teammates both temporarily taken out of commission, she ran over to free them until Naruto burst from the ground right by them. Omoi wriggled, trying to get free. "When did you place yourself underground?" Naruto frowned at them. People are pretty predictable in fights. Whenever there's a definite center of the fighting area, people love taking the center of it. "I set the jutsu up the moment I made clones in the smokescreen. All I had to do was wait for you to beat them all because I knew you'd take the center of our platform while you looked for me afterwards." He kneeled down and patted Karui on the head, pulling his hand back before she bit him. "I should pat myself on the back. I've never even been here before and I was still able to use the terrain to my advantage in order to manipulate the battle." Karui smirked at him. "We're not done. Raiden. Enryu Jiseitai, Lightning Release." body of electric flow. The ground around herself and Omoi loosened up as they burst from their place and attacked Naruto, not even bothering to use their swords. Omoi went low with a sliding kick while Karui ran at Naruto high, lariat. She lashed out at Naruto with her entire arm, attempting to take out his head with her bicep. Naruto took a chance and ducked low, launching himself at Omoi leading with the crown of his head, crashing into the boy's face as he slid towards him. The two rolled forward with Omoi landing on his feet and Naruto ending up on his back, holding onto one of Omoi's arms. While he held a grip on the white-haired boy, pulling him in as he shot an UP kick at his face, nailing him right under the chin. Omoi stumbled back but Naruto kicked up off of his back high into the air to deliver a falling haymaker to Omoi's face before he could recover. Naruto knew that he had hit Omoi perfectly on that shot as he felt the boy go limp the second he made contact, one down. Karui went back to where they had burst from the ground and tried to retrieve her sword until a sharp kick to her back sent her flying on her face. Naruto was simply standing guard by the hole with the swords in them until Samui re-entered the fight. Her short sword cut him on his arm, forcing him to curse himself for not being more attentive to his surroundings. He was fighting multiple opponents after all. Samui wasn't allowing him to reach for his kunai to fight back like he did before, so it was a strictly dodging game for the boy. He grimaced sharply as shuriken embedded themselves in his back, and that painful distraction led to him taking a cut across his chest before he could back away. Naruto got some space and got the two girls in his sights, sighing as he dabbed at the slash on his chest. I like this shirt. Why do my shirts always get cut to ribbons when I fight people with swords and sharp things? Shrugging to himself when he didn't receive a response, he saw Karui moving for her katana again. Seeing Samui move to watch her back while she went for it, a little misdirection was called for in this circumstance. Naruto made 7 kage bunshin and handed off kunai from his own pouch to them all. 3 of the kage bunshin chucked the weapons at Samui, forcing her to dodge aside while the other 4 threw them at Karui, who took refuge in the hole with her sword in it. She smirked as she re-emerged, but the smirk died when she saw the sadistic one gracing Naruto's face. Both girls saw him attempting a string of hand signs. When Samui went to intercept him, his clones cut her off at the pass and forced her to defend herself instead of her red-haired teammate. Meanwhile, Naruto finished his hand signs: Raiden, Denkai, lightning release, electric field. You're stuck. Karui tried to escape the electric prison and yelped as volts of electricity flew through her body when she touched the edge of the barrier. She looked over and saw Naruto's clones, who honestly couldn't engage Samui for long in direct combat, keeping her on her toes and preventing her from stopping Naruto, who had to remain stationary while holding the final hand sign. Naruto whistled sharply to Karui to get her attention away for attempts to escape. I can make this jutsu much nastier with 5 more hand signs. You should give up now before I decide to just use the branch techniques I have from here. This is checkmate for you. Karui reluctantly conceded defeat and Naruto dropped the jutsu to allow her to go to the unconscious Omoi so they could leave the immediate area and allow Naruto to fight Samui alone. Naruto got back in his taijutsu stance and watched Samui do the same. I could ask you to surrender now, but I won't. You know by now not to hold back on me, so I'll skip that part. Let's get right to the fighting, shall we? Raiden. Raikyu, lightning release, lightning ball. Samui quickly gathered lighting chakra in her hands and launched an electric orb at Naruto. The defending blonde quickly made hand signs, held the last seal, and stomped his foot on the ground. Futon. Fugakutai Cabe, wind release. Wind repel wall. A spherical wave of wind came from Naruto's body in all directions, forcing Samui's jutsu to dissipate. Naruto came rushing in head-on to attack her. Samui drew her short blade once again, ready to test herself against the real Naruto this time. His rush was so basic she timed her first swing in conjuncture with the speed he was running it, timing it for just when he got into her range. With a smirk on his face, Naruto pushed wind chakra from the front of his body to immediately halt himself just outside of the range of her longest swing. Stopping on a dime the way he did, it was too late for her as she had put everything into the one clean shot she thought she was going to get. This left her dangerously overexposed and off balance, allowing her to disarm her and flip her to the ground. She tried to start another jutsu but Naruto jumped over her prone body while in the air and linked his fists together before thrusting them out. We're done. Futon. Fujin Saiken, Wind Release. Divine Fist of the Wind God. Samui uncharacteristically screamed in pain as she felt a crushing pressure push down on her form from above, locking her in place and forming a shallow crater the shape of Naruto's linked fists and the size of two human bodies. As the force subsided, she coughed up blood and stayed in place as she found a knee situated on her belly and a kunai to her throat. As she looked up at Naruto with cold blue eyes, she found him looking down at her with the same. Sighing, she finally spoke, "I yield. You win." Naruto's eyes lit up as he smiled and helped her to her feet. By now Karui and Omoi were able to get up and had made their way over to the other two. Karui rubbed her arm and looked away sheepishly. "Damn. We barely even scratched the real you. How did you beat us like that?" Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "When I was little I was trained to be an assassination specialist in addition to heavy combat, which was my main focus. This is the kind of thing that I'm good at. I didn't even use many of my higher profile ninjutsu because they're really dangerous and are intended to scar and kill." Omoi gave Naruto a goofy grin. "I couldn't even come up with a strategy to use against you fast enough. You were too good at disguising your movements, so I couldn't come up with a real idea that could flush you out. When you were out in the open you were all over us." Samui walked close to Naruto, putting him somewhat on guard. "Hey, no one likes it when people suddenly walk up on you." After a moment she gave him a small smile. "We really need to work, don't we? You beat us so easily you didn't leave any doubt about the outcome, didn't you?" Naruto sighed. "If it was a real fight instead of a spar you would have all attacked me when the fight started instead of underestimating me, and that would have made the bout more interesting and closer. I'm not saying you would have won, but this still helped me out. From experience, S-rank ninja are somewhat arrogant, even to other S-rank ninja, and they probably would have done the same thing that you did. Whoa, Mr. 9, I have to say, that battle of yours sure made my day." Naruto involuntarily twitched as a familiar voice from yesterday rang out from the peaks surrounding their reign. Naruto turned to Samui with a slightly perturbed look. I knew he was watching this the entire time. I could feel him. Why is he here?" Samui raised an eyebrow at the actions of the one who had just defeated her entire team. "Omoi already told you. Kurabi-sensei lives here. It's not that hard to believe that he saw the fight. His home is right there." Samui pointed up at the house that was seemingly dangling from one of the peaks. Kurabi shunshined next to all of the younger ninja and clapped Naruto on the shoulder. "I had to pinch myself like some kind of dream. I thought there was no way that you'd beat my team." Naruto's twitch became more pronounced. "Please stop rhyming." Kurabi ignored him, grinning the entire time. "No can do, Mr. 9. The killa B can't fight the rhyme." He turned to his team. "Now that you all saw how this kid came to play, what did we all learn today?" They all took this as a normal occurrence, while Naruto wanted to bash his head in with something blunt. "Don't start a war, don't start a war, don't start a war." Omoi looked at his sensei. "Don't judge a book by its cover. We all thought that because he was younger than us we were stronger. We didn't even care that he was a Jinchuriki like we found out yesterday, just that he was a kid." Naruto grumbled. "I'm not strong because I made Jinchuriki, you know. It helps, but I'm strong because I damn near killed myself, almost literally, for years to get this good. I'm not even that good at using my Biju's chakra. That was all me just now." The Kyuubi always said he wouldn't tolerate a weak container. Naruto looked up at Kurabi. "The Kyuubi also said to stay the hell away from you in a fight, because you would completely smash me the second I turned it into a Biju pissing contest. You have unrivaled control over yours. I can only handle 3 taels worth of Kyuubis without going insane." Sigh, why did I say that out loud? Kurabi's grin widened when Naruto admitted that, to admit that kid, your balls area made of brass. Acknowledging that I can kick your ass. Naruto frowned at him. "You're older than me by like 20 years. You have at least 30 years of experience with yours. You may have unrivaled control over the Hachibi, but I make up for that in my own way." He clenched his fists at his side. "I try to do as much fighting as I can without relying on anything from Kyuubi. I only bring any of my skills that it provides out into the open when I truly have no other choice. Most of the other Jinchuriki on record just use their demons to flat out annihilate anyone in their way without developing their own skills too much. Soon as Jinchuriki is like that, I beat him in his fully transformed state without even really tapping into Kyuubi's chakra. And I had other disadvantages too that I'm not going to get into. Karui looked at Naruto strangely. Beating a Jinchuriki is no joke, even for another Jinchuriki. This kid did it without even using his demon to match power. They all knew how soon as Jinchuriki was repelled during the invasion of Konoha, but information on how it happened was scarce, and now, looking at the kid that was claiming to be the one that stopped him single-handedly, she realized just how far out of their league they really were when they challenged him. How are you still a Chunin? With power like that you should be a Junin like Kurabi-sensei or Yugito. Naruto shrugged, that's what I've been saying for months, but Tsunade Bachan seems to think I need to stop and smell the flowers so to speak because she didn't fast-track me after I beat all of best genin into the dirt without taking a shot. Hopefully I can get some serious missions to convince her to promote me. Samui bowed to Naruto, making the boy sweat drop in discomfort. Thank you for sparring with our team Uzumaki-san. You showed us how much further we need to go. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he looked away from the bowing girl, as the urge to stare down her shirt was nagging at the back of his mind. Or was that the Kyuubi? You don't need to bow to me, Samui. And please just call me Naruto. Honorifics kind of piss me off. Samui rose back up. Whatever you want, Naruto-san. His sweat drop got more pronounced. It's a start, I guess. Naruto looked at all of the Kumo ninja. So are we going back to Kumo now? Because my squad leader Genma is going to be pissed when he can't find me. I can already smell the reprimands that I'll be getting when this mission is over. Nothing like getting your butt chewed out to make you feel like a kid. Naruto looked around in order to get his bearings and took off in the direction that he figured was Kumo. Omoi walked up to his sensei as they all watched the blonde boy leave the vicinity. Kurabi-sensei, why didn't you ask to fight Naruto? I thought you would have been all over that. Kurabi looked at his student and ruffled his hair. There was no need, little Omoi. I already knew I could beat that boy. He said it himself, with my experience and power, he'd have been in the hospital in half an hour. Karui held her ribs. Man, that guy hits hard. Are you sure, sensei? The only person that I remember ever hitting me any harder than him was you, and this was a spar between foreign ninja. I'd say you would have pasted my organs if we were fighting for real. Samui and Omoi moved to help her walk out of the valley while the blonde girl chipped in with her own input. Naruto-san stated it himself, he couldn't beat Kurabi-sensei in a real fight. Sensei has way more experience and raw power at his disposal. It was big of him to actually admit it. Though I am still confused as to why you didn't fight him, Kurabi-sensei. You were never one to turn down a potential challenge. It's because even your sensei isn't crazy enough to go against Raikage-sama, brother or not. Yugito appeared from behind one of the peaks to meet up with her fellow Kumo nin. A fight between the Jinchuriki of different countries is not something that should be done outside of the battlefield. Even this small fight that you all had is somewhat pushing it. Jinchuriki are not only weapons, they are political tools, and with the Konoha delegate in town, a fight between either of us and Naruto could end badly for the relations of our villages regardless of the outcome. Kurabi acknowledged his fellow Jinchuriki. Yugito-chan, watching Mr. Nine's fight too? You do know that he could see you? Yugito blew off the large man. He could see you too. I was never hiding, I just wanted to see him fight. I'd been following since the others picked him up in town. A smirk came to her lips. He's very good. I do think he would have still had the energy to go a few rounds with one of us if he had stuck around or was allowed to fight. He fought a very conservative style. All things considered, he really didn't use that much chakra as far as Jinchuriki are concerned. Kurabi grinned. Looks like you've taken a shine to Mr. Nine. If that look on your face is any sign. Yugito narrowed her eyes at Kurabi. I just said he was strong. He's younger than me. I could never be into a kid like that. I don't know, kitten. 5 years isn't that much of an age difference, is it? Yugito blinked at the voice in her mind. Nibby, shut up. He's just a kid. A kid that could kill 3/5 of the people standing here, yes, but still just a kid. All Yugito got was a chuckle from the back of her mind. Whatever you say, kitten. Acting like his fight didn't turn you on just a bit. Yugito blushed and walked away before anyone could see it. Samui, however, caught it before she could get away and narrowed her eyes. In Konoha, Sakura stood with her hands hovering over a fish and glowing green. The focus on her face was intense as she attempted to bring it back to life through use of Shozen Jutsu, mystical palm technique, taught to her due to her training under Tsunade. Sakura had been confused at first after Team 7 had been for all intents and purposes disbanded following Naruto's promotion and downright distraught following Sasuke's defection to Orochimaru, so it gave her somewhat of a pickup when she was told that she was to be the first selected to train in the new medic nin program set up by Tsunade. This meant that she was trained and overseen directly by the legendary slug Sannin herself. A small smile came to her face as she recalled asking why she had been chosen, let alone the first chosen, to be in the program. She remembered the smirking face of her master telling her to credit it to Naruto. "Hey Pinky." Sakura broke her concentration to look over at the Auto Kunoichi that was captured by Naruto during the retrieval mission. To Yuya she was told her name was, "What do you want?" Sakura stated in a cold tone. She knew that the girl was under direct protection of Tsunade due to the copious amounts of information she handed out after being caught during the retrieval mission. And also that Tsunade told her that any attempts to cause physical harm to the girl would end with Naruto breaking his foot off in her ass. She had finally come to terms with the fact that Naruto was 100% willing and sure as hell able to go through with such a thing on his, Sakura-chan. Not that he had even called her that since after the invasion. However, she also somewhat blamed her for getting Sasuke out of the country and into Orochimaru's hands. It was a useless grudge right then anyway. Even if Naruto wasn't around to beat her ass for harming Yuya, she wasn't too sure she could pull it off herself anyway. Instead, she treated the girl with cold indifference, which suited Yuya just fine anyway. If you didn't like her, she wasn't going to fall all over herself to change your mind. Yuya shrugged off her tone. "Tsunade sent me to tell you to rest for now. It's time for you to knock off for the day." Sakura frowned and nodded. "Why do you call me Pinky and yet call Tsunade Shisho by her name?" Yuya smirked. "I may be pretty vulgar and everything, but I know well enough to not piss off people that can kill me, and that Tsunade lady sure as hell can. The only reason I don't call Shithead by his real name is because he let me call him Shithead and get away with it." Sakura's sweat dropped as she heard Yuya's name for Naruto, although calling him a baka as if it were his given name for roughly 4 years and trying to wail on him didn't really seem better. Kami, why didn't he ever kill her with his bare hands again? Elsewhere in Konoha, Team Guy was still hard at work training their skills, even during the waning light of sundown. Tenten and Neji were seated off to the side as the brown-eyed Kunoichi was starting to lose her patience. "Lee. Guy-sensei, can we please go home now? Maybe you two can train until you can't even see your nose in front of your face, but both me and Neji have things to do back home." Guy halted the ongoing spar between him and his clone-like pupil. "My dear student Tenten, our flames of youth will light the darkness of the night. I am simply instructing Lee on how to defeat his eternal rival, a struggle that I myself can understand and respect." Neji rolled his pupil-less eyes. "Yes, I understand he wants to beat me, but do I really have to be here to witness him training to do so?" Lee, who was stuck in his stance waiting on Guy, blinked blankly and stood straight up. "I am sorry Neji-kun. But despite my desire to overcome you in battle, you are no longer my rival." Neji almost dropped his jaw in shock, but his Hyuga stoicism kept him from breaking into joyous dance and jinxing himself. "Really? Who is your rival now then? Do I know him?" Lee's eyes burned with literal fiery intensity. "Naruto-kun. The way he simply defeated you all effortlessly, and dispatched an opponent that I myself was being overwhelmed by when he interfered. He even made defeating Sasuke-kun look easy even while he was under the cursed seal's influence. He is truly the measuring stick of which I will need to compare my flames if I ever want to achieve my goal of being a splendid taijutsu using ninja." Neji nodded outwardly while on the inside he had already started making plans to build a small shrine to the blonde destroyer of men. "Naruto Uzumaki, you have already freed me from one burden, one that I was sure would follow me even beyond death, unlike my seal. I now have no doubts about your ability to change the Hyuga clan in time." Tenten's sweat dropped and then began worrying for her blonde friend's future sanity. "Lee. Just don't bug him too much. I don't want Naruto-kun to kill you to get the voices out of his head." Neji smirked at hearing Tenten call Naruto-kun, and was about to call her on it before Lee broke into a youthful rant. However, it was too late. Lee had gone off on a tangent. "Yash. I will challenge Naruto-kun to a challenge of his choice upon his return to Konoha just to prove that I can defeat him." And if I cannot win, I will carry each of my teammates up and down the Hokage monument 100 times each, and if I cannot do that I will. While Guy stood alongside him crying tears of pride, Tenten and Neji simply walked off towards their homes. This could continue on for hours and it was already getting dark. Back in Kumogakure, nightfall, Genma stood over Naruto, who was seated on his bed with a firm gaze affixed on his displeased superior. Rolling his senbon in his mouth, he sighed heavily. Kid, you seriously need to let us know when you're going to go somewhere, and you don't think you'll beat us back to the hotel. We almost had a mini freak out about where you were until you came ambling back in. Naruto knew he deserved this. In his defense, he didn't know he was actually leaving the village altogether when he decided to take up Team Samui on their invitation to spar, but still, that was no excuse. Naruto sat through Genma's half-hearted tirade. Honestly, he knew it really wasn't Naruto's fault, fully, but he still had to get it into the kid's head that things like this couldn't happen on missions. What if there were people actively trying to kill them? Naruto took the lecture with a grain of salt. He wasn't mad at Genma, he was the leader of the mission. And what do leaders do when easily preventable mistakes are made? You chew someone's butt out. Naruto could now see why he wasn't ready to be a Chunin. He was still working like was flying solo. Sure, he spoke to his team, and was on good terms with them all. He listened to them, seeing as how they were his seniors and wouldn't go against orders from them, but he was still used to being left to his own devices, doing things at his own pace and in his own way, things like that. When it came to actual team situations, not even his Dobi self had much experience. When Team 7 had missions, things ended up with them usually doing their own thing. And doing their own thing usually ended up with Naruto being by himself, very little teamwork utilized. Oh well, he had plenty of time to fix that now that he was in a situation where he could learn about it. Genma sat down on his bed and sighed. Kid, you are just a massive headache. This whole thing was supposed to be like a giant vacation, and now I'm playing den mother to your twisted ass. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sorry for being different, Genma. I suppose you'd rather I be a cookie-cutter design ninja, aka cannon fodder, or a loud punk with more mouth than skill. The Tokubetsu Junin smirked at Naruto. I don't know, kid. You seem to have a lot of mouth to me. In return, Naruto grinned at him. I never said I didn't. But the comparison was more mouth than skill. I'm pretty sure that if I talk about something I can back it up. Omoi, Karui, and Samui, following the spar with Naruto, were escorted by Yugito to the hospital for the beating that they took from Naruto. Omoi ended up with a mild concussion, a cracked jaw, and a nasty shiner. Karui had bruised ribs, a few marks on her face that would take a few days to fully fade, and an injured wrist. Samui had light internal injuries and a mark on her torso in the shape of a 13-year-old boy's fist. Karui was limping lightly as they all walked with one another towards each of their respective homes for the night. That guy beat the crap out of us. I haven't been beaten like that by anyone our age ever. Omoi mumbled a response. He did tell us to take him seriously, it's not like he didn't warn us. Karui glared at him, but couldn't physically do anything because they were both pretty hurt. I know, the dumbass. Hindsight is 20/20, isn't it? I still can't believe Naruto is a Jinchuriki. He doesn't fight anything like Kurabi-sensei or Yugito. Samui nodded. Kurabi-sensei is more of an overwhelming force of nature in battle. Naruto-san is something more akin to a skill fighter. He only engaged us directly when he had determined exactly how much effort was required to defeat us all with minimum damage. According to the people at the hospital, he never showed up there. That means a few shallow cuts in his body that weren't even worth healing were all we inflicted on him. Karui let out an incredulous noise. That's so cool though. He's our age and he's just like Kurabi-sensei, without the lame-ass rapping. Omoi mumbled through his jaw. He's still not stronger than Kurabi-sensei though. Do you think he could put up a fight against Yugito? Samui smiled lightly. I don't know. He's pretty cool though. Karui's jaw went slack at her female teammate's statement. Samui, he's 2 years younger than us. And he's not even from this country, he's from Konoha. How can you think anything like that about him? She shrugged and rolled her shoulders. I can think what I want about him. Who cares how old he is? That kind of thinking is what got us beaten so thoroughly in the first place, remember? As they arrived at her house, she started to walk towards her front door. I wonder if he's any good at giving massages. Karui stared at Samui as she went inside. She's not serious, right? She's joking, isn't she? Omoi shook his head and patted her on the shoulder to get her to move along. Nearby, however, a middle-aged man with black hair wearing a Kumo Hite 8 stopped and looked at the young ninja, having eavesdropped on their conversations, and clenched his fists in anger. Several hours later, due to a lull in the meetings, Homura instructed his guards that they were free to do as they wished until he called for them, be it in a few hours or a few days. Well, Kotetsu and Azuma were banking on a few days, seeing as how they bragged loudly to Genma, who decided to join them, and Naruto about how they were going to go get loaded and laid later that night. Naruto simply gave them a simple glance and stated in a deadpan voice that if they had to brag to a 13-year-old kid about possibly getting some, then there was something wrong with them. The two Chunin slinked out of the room with a proverbial rain cloud over their heads, amid much laughter from their squad leader. This, however, did not prevent them from heading out and making an attempt, but Naruto had to make one more crack. Going shopping for the gift that keeps on giving, are we? Well, just remember, soak your balls in rubbing alcohol at the end of the night. It kills stuff like that. And stay the hell away from me for a week. If I catch something out of simply being in your presence, I'll kill you both. Genma waited for the two to leave before raising a questioning eyebrow to Naruto. Will that shit really work? Naruto snorted in amusement. Fuck no, but I guarantee that their drunk asses will try it later, and we'll know when they do, trust me. But I digress. Naruto had long since retired for the night, without imbibing in the alcoholic influences of nighttime living the way his teammates were out and about in an attempt to do. After fighting an entire team, no matter how little damage you take, the adrenaline from the fight will end up making you somewhat tired after the fight, and thus the young blonde had no qualms about heading straight to sleep after being left alone for the evening. Kenta Marichio had to watch as Kumo backed down from war with Konoha during the Hyuga incident 8 years ago. While a lot of Kumo's higher-ups were upset that the plan failed, and most of the general population were pissed off at the higher-ups for almost forcing another war. However, this held different water when it came to Kenta, as it was his older brother that had been sent over to go through with the plan. Kenta had accompanied him and had been promised that it would be a cakewalk, as he didn't have to actually bring down a full-grown Hyuga. All he had to do was kidnap one of the little girls to bring back and, for lack of a better term, breed. Too bad for him, the little girl he took was the daughter of the clan head, and the clan head came looking for him, and he kicked his ass and killed him. So when Kumo pushed for Hiyashi Hyuga's death and his body to be sent over to Kumo, he felt his brother had actually died for something, until he realized that Kumo had been gypped and that they were sent a branch Hyuga, Hiyashi's brother, instead. Kenta was enraged that Konoha had fleeced the village that way. He held his grudge long after anyone else from Kumo dropped theirs, and when he learned from those kids that Konoha's Jinchuriki was here, he had to take this chance to cripple the village that held his hatred. It was excruciatingly easy to find out which hotel housed the Konoha group. Everyone knew that they were there by now, so there was no real secrecy about their presence. Hell, even finding their hotel rooms were simple. The only one he couldn't get access to or info on was the VIP room, which was okay with him. He wanted the Jinchuriki. Picking the lock was child's play, and upon entering the room he grinned as he realized that there was only one person there. In the moonlight he saw a small blonde boy, but upon seeing the whisker marks on his face he brandished his kunai and stalked forward. Time to take a shot at Konoha. As he moved the kunai towards the boy's neck, the boy's hand shot out and held his hand in an iron-like grip. Yeah? Don't do that. Naruto's eyes slowly focused on the man standing over him. Hello, assassin. Not what you were expecting, am I? The man couldn't draw his eyes away from the stone-cold blue eyes that seemed to bore into his brain. Trying to pull his kunai away from the deceivingly strong boy, he tried to stall. How did you know I was here? Naruto huffed through his nose and broke the man's wrist, forcing him to drop the kunai. You tripped my wire. He motioned his eyes to a wire wrapped around his finger, set up in front of the doorway and by the window. Now let's kill you and be done with it, shall we? The man hissed in pain and cocked his other fist back to slug the brat in the face before he ended up catching a bare foot to the face that sent him flying back into the door of the room. Naruto stood up in a crouch on his bed and smirked at the man. You're so fucked, I'm telling. Naruto said in a childish way before fleeing through the open window. The man growled and gave chase. If that little bastard actually made it to the Raikage's office, he was dead. It wouldn't matter that his brother was so highly ranked before his death, as the current Raikage was against the entire plan altogether back in the day. It was common knowledge around the ninja population that the man was almost fanatical when it came to his hatred of Konoha, so it could be easily stated that he tried to kill their Jinchuriki. As he ran across the rooftops, the Kenta panicked. He gave Naruto at least 10 good seconds to disappear before he gave chase. Whether he knew it or not, 10 seconds was 7 seconds too long to give Naruto when you wanted to directly capture him. Cursing at himself for his own stupidity to allow the boy time to get away, he attempted to head straight to the tower to cut the boy off at the pass. When he reached near the tower some odd 5 minutes later, he grinned to himself. The boy hadn't arrived, or else the alarm would have been sounded, and a chuckle almost came from his throat as he saw the boy land nearby on the same rooftop. "Looks like you're not too fast, boy." Naruto grinned sheepishly at the man. "I guess not, huh? Oh well, it's not important how fast I go anyway." Kenta gripped a kunai in his unbroken hand. "Oh really? So I'm guessing with talk like that, you don't mind if I kill you?" Naruto shook his head, grin still in place. "Well, I don't know what you want with me, but I don't care if you kill me." He saw the man coil to attack, "Because I'm just a motherfucking decoy." "Say cheese." Naruto pointed off to the side where another Naruto smiled and burst into smoke. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Naruto had found the mansion of the Yatsuki clan and was already inside, having been invited inside by it quickly after being surrounded by ninja, and was currently seated in his study. Well, he definitely had intent to end my life. I shook his head at the boy in front of him. "And how do you know this?" "As a matter of fact, Uzumaki-san, why didn't you just kill him flat out?" Naruto grinned cheekily. "Well, my original plan actually was to just kill him and tell you what happened. But I have a feeling that wouldn't have worked out too well for my Konoha contingent." "Are your ninja on him yet?" I nodded. "I sent them out right when you told me about this assassin. Kumo has no involvement in this man's actions. I hope you don't hold this against us. Trust me, he will be punished for this. His hatred for Konoha has gone on for too long. This could have been seen as an act of war if he had succeeded. He'll be executed. Good riddance, the last remnants of an outdated era." Naruto waved it off. "I get it. It's no big deal, Raikage-sama. If people in Konoha try to kill me, I guess I should expect it elsewhere too, huh? Hey, could I handle his punishment?" I nodded and sweat dropped as an evil smirk came to Naruto's face. "Man, this kid is weird, and not the weird that I'm used to." Now if he burst out into rhyme, that would be familiar. The next morning, as a loud pair of screams ripped through the hotel, Naruto awoke from his slumber with a smile on his face and looked over at Genma, who was looking out the window with a cup of coffee in his hand. "Good morning, Genma. Have a good night last night?" Genma looked over at Naruto and frowned somewhat. "I'm nursing a bit of a hangover, kid." "So what did you do when we left last night?" Naruto sat up and rubbed his eyes. "Oh, not much. Meditated for a bit, I went to bed, got attacked by an assassin, and went back to bed. Yeah, it was pretty boring." Genma looked over in surprise but simply ended up shaking his head. "I swear to Kami, kid. The shit that you get into just by being around. I can't even reprimand you because you don't do anything." Naruto scratched his head as he walked to the bathroom. "Tell me about it." Naruto poked his head out back through the door with a grin. "Oh, and clear your schedule for today. I've got something for you guys to see." Chapter 16. One bad little boy. "Kid, have I ever mentioned that you're my favorite container ever?" the Kyuubi stated with a grin. Ever since it had found out what Naruto had planned for his would-be assassin's execution, he was all smiles. Naruto rolled his eyes once again as he made his way towards the Raikage Tower. "I'm pretty sure that I'm your only container. And seriously, this is why you think I'm great? Not because I took you out of that musty cage, not because I gave you free rein to run roughshod over my mindscape village, and not because I let you see what I see, feel what I feel, and all the 9 yards. No, the reason you think I'm awesome is because of my preferred method of execution." A vulpine grin that Naruto could just feel inside of his head pulled across the demon lord's lips. "Exactly." The Kyuubi chuckled upon hearing Naruto scoff. "And you would think that you were my only container, wouldn't you?" Naruto let a look of surprise cross over his face as he almost stopped walking. "Wait, what? You're saying you've had a Jinchuriki before? Who was it? Were they better than me? And is the fact that only I'm killing the bastard that tried to kill me really a good reason to label me as the best?" He asked the last question almost mockingly. Kyuubi sighed. "The first one simply kept me locked up for the most part and never really did anything at all, not even really tried to get any semblance of control. I was just pretty much ignored for the most part. The second one was much the same, she never really willingly tried to come into contact with me, and thus my prison, aka the mindscape in which I am kept, fell into a disheveled state. In other words, it deteriorated into the sewer that you first met me in. Naruto nodded to what appeared to the people in the streets to be himself as he thought on his prisoner's words. True, true. I can see how that would already put me leaps and bounds ahead of them. Kyuubi continued. Both of them also held the ability to restrain my power. My first Jinchuriki had very close ties to the Shodem Hokage, and with his ability to restrain the Biju with his Mokuton, he ended up passing off some of the ability to rein me in to that person's already impressive skills. Did you know that my first container sealed me into their own body? I'll tell you, those damn mind chains were a real pain in my ass too. The next one was much the same, like I said, only more with the mind chains, and then there was you. Of course I was never used that much. Why do you think that Gaara had so many tricks with his Biju and you don't? Because every Jinchuriki that Shukaku was sealed and actually used it, it had to develop tricks and add-ons to survive. I was never really used, therefore all I taught you was the Amari, because I never had to come up with anything else. I'm just glad that you had enough imagination to come up with your own stuff. And then there was me. Naruto repeated in his head, what about me? Naruto saw the Raikage tower coming in sight as he continued listening on to the Kyuubi. You didn't chain me down to anything. As a matter of fact, even after you realized that I was the one that had nearly eradicated your home years ago, you still treated me levelly. You not only actually let me see the outside world, you took it upon yourself to renovate the dreary sewer I had been in up to that point. And you have little to no problem giving into your natural bloodlust that comes with the territory of possessing me, even if you do only venture to that damned forest of death to indulge me. Naruto rolled his eyes. Well, I can't exactly go around killing random people whenever I want now, can I? You'd better love me for what I'm about to do then, because this is going to suck for this guy. Naruto saw his team standing outside of the tower, two with angry looks on their faces, and the other with a simple bored look on it with a senbon for added effect. Naruto grinned as he walked up. So I assume the old man had some dealings to work out with Kumo's brass. How's everybody feeling today? Kotetsu glared down at the shorter Chunin. You're so lucky that beating the crap out of you would get me thrown in jail, kid. You're a right bastard, you know that? Naruto waved it off. Hey, I'll bet the alcohol burned the hangover right out of you, didn't it? Now you're fit for service today, and you're going to see something cool in a bit. Well, not so much cool as terrifying. Azuma looked at the boy who was being very cryptic as to why they were there. What are you talking about, Naruto? Naruto chuckled. I was attacked by an assassin last night. The Raikage is going to let me publicly execute him today. Genma looked at the stunned faces of his older team members. Naruto, I should have known you were so chipper about something today. No wonder you wanted us to come. What are you going to do to the guy? Naruto walked up to Genma and whispered in his ear. The Tokabetsu Junin looked at the boy and shook his head. You're crazy, kid, I swear. Naruto grinned up at him. Being crazy is the only thing that's kept me from going insane. With that, Naruto walked inside the tower and left his team on the outside to ponder amongst themselves. Sat at his desk with the now recovered, for the most part, Team Samui standing in front of him. The girl that was the team's namesake stood straight and composed, Team Samui reporting for a mission Raikage-sama. Looked at the group of Chunin. Karui still had a few bruises on her face, Omoi still had the telltale signs of a broken jaw, and Samui herself, while not showing any signs of outside trauma, still showed her own injuries by the way that she made no real sudden movements, probably due to the soreness of her ribs. Sighing as he saw the expectant faces of the ninja, Ace spoke, denied. He then steeled himself for the shitstorm to come. What? Karui, predictably, was the first one to explode. What do you mean we can't take any missions? Why? What did we do? Rolled his eyes. If you want to take a D-ranked mission, feel free, but I'm not sending you on a mission where there is implied combat. Not in the condition that you're all in, or did you think that I wouldn't find out about your little challenge to Uzumaki? It's kind of hard to hide the existence of the battle when said battle ends up putting you in the hospital. All of the team had the decency to look sheepish. Before the conversation could continue, the Raikage's secretary knocked on the door and upon hearing a booming, enter, made her way into the room. Raikage-sama, you have a Naruto Uzumaki here that says you told him to show up today. Nodded to the woman, go ahead and send him in. His secretary left to fetch Naruto while he turned his attention back to his team of Chunin. Speak of the devil, he's here. Samui voiced a question. Raikage-sama, why is Naruto-san coming to see you today? I decided to inform his ninja on what the boy was doing there, seeing as how he had somewhat established some sort of relationship with them. Uzumaki was attacked last night by one of our ninja in his hotel room. Instead of attempting to deal with the man himself, he avoided international incident and came directly to me. I have ordered the man be executed, and Uzumaki has asked to perform the service. Karui gave Naruto a somewhat appalled look. You volunteered to perform an execution? Naruto shrugged. It was either kill him last night and get into some village relation nightmare scandal, or kill him today. No one tries to assassinate Naruto Uzumaki for personal reasons and lives. If it was a mission, I'd still be pissed off about it, but I would have understood. You've gotta do what you've gotta do. This guy was simply related to the guy that tried to kidnap the Hyuga heiress a bunch of years ago, had a gripe against Konoha ever since, and decided to try and put down their Jinchuriki to cripple our strength. Personal revenge against me is fine. You just better make sure that you finish me off when you try it, or else you'll have hell to pay. Karui looked at the boy that had just broken into an entire explanation over her question. Did you know that you were extremely mentally unbalanced? What kind of kid just up and opts to execute people like that? Naruto raised an eyebrow. In the last year alone, I've met a kid whose entire life mission is to kill his older brother who killed his entire clan when he was no older than we are now. A kid that had suppressed aggression issues that he took out on his younger female cousin. A kid that randomly crushed people with sand and called the demon inside of him mother. And a kid that walks around outdoors in broad daylight in green spandex, a bowl-cut haircut, and routinely shouts at the top of his lungs about youth while hugging and crying a man that looks like his father only with bigger eyebrows. Naruto put a small smile on his face. Compared to most of the people I've met, I'd say that I'm not that bad at all. If you'd met me 6 months ago, then you would say that I'm fucking strange, stranger than now, so yeah. Don't talk to me about weird or unbalanced. Little miss, my sensei routinely breaks into rhyme for no reason whatsoever. Naruto finished while winking at the girl and clicking his tongue at her. Karui blushed at way that Naruto had just addressed her while Samui's eye twitched faintly at her side. Naruto turned to face her with a smile on his face. So where's my late night unwanted visitor? I hope you guys didn't break him too badly over the night, because I need him fully receptive to pain for what I have planned for him. I was curious at what exactly a small boy could come up with to kill a prisoner in a public display. What exactly do you have planned as far as the execution itself goes? Naruto walked over and whispered his idea in his ear. I pulled away from him. What kind of kid comes up with that kind of thing? Naruto again shrugged. All I need is something to hide my identity while I do it, because I don't need people from your village hating me for killing one of its ninja, even if it was warranted. Naruto looked around the office blankly. You wouldn't happen to have a cloak or something that could cover my appearance, would you? I made a face and noticed the team that was standing in his office. Alright, if you kids want a mission, I have one for you. Go get Uzumaki here something to cover his identity with before the execution in a bit. Naruto stood gaping at Naruto wasn't dumb. He was well aware of the majority of things that went on around him, and by listening to the mission that had just been assigned to a team with 2 women, he had come to a conclusion that he confirmed when he looked over at Team Samui's lone male member looking downtrodden. Did he just fucking give them free rein to play dress up with me? Naruto opened his mouth to dispute how he didn't need any help, that just a really long cloak would be adequate, when Samui laid a hand on his shoulder and spoke. Of course, Raikage-sama. We'll complete this mission to the best of our ability. Naruto was then pulled out of the room by Samui and surprisingly even Karui by his hands. Turning back, he saw the smirking face of the Raikage and began cursing him out under his breath as the deep-seated chuckles came from the massive man. 2 hours later, arriving back in the tower, Naruto's eyes were well hidden by his new apparel that his female companions so readily picked out for him. Omoi was simply standing in the background with an amused look on his face. Naruto stood in front of the Raikage while the women stood back with satisfied looks on their faces. Samui because she got to see what the new guy looked like underneath his shirt by accident, and Karui because she had just spent the last 2 hours more or less ordering around the guy that had thrashed her soundly the other day. Naruto's new look was a sleeveless hooded gray vest that draped far enough over his face to cover all of his features, except for his mouth, in shadow, His pants were black and taped off at the ankles. He kept the black bracers on his forearms, and had black shinobi sandals on his feet. Naruto smirked as he formed a cross symbol with his fingers. One last touch to my identity. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone of Naruto sprang into existence and promptly transformed into what he wore when he came to Kumogakure in the first place. Go and find Genma, Kotetsu, and Izumo and stay with them until the execution is over. Then leave the area and dispel so I can change and catch up with them. His Kage Bunshin nodded and left the room to find his team while the original turned back to with a toothy grin. Shadow covering the rest of his face. Now where's my victim for the day? Kyuubi's getting testy. Naruto sat meditating in his hotel room after carrying out the execution of Kenta Marichio. The reason he needed to steady his mind this time? Random happenings of an unexpected nature occurring around his person. Not to say that the happenings in question were unwanted. No, not in the least, they were very welcome as far as he was concerned. But that didn't make them any less strange. The first was what had happened with his Kage Bunshin after he had it leave the premises of the execution site. Flashback. Roughly 10 minutes after the execution, Naruto had wasted no time in leaving the immediate area after his creator's little show. Dispelling in front of the Kumo shinobi might have blown his cover, which could lead to some ill will from them and maybe even retaliation somewhere down the line at a later time from angry nationalists that might have been thinking that Konoha was trying to push around some political weight that it didn't have. Clone Naruto went as far as he could, heading into the residential area of the village where he was positive that no one would see him dispel. In an alley he figured that he was as well concealed as he was going to be when a shadow blocked the alley entrance. Sighing to himself, the clone focused to see that Samui and Karui had followed him to the alley. What are you guys doing here? I need to dispel before boss gets caught. People can't realize that I was the one that did all of that yet. Samui looked down for a moment before steeling herself somewhat and walking closer to the clone. So anything that you know, Naruto will learn after you dispel? She asked, getting a nod in response. Well then, when does he leave Kumo? The clone thought about it for a moment. I have no clue. I was never told how long we would be staying, so your guess is as good as mine. Why do you want to know? And where is Omoi? Did you guys ditch him? Karui walked up. Omoi said he didn't need to be here for what we wanted to say to you. Say, if you don't have anything to do while you're still in the village, why don't you come and find one of us? We can do something with you. Clone Naruto blinked. Are they hitting on me? Sweet. Boss himself never even gets hit on and I'm just his freaking clone and two girls are trying it. Giving the girls $1 million smile, he gave them an answer. Sure thing girls, and if you want to talk to me while I'm still here then you know where to find me, right? Both girls nodded as Karui gave him a smile. That's great. I guess we'll see you around then? Naruto nodded. Sure thing. You two shouldn't be that hard to find, right? I'll see you girls later. Karui waved to him and left the alley. Samui lagged behind, however, waiting until her teammate was out of sight before turning back to Naruto. Naruto-san. The clone held up his hand to stop her. Samui, I'm sorry, but I can't take the san stuff. You don't have to use any honorifics with me. Just call me Naruto, it's alright, I won't mind. Samui nodded and took a breath, looking somewhat nervous, a sharp contrast to what Naruto had come to expect from her personality. Quickly moving up close to him, she planted a kiss on his cheek. I hope to see you soon, Naruto-kun. As he watched the girl sway her hips somewhat as she left him in the alley, a stupid grin rolled onto his face. Chuckling to himself, Naruto clone dispelled himself. End flashback. Yeah, he didn't see that coming. How the hell was he going to work that one out in the end? Who knows? But the ride down promised to be super fun if he would have his way with it. That seemed like enough to fill his day with suggestive thoughts of potential situations, and the silence that he was receiving from his inner fuzzy was much appreciated. He didn't need any perverted jokes or lewd suggestions from the Kyuubi today, thank you. Unfortunately, or very fortunately in the view of the certain others, Naruto included himself in this line of thinking. His day didn't end like that. Flashback. A few hours ago, Naruto had hustled back to his hotel room after receiving his clone's memories and changed back into the clothes that he had come to Kumo with. Couldn't be seen in the new stuff after going through all of the trouble of hiding the fact that it was you in the first place, right? After washing the blood off of his body and changing, a knock came at his door. Grabbing his sword and walking to answer it, he opened it to find the smiling face of one Yugito Ni. This confused Naruto, as he hadn't really interacted with the girl at all since he had been in the village. Save for the few minutes when they first met. "Hi there Yugito, how are you doing? Can I help you?" Yugito nodded and Naruto motioned for her to enter the room. Yugito took a seat on one of the beds in the room and patted the spot next to her for Naruto to sit on. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the girl's cavalier attitude, but acquiesced to Yugito's silent request. Looking the girl over as he sat down now that he had time to let his eyes wander, he would agree with his earlier thought that Yugito was about 4 or so more years older than him, which begged the question, what was she doing here talking to him? He didn't sense any hostile intent coming from her, so she wasn't here to fight, or challenge him or anything. And with 2 girls from the village seemingly interested in him as it was, there was no way that another one was right? Especially one that was this hot and older than him. Naruto looked up into Yugito's eyes to get a bead on why she was there and just decided to come out with it and ask, "So Yugito, what brings you here?" Yugito smiled at him pleasantly again. "Well, I just want to get to know you a bit, Naruto-kun." Naruto almost gulped nervously. "Naruto-kun? I had to force Samui to stop calling me San and Yugito's calling me Kun right off the bat?" Getting himself under control, he cleared his throat. "Well, what do you want to know?" "I'll answer what I can, but I don't see why you would want to know anything about me." Yugito shook her head. "You just don't recognize the fact that you're interesting to people, do you? You're a respectably strong ninja even among Chunin and Junin from the way your team treats you, and you're only 13 years old. You're a Jinchuriki like me and Kurabi, and you don't seem utterly insane like he is." Naruto gave her a questioning look. "Speaking of which, you don't have any quirks on that kind of level, do you? Because here there's Kurabi, and then in Konoha I've got 2 people that I know that can match his crazy, and all of these people seem to want to talk to me for some reason. It's like I attract eccentric people." Yugito giggled. "No, I don't have anything quirky like that, Naruto-kun, and Kurabi is okay in doses, you just had to get used to him." She looked at him softly. "I kind of want to know what makes you tick. You're a very good ninja, but you seem like such a nice person. Your diplomat doesn't seem to like you though, from what Raikage-sama told me." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, most of Konoha's old fogies don't really see me in a good light. It's okay, if they really have a problem with me then they're all free to try and do something about it. I won't be their doormat or scapegoat though. I promise to protect Konoha itself, not necessarily the assholes in it, so in case anyone tries to pull any bullcrap on me they can get the same thing that guy got today." Yugito looked at him curiously. "That was you? Who am I kidding? It makes sense. Who else is that short and allowed to carry out executions? So he tried to kill you?" She got a nod in response. "Have people in Konoha tried?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, but not for a long time. I guess the stupid civilians got sick of getting their asses kicked by a kid and smartened up. You're right, I am a nice guy, until you try to kill me. Then I'm a complete bastard, as Kenta Marichio could attest to, if I hadn't cleaved him into 5 segments." Yugito nodded. "True, so tell me then, what makes Naruto Uzumaki tick?" End flashback. Naruto and Yugito just spent the afternoon talking to one another. Yugito was actually a sweet girl that could relate on some level with Naruto. At first she wasn't trusted much either, but when Kurabi earned the people's trust by proxy, his reputation trickled down to her somewhat, as she also had gone through much for her village. She told Naruto that eventually his village would love him the way they loved Kurabi if he could just prove his skill and loyalty to them the way he did. Naruto heard the heartfelt way she spoke to him and didn't have the heart to tell the girl the reason that they would probably never fully trust him and that he would eternally be walking on eggshells around them. He was now forever linked to the Kyuubi, the thing that had come within a hair of destroying the entire village of Konoha. The only way that he would be able to earn their full respect would be if he somehow defeated an enemy that was terrorizing the village and killing countless villagers single-handedly when no one else could stop them but him, or something, you know, a one-in-a-million kind of scenario that only happens in manga and stuff. As they both noticed the sun starting to set, Yugito stood up and thanked Naruto for taking the time to speak to her. She also told him that if he wanted to find her for any reason at all, she would always be free for a cutie like him. He had to fight down a blush on that one, and had to stem blood flow to another place as he watched her leave the room and walk down the hall, because much like Samui, she certainly made a show of it for him. Naruto couldn't believe it. The only interaction with these girls that he had so far up to this point had been crashing the Raikage's office, kicking 2 of their asses with the other watching from a distance, and being arrested and hauled to the aforementioned Raikage's office. How the fuck do those interactions get hot women like that to like me? I didn't do anything, was I really that badass? I was just being me. Naruto was thinking to himself. Dude, I can't even get a girl being a nice guy, albeit pretty dumb guy. Back in Konoha for years, and here I just acted like a borderline psychopath and 3 girls just now showed interest in me. I guess that pretty boy Sasuke had it right after all. The more fucked up you seem, the more women seem to flock to you. Kid, if you really start thinking like that, the next time you come in here I'll chase you and eat you, Naruto heard from inside of his head. Kyuubi never really liked the Uchiha clan that much, even back before Naruto even met Sasuke, but it refused to elaborate on exactly why. After running through most of the interaction that he had with the boy, Naruto just figured that it was his personality. It was certainly abrasive enough, just go with it. Whatever happens will happen. You're leaving soon anyway, you won't have to deal with it again for a while after this, so go and spend some time with them, maybe you'll like one. And you really need to ditch all of these males that you're hanging around anyway. Naruto's sweat dropped. You mean my team? Kyuubi grinned to itself. Yeah. Kid, your team is a sausage fest. Go and find those girls tomorrow or I'll sing for the entire day out loud. Naruto's jaw dropped in horror. Oh come on. Why would you do that? I didn't even piss you off. You haven't done anything like that in years, why now? Well, your real memories were sealed up until a few months ago, so the inside joke would have been lost on you. And you have pissed me off like that since then, but I've been very lenient. A pale hue covered Naruto's face. You're kidding, right? You wouldn't do that to me, would you? We're friends. Well, not really friends, but you get the point, right? Hey kid, do you like wings? Wings? Love, take me down to the streets. Love, take me down to the streets. 'Cause when you don't get fed at home, you gotta give the dog his bone? Take our lovin' to the streets. Several hours later, Genma found Naruto lying on the hotel room floor frothing at the mouth, mumbling lowly, that's not wings. 1 week later, despite not being trusted enough by Homura to actually protect him during this trip, Naruto found that there was plenty for him to do in a foreign village. On the first day he simply found Yugito and trained with her for the day. The girl was at first surprised that the boy was able to keep up with her, but remembered that he was no slouch and that the Kyuubi could pick up his slack if need be. Yugito even took it upon herself to teach him a lightning jutsu or two when he stated that the ones that he knew were very specialized. Naruto would have tried teaching her some wind maneuvers in return, but Yugito's elements were lightning and fire, and that made it hard for her to learn those techniques. She appreciated the effort, though, and said she'd keep trying to learn them. The second day he was quickly found by Kurabi and was forced to follow the man around Kumo all day, running errands with the man. Errands consisted mostly of standing by while the man stood on top of the Raikage tower while he tried rapping to the masses. He even introduced Naruto but thankfully left out the Mr. 9 stuff. After that, Naruto saw firsthand how beloved Kurabi actually was. There were kids coming up to him, some asking for his autograph, some asking him to do a rap. Naruto cringed when he actually went through with the request. Hell, there were kids trying to rap to him. It made him wonder if things could ever be like that for him. He smiled when he realized that it was getting there, slowly, but it was. For better or worse, he already had his own chibi brigade that followed him around whenever he was in town, so that was step 1, it seems. The next part was when Kurabi went to his team's houses to tell them that he had a mission away from Kumo for a while, so training was put off. He learned that Omoi and Karui were related. He kind of didn't see that coming, they seemed too different to him. Their parents were dead, so he could relate with them like that, though he wisely didn't bring that up, that would have been stupid. He simply played the straight man to Kurabi's over-the-top BS that he could tell was working on Karui's nerves. Upon departing from their house, Naruto probably had his moment of the day when Kurabi actually broke into Samui's home when she didn't answer the door. While Kurabi was roaming the house looking for the girl, Naruto simply stood in a hallway waiting for the eccentric man to give up so they could go. While he was standing there, he was graced with the sight of Samui emerging from her bathroom after a shower, clad in only a towel, and that was enough for Naruto's mind to get to work. Strangely enough, Naruto didn't get the beating for that, Kurabi did. Naruto dragged the man out of the house in pieces while apologizing and explaining to Samui, who just looked at him with a blush on her face. After dragging Kurabi to the curb outside of her house, he even offered her a massage as an apology, somewhat jokingly, mostly just to see what she would do. He was either expecting a stuttering decline to his offer or a rage-filled chase with her still clad in a towel, which would have been great. After a slightly shocked look, she smirked at him and invited him inside. Yep, good day to be the kid. The next day Naruto decided that seeing Samui would have been somewhat detrimental to his health after basically seeing her naked the day before, so he simply stayed in the hotel room. Izumo and Kotetsu eventually made their way to the room and ended up playing poker with Naruto. The end result was Naruto taking all of their money, plus IOUs from both men in the amount of their mission paychecks. Another good day to be the kid. Karui and Omoi found Naruto the next day after training him and dragged him out of his house to show him Kumo so that he knew what he would want to do next time instead of just training and staying in his room. Running into their teammate Samui later on, they decided to make a day of it and ended up seeing a movie. Naruto didn't really care about the movie as he ended up spending the majority of it working on his growing flirting skills. Mostly with Samui, but also with Karui when he was certain that he wouldn't be hit for it. The end of that day saw him sitting on the roof of his hotel listening to Yugito play her shamisen for him, as she had asked if she could a few days before, and Naruto agreed, wanting to hear someone else besides him play an instrument and also thankful that her innate musical talents came in the form of a more pleasant instrument to relax to, unlike him and his apparent skill with drums. That marked his last day in Kumo as negotiations on this end of the table had ended and Konoha had to leave and receive word on the results while simultaneously preparing for a representative from Kumo to come in the near future. After hunting down all of the people that he had ended up getting on good terms with during his stay in Kumo and saying goodbye, Naruto and his team set out for home, with Homura once again in a carriage that was steered by Genma. Kotetsu yawned as he kept in pace with the carriage rolling down the paths. Man, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss gate duty. Naruto snickered to himself. Well, you do tend to feel fondness for things that you do well. I guess you would miss that job, huh? Kotetsu glared at the blonde boy. Hey, don't knock gate duty. It's a steady, easy job. Your friends can come and talk to you when they want to. You get the gossip from all of the good missions firsthand and before anyone else, and the people watching is amazing. Azuma looked over at Naruto. So Naruto, are you going to try and join ANBU? From what I've heard and from what I've seen, you might not be too bad at it. Naruto held back the urge to roll his eyes. Ba-chan won't let me do it. Oh well, it's not like I need to jump back into the direct murdering of people yet. As long as I keep getting strong enough for those Akatsuki losers, then I'll be fine. Whatever happens, happens, just like the fox says. Turning to answer his partner's question, he smiles. I'm in no rush. I'm only 13. Unless you want another Itachi-esque prodigy to rise up so you can say you worked with me when I get famous. Izumo and Kotetsu snorted with laughter and even Genma cracked a smile from his place on the carriage. Whatever you say, kid. Naruto grinned to himself. Yeah, things will get hectic enough all on their own. I'm in no real rush. Chapter 17. Home is where the what? The amassed team of Genma Shiranui, Naruto Uzumaki, Kotetsu Hagane, and Izumo Kamizuki stood in front of the Hokage's desk, having just given their report on the mission to Kumo. Tsunade had to rub her forehead at the report. Naruto, how do you get arrested in Kumo after being there for 4 hours tops? Naruto shrugged. Hokage-sama, Murphy's Law just loves me like that, I guess. Come on now, are you really surprised by this point that this stuff happens to me even when I don't instigate it? You should know this by now. Tsunade sighed and waved it off. Alright, other than the extracurricular activities of someone here. She said while looking at Naruto, good work. You're all dismissed and have a few days of leave. The group nodded and turned to leave. Naruto, you stay. Tsunade said before he could exit the office. Naruto turned back around to face the blonde woman. Can I talk to you for a moment? Naruto walked back over to her desk and leaned on it. What do you need, Ba-chan? The toothy grin on his face let her know that he knew this was personal more than anything else. I need to get some sleep and then head into my favorite place to get some destructive new jutsu down. Tsunade shook her head in amusement. Alright brat, I asked you before, but I'm going to try it again. How strong do you think you are? Naruto raised an eyebrow. In a straight-up fight or when I get the drop on somebody? Tsunade blinked. Both if you know. Naruto though about it. Well, I'm good enough from the shadows to kill one of Orochimaru's bodyguards before he even knew I was there. And I can stay hidden in an enemy stronghold for months at a time if I had to. I don't really like that though, it's nerve-wracking. He started pacing around her office. What would you rank Orochimaru's right-hand man Kabuto and Kimimaro Kagaya if you had to? Tsunade understood where he was going with that. It was hard to rank yourself, so he was comparing himself to others. Both of them would be considered Chunin level. Naruto nodded. I don't really count Kabuto though. He didn't try fighting me for real until I had him beaten, so I only have experience against one Chunin level ninja since my promotion. You just promoted me like 2 months ago. Are you really looking to do it again so soon? Tsunade picked up Genma's written report from the desk. All of your teammates have stated that you might make a good candidate in the future for ANBU. I already figured that you would be a Chunin in a year or two if you keep growing. Now enough about that. What did you actually do in Kumo? Your report says that you spent some time with a few of the people there, but you didn't elaborate at all. Naruto sat down in a chair and smiled at Tsunade. She was very good to him after he had brought her back to Konoha. It was something akin to a sibling-esque relationship. She was his boss, but she legitimately cared about him. Naruto was very grateful to her for this. He probably would do anything in his power that Tsunade asked of him, even if he didn't directly answer to her. I beat up an entire team of Kumo Chunin that challenged me to a spar after my arrest. By the way, there were 2 girls on that team and they seemed to like me. I met Kumo's 2 Jinchuriki. One of them is utterly insane, like on the level of Lee and Guy, insane. But the other one is a few years older than me and Sheshot. She's a sweetheart too. Tsunade's eyes gleamed. Finally, I might have some ammunition on the brat. Drink yourself into a stupor without me, will you? I'll show you. So what else, brat? Naruto ignored the look as he kept listing things off. Let's see, I made Kotetsu and Izumo give themselves alcohol burns on their testicles. I won all of their money, by the way, placed their paychecks for the mission in my name, and some guy tried to kill me. Oh, and I also. What? Tsunade almost roared at him. Someone tried to kill you? Who? Did Kumo order? Naruto had to place his hands on her shoulders to calm her down. Whoa, whoa. Calm down, Ba-chan, it's okay. He tried to kill me, but he got captured by the Raikage's forces and I got to execute him the next day. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. That was in the report, wasn't it? So what did you do? Naruto sat back down and leaned back in his chair. I had him hanged, drawn, and quartered. I did it myself. That method of execution hadn't been done since the Second Great Ninja War. Particularly brutal method that. How do you even know how to do something like that? Naruto let out a cough that sounded suspiciously like root, and Tsunade ended up nodding in understanding. Naruto stood up and stretched. So where's Ero Sennin? Is he here so I can start my training, or am I on my own for the time being? Tsunade shook her head. He's out gathering information on a lead on the Akatsuki, trying to find out exactly what they need the Kyuubi for. He's also trying to find out who other members are. He'll be back in a few months. I'll clear your schedule for that point in time and let you know in advance. Naruto made a grunt of affirmation and walked towards the window. Alright then, like I said before, I'm going home, taking a nap, getting some food, and then I'll be spending some quality time in the Forest of Death in order to avoid collateral damage from the training I'm going to go do. If you need to find me, then that's where I'll be. Tsunade turned her head as he walked past her. Brat, take the door, for crying out loud. Naruto grinned as he pulled the window open. What was that, Ba-chan? The wind is kind of heavy today. Did you say doors are for losers? Because I agree with you wholeheartedly on that front. Tell Shizune Ni-chan I said hi. With that, Naruto jumped out of the open window and vanished in a shunshin. Tsunade slapped her forehead. Great. Now both the brat and the pervert get their jollies from going in and out of the window. Naruto opened his apartment door and wasted no time in dropping face first on his couch with a massive sigh. Sigh, I need a bigger house. Naruto simply lay still face down while his door opened silently and slowly. The figure crept through the living room until Naruto's voice rang out. If you want to keep all of your limbs attached, I would stop moving forward if I were you. Wow, shithead, nice to see you too. Naruto lifted his head and rolled over to get an eyeful of Tayuya. Tayuya-chan? What are you doing in my apartment? Tayuya rolled her eyes. I heard your door open and heard your loud-ass buffalo noise when you dropped on the couch. What, are you not happy to see me? Naruto shook his head, confused. It's not that, it's just, what are you doing here? Tayuya gave him a grin. I live in the complex. I'm actually right next door to you, shithead. Surprise. Naruto's jaw dropped as he mulled around what she had just said in his head. So you're out of confinement. He got a nod in response, and they're letting you stay? Another nod, and you actually chose to live in this complex of all places? Tayuya sighed. Listen up, I'm an Kunoichi shithead. There isn't a person in this place that isn't paranoid about me. You're the only person that would treat me decently, therefore I want to stay close to you until things look up for me. Naruto sat up straight on the couch. If you want I can help you booby trap your place if you're worried about that. Tayuya let out a laugh, maybe later shithead. So where have you been? Naruto moved over and let her sit down as he stood up and walked to the kitchen. I was in Kumo. It was just a guard detail, nothing really strenuous. I kept active and I learned something pretty cool that I need to go test out full scale later. I was going to go train. Tayuya frowned. Who the fuck trains right after they get back from a mission? Give it a day at least. Kami, do you ever rest? Naruto grinned at her as he began boiling water for his ramen. Not really. I've got things to prepare for, I can rest when I'm dead. Tayuya walked over and poked Naruto in the chest. Listen up. I've been spending time with 2 full-fledged medic ninja and 1 that's in training, and that kind of ended up beating some basic fucking knowledge into my head. Don't push yourself. I know you're some kind of demonically rage-a-hole-fueled juggernaut of energy, but everyone needs downtime. Naruto rolled his eyes. Tayuya-chan, I just got through with resting before I took the last mission. It's not like I'm burning out, how could I? I'm 13. Naruto stopped stirring the ramen he was making and placed the spoon in her hand. Stir. I need to go get something. Tayuya grumbled, but carried out Naruto's request. Stupid shithead making me stir his stupid fucking ramen. Language. Naruto walked back into the kitchen with a smirk, ignoring Tayuya's muttering of, fuck you, now what would you do if you had your flute back? You wouldn't try to kill me again, would you? Tayuya gave him a deadpan look, arms still stirring his ramen. I can't beat you even with the flute. Orochimaru made us specialize when we were training. Genjutsu is what I'm best at and you can walk right through it. Besides, I like Konoha a hell of a lot more than Otogakure. Here I don't have to worry about some goon trying to take advantage of me when I let my guard down. Naruto nodded, good answer. Here, he threw something at her from behind his back. Tayuya caught it and went wide-eyed, my flute. But I lost it during the fight. A snickering laugh came from Naruto as he took the spoon back from Tayuya and kept stirring while he turned his stove off. Who do you think took it from you in the first place? What, did you think I just dropped it in the forest and left it there? I've been keeping it. Tayuya just kept looking between her flute and Naruto, who just kept on grinning. Now you can register as a ninja for the village and can get a rank higher than genin and avoid the grunt work of D-rank missions. He noticed she hadn't moved yet. Are you happy? She nodded. Good. You can go on home and start cataloging your jutsu for tomorrow. Tayuya nodded and walked out of Naruto's apartment almost zombie-like, eliciting laughter from the boy as she shut the door behind her. Grabbing a bowl for his ramen, he smiled to himself, glad to help Tayuya-chan. The next day, Naruto's personal obstacle course of death that had used to hone his reflexes and increase his speed since he had gotten his memories back wasn't really an obstacle course at all. Naruto would make a random number of cage bunshin and send them out into the heavily wooded areas of the Forest of Death and have them set traps, hide themselves in order to attack him during his dash, attract animals that had the potential to harm him, and anything else his twisted clones could think of to hurt him. He would make the clones meditate for 3 hours, then he would begin his deadly game. Naruto would traverse the rugged terrain back and forth 5 times each. Each time was a length of 5 kilometers from a starting point in the forest to the gate leading to the outside and was fraught with peril. His clones were utterly ruthless in their attack, and despite their one-hit limit that they could all take, they were more of hit-and-run type attackers, engaging Naruto himself when he was not expecting attack and fighting to kill. En route they would do the same, only with real people, so it was never as many as it was when Naruto used Kage Bunshin. It was also done in a long corridor that Danzo manipulated to his liking for whatever situation you were training for. This training was twofold. Not only did it allow Naruto to train himself on speed, evasion, and trap detection, it also worked on Naruto's ability to set traps and ambushes. Being able to see both sides of the conflict, both from his own view and from the memories of his Kage Bunshin, allowed him to analyze what he did right and wrong on both fronts, and to adjust for using the traps on other ninja in real-life combat situations. After finishing his warm-up, Naruto called his remaining Kage Bunshin out into a clearing and made even more, around 300 or so. Looking at them all, he began barking orders, split into 5 even groups. The clones scrambled to follow his orders, breaking off into 5 groups in even rows. First set of you. Find a spot and get to splitting leaves. Any review work is still very much needed. Also, I want you to work on kunai balancing. Pointing to the next group, he continued. You all will go back through our jutsu catalog and start getting down the ones that we still can't do. He looked at the last group. You all will be on stealth detail. You will be following people of interest and shadowing them. Do not get caught. This is on my reputation here. I expect some cool memories upon your dispelling at sunset. Now go. Naruto cracked his neck and made his way deep inside the forest for some live fire combat training. Oh spiders, you and I still have a gripe? Team 8's training for the day was driven to say the least. Ever since Kiba and Shino's humiliating one-sided losses at the hands of Naruto, both had been training hard to catch up to the boy that had blown right past them. Kiba worked on his speed and combination tactics with Akamaru and was also trying to teach the puppy how to better defend himself in case they ended up being separated or one of them went down in battle. After hearing how Naruto dealt with the majority of the Sound 4 with little to no effort in the least and how he himself instead had to be saved at the last second by Neji and Kankuro, Kiba resolved to somehow get to the blonde's level. Shino was inspired by a combination of his crushing defeat by Naruto and the knowledge of the Sasuke retrieval mission that had failed. It was almost a prerequisite by this point for all Chunin sensei to venture to the site of Naruto's battle with Kimimaro with their genin cells in order to either inspire them to work harder, or to let them know just how powerful Naruto was. The sight of the countless bone spires sticking out of the ground, and the knowledge that Naruto was able to outlast such an enemy on his own planted a seed into Shino's head that if he didn't want to be left behind even more than he already had been, then he needed to improve and fast. Kunai watched as her 2 students stood at opposite ends of the training ground with her lone female charge standing between them. In a blur, Kiba and Akamaru charged the blue-haired girl and launched the Gatsuga directly at her. On her other side, Shino unleashed a torrent of insects at her. Opening her eyes with her Byakugan active, she began spinning and directing her hands in precise and exact locations all around her. A field of chakra as precise as lasers surrounded her body, bouncing Kiba off and actually shredding Shino's Kikai insects on contact. Kunai had to smile as her most timid student had come up with her own technique on par with the Hyuga clan's Hakesho Kaden. The Shugohak Rokuhuion Sho, protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, was more tailored towards Hinata's flexibility than the rigid form that the Kaden required from its users. The fact that she came up with the technique on her own without help, except to test its development, was incredible to Kunai. Kiba stood up from where he was launched off, holding his head that had a gash on it, but with a smile on his face as his ninkin came bounding up to him. Wow, Hinata, that was rough. And you're saying that it's not finished yet? Hinata smiled as she turned off her Byakugan and dropped her stance. No, it's close though. I'm not sure what it would do against an attack from all sides the level of your Gatsuga, but when focused in just a few areas it should be fine. Kunai smiled. At least Naruto's utter thrashing of everyone's genin in front of the entire village did good things for the majority of them. Hinata's stuttering had all but vanished. She had learned that things with Neji were getting better. Even her father was beginning to improve. Hinata, that was very impressive. When that jutsu is complete it should be B rank if not A rank. A blush came to the girl's face but she gave a firm nod. Shino walked over and despite not giving away any expression nodded his agreement that he was very proud of her. Thank you Kunai-sensei. The words of one particular blonde boy rang out clear in her mind as she felt like she was finally making strides for herself. I wonder what you would think, Naruto-kun. Team Guy leapt through the tree limbs of the Forest of Death. They had been assigned a rare C-ranked mission inside the village gates. Recently there had been reports of an increased amount of loud noises coming from the Forest of Death over the last few months, which was quite impressive considering the size of the place, and when Enko Mitarashi had been brought in for questioning it was evident that it wasn't her disrupting the peace, so this mission had been commissioned to discover what was going on. Now Team Guy had no idea, seeing as how Tsunade, the only other person besides Anko that knew who liked to frequent that place, wasn't forthcoming with the info that everyone's favorite blonde kid had a habit of raising Cain within the gates of the dangerous forest. Thus the team lead by the green-clad taijutsu ace had next to no idea what they were getting into. Guy led the group, followed by Neji, who was flanked on both sides by Lee and Tenten. Lee had never even heard of a C-rank mission inside of the village. Thus why he was excited, more excited than usual. Yash. What do you think could be causing such a ruckus in the forest? I have heard of all kinds of amazing animals within the forest, but did not get to see any during our first foray within with the exception of my youthful squirrel friend. I wonder how he is doing. Tenten tried to calm the hyper guy clone down. Lee, please be quiet. We didn't come across any of the weird things in here last time because we were careful. Don't go screaming your head off in here or who knows what you'll bring down on us. Lee opened his mouth to retort in a youthful fashion, but Guy turned his head to give Lee a firm look. Lee, Tenten is right. You may have made your way through the woods before, but you should count yourself lucky that you didn't come across any of the creatures in this place. I don't care if we are inside of the village, treat this like a hostile environment because it is. Even Chunin are somewhat wary of entering this place. Lee gulped and nodded after being reprimanded by Guy. Neji squinted and spoke up. Guy-sensei, I am seeing countless human lifeforms in an upcoming clearing. Guy nodded and looked back at his genin once more. Prepare yourselves. When we enter the area, who knows what will be here. Getting a nod from his students, Guy turned back ahead. The group's mojo was disrupted however when Neji face fell onto one of the branches, forcing his team to halt. Tenten jumped back and helped the boy stand up. Neji-kun, what's wrong? Are you okay? Neji nodded as he stood up and started jumping forward, ahead of the rest of the team, ignoring Guy's cries to come back. Pushing his way into the clearing, he found a mass of Naruto clones, diligently at work spamming jutsu all over the place, some dispelling from lack of chakra, but otherwise it was something that the young Hyuga genius had never seen before. His team came up right behind him and were stuck staring at the scene before them much like Neji was. Tenten looked at the clones wide-eyed. What is going on? Naruto-kun? He's everywhere. Lee's eyes were ablaze with youth. Yash, such a youthful training program. I must spar with Naruto-kun. Lee took off into the mass of hard-at-work clones, stopping in front of the first one, scaring the hell out of it and forcing it to electrocute itself with one of the jutsu Naruto had learned in Kumo and blow up in a puff of smoke. This forced all of the other Naruto replications to take notice of just who it was that intruded on their session. Lee ran up to another one and dropped into his stance. Naruto-kun, my eternal rival, I request to spar with you to stoke both of our flames of youth. The clones all looked at each other until one spoke up, We're all clones. Boss just told us to work on his jutsus until we dispelled from lack of chakra. He's out further in the forest getting even with those stupid spiders. The clones all broke into a smattering of chatter, mostly circulating around how the original Naruto was going to go medieval on those spiders' asses and how they all wished they could be there to fight too. Guy listened in to what was being said. So you're saying that Naruto-kun is deeper in the forest? Getting a collective, yep, from the clones, he continued, and he's actively trying to provoke the more dangerous wildlife just for training. They all nodded as one clone spoke up. Yeah, I mean you're saying that like it's a bad thing. Sure, there's a shitload of spiders in this forest, but they have to realize that they can't win after he slaughters like a few dozen of them, right? Guy paled, concerning his genin, clone-kun. No one knows exactly how many of certain creatures this forest has. Especially the spiders. There are reports from ANBU of nests under the ground with countless amounts of them, and they're highly aggressive in nature. The clone scoffed. Well, we could have told you that. Those 8-legged fucks mess with us every time we come in here to train. We have to divert clones just to keep a lookout and as extermination squads in case the bastards get too close. Guy palmed his forehead. Clone-kun, you're not getting it. These spiders mature at an absurd rate, and they reproduce far too quickly. If your original is out there killing them for sport, then he is in grave danger. Which way did he go? The clones all pointed northeast, to the bad spot where we know the spiders hang out. Like I said, we have a gripe with those bastards. Knock over 2 barrels of my sake, will they? Guy turned to his team. We have to go get Naruto-kun out of there. Prepare for a battle, be fast and precise against the enemy. Those spiders are fast, strong, and ruthless. Kill them and move on. Neji and Tenten nodded while Lee was fired up. Yash. Let's go save Naruto-kun. Elsewhere in Konoha, Sakura smiled as the fish on her table flopped back into the water. Her skill with the Shoshin Jutsu was growing every day. Soon Tsunade said she would be able to begin working on creatures with bones closer to humans. The last few months since her training began had been great for Sakura. Despite being harder than anything she had done before, she could now see a reason why Rock Lee and others trained so hard. The feeling of succeeding after working on something for so long was well worth the effort put in. Good work, Sakura. Sakura turned to see Tsunade had been overseeing her work with a smile. You're getting better and better at the basic techniques. After you master most of the medical techniques, I can begin teaching you my strength amplifying technique. Now let's work on your taijutsu. You need to be able to keep yourself in one piece and defeat your opponents quickly as a medic ninja. For now we'll begin working on your elusiveness and I'll teach you form later. Sakura nodded with a determined look on her face. She wouldn't be the weakest link ever again if she had any say in her own skill. Team Asuma had just returned to the village after a B-ranked mission. Ino was groaning loudly while rolling her neck. I'm so glad we're done with that mission. I need a hot shower and some rest. Asum smirked as he took a drag of his cigarette. Good work with those bandits, team. Shikamaru, good work with the plan. It went off without a hitch. Choji, you're coming along nicely with your family techniques. Ino looked at her sensei expectantly, who looked at her for a moment before speaking up. Ino, that was a good use of Shidenshin no Jutsu to scout out the camp. I was sure that you wouldn't use that jutsu again for quite some time after what happened the last time. All of you, take the rest of the day off and meet me at our training field tomorrow. With that, the bearded Chunin walked towards the Hokage Tower to give his report to Tsunade about the mission. Choji looked between his teammates. Hey, do you guys want to get some barbecue before we go home? Shikamaru chuckled and patted his friend on the shoulder. Sure thing, Choji, let's go, Ino. The group found their way and ended up in a booth shortly. After placing their orders, the team started to converse, with Shikamaru launching out the first question. Ino, you never told us why you stopped using Shidenshin no Jutsu after the fight with Naruto in the first place. Did he have some kind of defense like Sakura had that actually hurt you? Ino hugged herself slightly. Yeah, but it wasn't really a straightforward kind of thing. Naruto's mind is strange. It looked just like Konoha, every inch of it was to scale. No one had a mind that extensive. Choji squealed happily as the beef was placed in front of him. He wasted no time in throwing the meat on the grill while Shikamaru kept asking Ino his questions. So just being in Konoha in the guy's mind freaked you out? That's kind of weak, Ino. The platinum blonde growled at him as she placed her own meat onto the grill. That's not all that happened. I was wandering around for a bit when I felt the presence of something chasing me. I remembered what happened with Sakura and took off running. It corralled me to Naruto's apartment and left me there. I never saw it, but I could feel its presence the entire time. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. His apartment? You're not telling me everything, Ino. Ino shook her fist at him. I'm trying to tell a story here, you blockhead. She glared at him when a troublesome slipped from the pineapple-haired boy. His TV was on in the apartment, and I thought that was central control, the thing in everyone's mind that allows you to gain control after you use the jutsu. But it was his memories, or what seemed like memories. It had to be some kind of trick. It was already queued up to one in particular. It had Naruto running through an entire ballroom full of people like a hot knife through butter. It was the single most terrible thing I had ever seen, and when I started watching it I felt like I was actually there. I could hear the directions of the screams, the panic of the people trying to escape. I could smell the blood that spilled out on the ground and everything. Choji paused in his eating for a minute before shrugging off that mental image and continuing to chow down. Ino continued her description of Naruto's memories. That was just the first one, and I couldn't turn it off. I was in his body while this strange silent man in a mask just beat him while he was tied to a chair. He never spoke, he just kept hitting him for hours until all I could see through his view was blood. All of the memories I saw were just like that. I finally had enough and cancelled the jutsu. Shikamaru just stared at the girl. Wow, that's kind of hardcore. You felt everything happen as if you were there? That means that it wasn't a trick or anything. You really were in Naruto's memories, doesn't it? Ino shook her head. Naruto couldn't have been any older than 7 or 8 years old when any of the things I saw happened. If it wasn't a trick, then I sure as hell can't believe that those things were his actual memories. Those were things that Dad told me the ANBU did on a regular basis. There's no conceivable way that while we were preparing for the academy, Naruto was taking on ANBU level missions. That just doesn't make sense. Shikamaru stayed silent and pondered Ino's words, the things that Naruto did when he fought everyone, those techniques, that fighting style, the way he carried himself. All of those things didn't just come out of nowhere. Forest of Death, with game faces on, Team Guy headed into the restricted area of the Forest of Death where the level of peril went up. The forest grew darker, and it wasn't just because the sun was setting, the canopy was beginning to completely block out the sunlight above. Faint sounds of inhuman screeching rang out in the distance and was growing ever closer. The tense waiting was broken when the blonde that they were looking for flew past them into a tree, followed by the biggest spider that any of the genin had ever seen before. It was easily the size of a full-grown adult male and had launched itself at Naruto, fangs dripping venom. Naruto pulled up his ninjutsu and drove it right through the spider's face, sending the blood of the arachnid spraying all over the place. Swinging his blade upwards with a burst of wind chakra to bolster it, he cut straight through the deadly creature. Spitting on the corpse of the spider, he turned to Team Guy. "Oh sweet Kami, what are you all doing here? Do you know where you are?" Lee ran up to Naruto. "We've come to protect you, Naruto-kun. We'll get you out of here in one piece, it's a promise." Guy walked up to the two. "It's as Lee said, we've come to get you out of here before the sun goes down. Come on Naruto-kun, let's escape." Naruto looked at Neji and Tenten, who were both serious, but otherwise fully calm. He shook his head. "Guy-sensei, is this the first time that you've ever come this far inside of the Forest of Death?" Guy nodded and Naruto sighed. "You guys have no idea what you're getting into. Neji, activate your Byakugan and tell me what you see." Neji did as instructed and gasped as he shakily spoke up. "I see at least a dozen of the spiders that Naruto just fought surrounding the area, watching us." Naruto nodded as he saw the other genin pale. "That's why I don't tell anyone that I train here. There's no one that I would feel safe putting into this kind of situation. I come in here to fight against opponents that are willing to fight and kill me. I can't take on people, but if I want to split a spider in half, there are always a few dozen skulking around this place. It's the closest thing to simulating a real full-pitched battle against a vicious enemy that you can get, definitely not for genin." Naruto propped his ninjutsu on his shoulder. "Since you're here now, I have to cut this session short. I was going to keep going until midnight and then make a mad dash out of here to escape, but having you guys show up has forced me to skip straight to the bat out of hell rush that I was planning for later. You guys brought too many of them here. They'll come in waves to try and wear us down. You fight until I tell you to run and you follow me out. Keep your eyes peeled when we break out. Those sneaky bastards like to hide in the canopy and jump you from the shadows." Tenten had to choke down her fear at the situation and brandish kunai when Naruto placed his hand on hers. "Naruto-kun, what are you doing?" Naruto's eyes darted around the area. "You're going to need something bigger than those. That will just piss them off. Kami, I just had to get stuck in this situation with a team of taijutsu specialists. None of you know any jutsu or how to use your element with your fighting, do you?" Lee blinked at him in confusion. "Will taijutsu not work on them, Naruto-kun?" Naruto looked at Guy and Lee. "If you can generate enough force to crush the exoskeleton, then it can. But you don't want to stay up close with these things unless you can smash them in one shot." Guy shot Naruto a shiny smile. "Naruto-kun, it's time to show you what good old-fashioned hard work and youth can do. Lee and I will have no trouble dealing with these spiders with our taijutsu. Neji, how about you?" Neji stood in his Juken stance. "If they have a chakra system, and they do, I can fight and kill them." Naruto looked at Tenten, who put her kunai up and unsealed a battle axe from a scroll. "I'm ready." Naruto stared at her blankly. "Tenten, you can use an axe? That's awesome." The first spider saw a moment of weakness and jumped from the trees at the group. Naruto jumped in the air and gave the spider a wide berth while swinging his blade. Extending the end of his sword with wind chakra, he cut right through the spider and landed on the ground. "You fucking eight-legged pieces of shit just don't get it yet, do you?" Naruto formed two cage bunshin to watch his back as he ran directly towards the closest spiders that would jump at him. He cut out one of the spider's legs from under it using a one-handed swing while simultaneously driving a Rasengan into the torso of another, carving into it with the force of a drill, sending guts all over the place. "I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me." Naruto's clones ran to back him up as three more spiders emerged from the surrounding area to attack. The giant arachnids were now extremely wary of Naruto's sword, seeing as how it had been his weapon of choice for the entire day's events. Getting sick of how the spiders were avoiding him, he ripped a sword from one of his cage bunshin's hands and threw it at one while enhancing it with wind chakra, impaling it against a tree and killing it. "Hey, that was mine," was the indignant cry from the victim clone. The original just shrugged before the three Narutos scattered due to being double-teamed by the two other spiders. The original and the clone that still had his blade engaged the spiders, with the clone being far more conservative with its way of fighting, as one bad shot could dispel it. The original simply ran some misdirection and cleaved all four legs on one side of his spider off. Before running off to assist some of Team Guy, he planted an explosive note on the nearly helpless spider, forcing it to explode in a shower of guts. While he was judging which one of the team required assistance, he ended up being blindsided by the spider that had dispelled his cage bunshin and sent sprawling along the ground by the powerful creature. The giant spider skittered closer to the boy before one of the more sizable tree limbs from above came crashing down on top of it, killing not only that one spider, but two more hiding in the background. Naruto's other cage bunshin landed on top of the tree limb with his sword that Naruto had thrown in hand. "Hey boss. I found my sword." Naruto nodded. "Good work. I'm going to help the others. You wait for an opening to escape. Dispel when you see an opportunity to leave." The clone nodded and went off to stay out of the fight while the original Naruto headed into Team Guy's melee to assist. Neji was not having much of a problem keeping the spiders off of him. He would use Kaden whenever he started getting swarmed, but he was finding it hard to finish them off. The spiders seemed to have so many tenketsu in their legs that it would take too many shots just to incapacitate one, and when he attempted to just hit it straight on somewhere vital, they would use their incredible agility to simply dodge and avoid a fatal strike. Futon. Fujin Saiken, Wind Release. Divine Fist of the Wind God. To Neji's shock, two spiders were sent flying. One off into the distance, deep into the forest. The other hit a tree with crushing force, turning it into a stain before the tree itself cracked and fell over. Naruto ran over to him, sword drawn, giving the boy a slight nod. Neji eyed the one remaining spider of this pack. "Naruto, I can finish this one off. Go help Tenten or Lee." Naruto heard his tone of voice and figured arguing or pulling rank on him would have just earned him some of the Hyuga boys' ire. When Naruto left, Neji ran at the spider that backed up to get some spring into its legs for a pounce. Neji saw this coming, and when it launched itself at him, he slid underneath the spider's belly, hitting it in the spots that were harder to get, but were guaranteed to finish the monster spider off. The spider tripped over its own legs and onto its back, kicking for a moment before crinkling its legs inward and dying. Neji smirked to himself before going off to find one of his superiors. Tenten was having an easier time with her fighting. The spiders were knowledgeable about human weaponry and about the differences between male and female humans. Well, the sight of a girl with an axe did not compute for most of the spiders that saw Tenten as an easy kill swinging that giant thing around. Too bad for them, they didn't figure that she could actually swing that damn thing pretty fast, and was very good at timing their attacks. Each swing from the girl took out something. Good thing it did too. That heavy axe was an energy sapper. Naruto stood in a pile of 4 or 5 spiders. "So I guess you're doing okay for the time being?" Tenten gave him a tired smile and a thumbs up while leaning on the handle of her weapon. "I was scared at first, but these spiders are kind of weak. But there are so many of them." Naruto nodded while watching out for her, giving her some time to rest for a moment. They aren't supposed to cause any ninja better than an academy fresh gen in any trouble one-on-one, but they're persistent, ruthless, and they just keep coming. Hell, I make a game out of counting them as I kill them. Tenten raised a delicate eyebrow at that. "What's the highest you've ever gotten?" Naruto thought about it as he watched Neji finish off a spider. "Well, I got started earlier than usual in the day this time, and I could swear that I was bearing down on some kind of record when you guys showed up. I lost count, though I think it was getting up past 200 of them." Tenten's jaw dropped. 200 of these things? There are really that many that you can kill 200 before we even get here and still be worried about us attracting too many to you? Both noticed Neji coming to their side, and all three of them looked at what the two more eccentric members of Team Guy were getting into. Yash, Guy-sensei, who knew that this mission would turn into such a splendid battle. For Naruto-kun to seek out a challenge such as this, I truly have selected the appropriate choice for my eternal rival. Lee ducked under the pounce of one of the spiders before launching himself at two more. Konoha Daisenpu, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Lee unleashed a torrent of high-speed kicks at the oversized arachnids, smashing them into a nearby massive tree. Guy cracked one of the spiders with an axe kick that simply made it collapse in a heap. Lee, use this as an exercise. Naruto-kun, how many of these creatures did you fell? Naruto watched the two identical taijutsu users seemingly having a blast fighting these damn things. You mean since you've shown up, or since noon? Because that's when I started. Guy sent Naruto a gleaming smile. I believe in my Lee. Let's go with this afternoon. Naruto, Tenten, and Neji looked at each other before Neji and Naruto shrugged. Tenten sighed and answered him, Guy-sensei, Naruto-kun says that he's killed around 200 of them since he came in here. Guy stood seemingly shaking in place. Naruto thought that the number of spiders he killed had pissed Guy off. He didn't know Guy was all for arachnid rights. How was he supposed to know? Guy turned to Naruto with flaming, tearful eyes, however impossible that seems, such a youthful, combat-filled day. Lee, in order to defeat your rival you have to defeat more than 200 of our eight-legged enemies. Lee's eyes blazed over in a similar fashion, yes Guy-sensei. And if I cannot best my rival Naruto's number of spiders slain then I will do 500 push-ups on my thumbs. With one last battle cry, Lee ran into an area where spiders were waiting for an ambush. Naruto palmed his head as he watched Lee begin ripping into the spiders with fists and feet. You guys are going to bring the whole damn population of the things on us. Look, we need to get out of here. The more you kill, the more show up. If it was this easy then don't you think it would be recommended for ninja to train in here? It's actually frowned upon, because you can't take them on forever. You'll run out of energy and chakra before they run out of bodies to throw at you. Kill all you want as we get the hell out of here. Naruto ran in and grabbed Lee by his collar before dragging him off with everyone else following close behind. As they started to go back through the thick of the woods a spider tried to come from behind a tree to sneak attack them. Guy saw it coming and flipped at the massive thing with punches and kicks, dynamic action. Turning the spider into goo as they didn't break their stride. Naruto-kun, what is the best course of action to escape? Naruto moved back. Guy-sensei, watch the front, I'll keep them off of our backs. Neji, Tenten, and Lee, stay between us. Neji, keep your Byakugan on. Tenten, prepare some kunai with explosive notes. Take to the trees, it narrows down the angles that they can attack from. Team Guy listened to their Chunin tag-along and got themselves into position as they leapt into the branches of the forest. Naruto's knowledge of the terrain by now was second only to Anko. He knew where the majority of things of interest in the forest were and the current thing of interest was the closest exit that wouldn't take them straight into the nest of the spiders. We need to get further south. If we head straight north or east from here we'll have to go straight through the nest to escape. That would be suicide even for me. Guy nodded and led the group further south. During their run, Naruto held his head in pain and fell down on a branch. Lee jumped back to help the boy to his feet. Naruto-kun, what is wrong? Are you hurt? Naruto cursed to himself as he grimaced in pain. A bunch of my clones actually fully lasted for their time limit and dispelled all at once. It's like the worst headache you've ever had hitting you all at once. Thanking Lee as he stood back up they were distracted by Neji's shouts, there are more coming. Naruto turned around to see 5 of the spiders jumping from branch to branch, getting ever closer. Naruto threw Lee off of his branch at his team, stay back. There's something I need to test out anyway. They all watched as Naruto led the spiders in close before making a set of hand signs and crossing his arms in an X motion while crouching. Futon. Senpu Kakusu, wind release. Whirlwind pyramid. Standing up and stiffening all of his appendages straight out, a vicious crosswind surrounded the area around Naruto's body, catching the spiders within and sending them flying into the air. Some of them cut into pieces, others missing legs, all of the survivors hissing in anger and pain. The jutsu faded after a few seconds and he turned back to Team Guy, getting everyone moving again to stay ahead of the spiders attempting to prey on them. The genin were pretty stunned by the use of Naruto's new jutsu, but were too occupied with staying in one piece at the moment to ask anything. After another half hour of random spider attacks and running, they escaped the forest of death and collapsed a good distance away from the gates that cut it off from everything else in the village. Naruto laughed to himself as he looked up at the night sky. Well, that was fun. You guys alright? Guy looked back at the forest of death. We're fine. Naruto-kun, what was the inspiration for going so far into the forest of death? You know how dangerous that place is, don't you? Naruto stood up and dusted himself off. Of course I do. That's why I went in there, for a challenging fight. I'm training to kill my opponents, Guy-sensei, not just defeat them. I need to be used to ending lives whenever I need to, and since I'm pretty sure that absolutely nobody would miss any of those spiders being gone, I go in there to fight them. It's amazingly good battle experience. The genin all deadpanned. We noticed. Naruto chuckled but then turned a suspicious eye on them. Wait a minute. What were you all doing in there? The only person besides me that ever goes in there is Anko, and she doesn't even spend time there like I do. She'll just go in far enough to train in peace or find me to spar, not deep into the back end of the place. Guy nodded. We had a mission to head into the forest of death and find the source of all of the sounds coming from the place. Naruto laughed slightly. Well, mission complete because you're looking at him. I make tons of cage bunshin and have them work on lots of different stuff. Pretty cool, huh? While I handle my physical stuff, they can handle things like my chakra control and ninjutsu. Neji understood what he was saying. So you get the accumulative memories of your cage bunshin, and while they do memory-related things, you go in and develop things like strength, speed, and... He stopped and looked back into the forest. Battle experience. Naruto grinned and nodded. Lee ran up to Naruto and dropped into his stance. You have inspired me, Naruto-kun. I challenge you to a friendly spar. Naruto's sweat dropped. Lee, it's almost midnight. I've been spending the last 12 hours fighting a life or death battle against spiders from hell. You're all exhausted from looking for me and fighting spiders by my side. And lastly, how many spiders did you kill? Lee looked confused until his eyes widened and he hit the ground to begin his push-ups. You have bested me this time, Naruto-kun. Next time I will win our challenge and show how splendid a ninja I am. I will complete these push-ups, or else I will run laps around Konoha on my hands until the sun comes up. And if I cannot do that, I will. Naruto walked off with Tenten and Neji in tow as Guy stood over Lee shouting about his youthfulness. Naruto gave Neji a chuckling smile. And that's how you handle that? I don't see what you and Kakashi were all bent out of shape about when it comes to those two. As far as having Lee as my eternal rival, it's easier than not having him as my eternal rival. I can just beat him once and not deal with him until he's through with all of his self-given punishments. He won't mess with me again until he's done with them all, and by then I can disappear. Neji's eyes widened. He had never thought to realize that the times that he defeated Lee in their spars, Lee would leave him alone until 3 days to a week later. When he ignored Lee, he would get a challenge every hour on the hour until he accepted. Naruto and Tenten laughed at the look of contemplation on his face. On the flip side of that, you two have to see him tomorrow and deal with him talking about how he's going to beat me next time all day long. He has to track me down if he wants to do that to me. Yep, being Lee's rival actually spares me more of the creepy sunset genjutsus than not being Lee's rival. Tenten realized that Naruto was right. He'd only seen it twice. Once when they first met before the Chunin exams, and once before they all went to get his sword. Any other time when he was around them, he would usually accept Lee's challenge, win or lose, and then bid everyone a swift goodbye. Compared to the people that are around when Lee and Guy have their little moments in town, and not even trying to tally up all of the times that it had happened around Neji and Tenten since the team had been formed, she realized that Naruto had to have the pretty much lowest victimization rate of being subjected to the sunset of youth. Naruto grinned at the faces that both of them were making. I can see that you both have something to say, so go ahead and say it. Before Naruto could notice, the tenketsu in his legs had been sealed off and Tenten and Neji had used his momentary incapacitation to start dragging him back to Lee and Guy. Tenten threw him at Guy's feet, disrupting Lee's push-ups. Guy-sensei. Naruto was just telling me and Neji that he thought he needed more youth after all of the youth that he exuded during his last mission and during his training today. Neji nodded in agreement. Naruto looked at the girl with a strange look. Really? That was the best you've got? That was the stupidest thing I've ever heard anyone say about anything, ever. There's no way they're going to fall for that. He noticed that his words didn't deter the evil grins on the faces of the normal members of Team Guy who pointed behind him. Tenten waved to him. I'll see you when my team meets up tomorrow, Naruto-kun. Before he could say anything, Guy and Lee had placed their hands on Naruto's shoulders and had hoisted him to his feet with tears pouring from their eyes. Do not worry, Naruto-kun. Lee and I always have time for a comrade in youth. Lee nodded vigorously. If need be, Guy-sensei and I will stay up all night with you, making sure that your fires of youth are fully replenished. Naruto resigned to his fate and turned back to the still smiling Neji and Tenten with a dark look. I hope you enjoy this. Because you both know that you're getting fucked for this, right? He never got their response as Lee and Guy had dragged him off to their usual training ground. Naruto-kun, in order to build your flames back up, I want 1,000 punches with each arm and 1,000 kicks with each leg. After that we'll go for an invigorating run around Konoha, on our hands. 10 times. Naruto's cries of protest could be heard throughout the night. A few particularly familiar screams of genjutsu-induced horror may have woken the majority of the village's citizens, but in the case of one bun-haired girl and one young branch Hyuga, it was just what they needed to lull themselves to sleep. Chapter 18. Too legit to quit. It's about time something like this came up. I'm kind of nervous though. Naruto's thought to himself as he sat in the trees just surrounding a somewhat secure clearing. After 2 months of doing C-rank missions with a team, he was given a solo B-rank mission of his own. Remembering what Tsunade had told him about one of his teams a few months back, that they had thought he might be somewhat good as an ANBU, he figured this was something of a tryout mission or something. Chunin don't get solo missions, so he figured this was the only thing this could be. His mission had been to head to a town in Tsuki no Kuni, Land of Moon. Tsunade wasn't very forthcoming with the information on exactly what he was doing here at all, but he figured this wasn't some kind of trap or anything. Why would she kill him off? So all he really had to go on was that he had to meet a contact once he arrived. This was the first time he had worked without a team in years, and while he wasn't expecting anything anywhere near the borderline suicide things that he had done the last time he had solo missions, it was always nice to be ready just in case. Instead of taking his usual clothing, he decided to don his execution gear that he had worn during his escapades in Kumogakure. He doubted that it would really matter what he wore for this job, because as long as he had his Hite 8 he was told that the contact would find him, but hey, why not? After a few days off following the diplomatic mission to Kumo, he had been blasted with back-to-back missions ranging from escorts to bandit extermination. They had been mostly snooze fests, mainly because he had an entire team to help him out. Nothing had occurred the likes of the disaster to Nami no Kuni, thank Kami, but he missed the action. The only instruction that the boy had received for his mission was to head to an inland town on Tsuki no Kuni and find the bar that had been listed when he first left before burning his mission scroll. After entering the small town, it wasn't too difficult to find, as this town was not too large like the coastal towns that the tourist country were more known for. Upon entering the bar, Naruto had to stop and check back outside to see if he had made a mistake. It wasn't. That was the only bar in the town. The reason he had to check after first entering was because the first thing that greeted the boy was a loud, boisterous laugh that he was quite familiar with. The sight of spiky white hair filled his vision upon first walking in to add on to the laugh. Whoa, slow down ladies, there's enough of the great Jiraiya to go around. Jiraiya, as per the course, was surrounded by a bevy of women hanging off of his money ere his every word. Naruto couldn't believe that Jiraiya was his contact for whatever he was about to do, so he simply sauntered past without stirring the man's interest and made his way to the bartender. Pulling off his hood, he showed off his Hite 8 in the low light of the bar and sighed as the man looked at him. We don't serve minors, kid, you know that. Naruto gave him a dry look. I know your country has a hidden village, so you should know better. Naruto flicked the metal on his headband, showing to the man that he was a ninja. 1 bottle of sake, please. Whatever brand you think a kid should be drinking. The man nodded and turned to grab Naruto's order. A kid shouldn't be drinking at all. So what's a Konoha ninja doing in Tsuki no Kuni? Naruto gave him a wry grin. I'm on vacation. Turning back around and pouring Naruto his first cup with a smirk, he spoke. Kid, you're in the wrong place for a vacation. There are no resorts or attractions around here. Naruto chuckled as he began sipping his drink. Let's just say I find the charm of the countryside appeals to me more than the beaches do. The man let out an amused laugh. You're a strange kid. What kind of kid doesn't like the beach? Pointing to himself, Naruto refilled his cup after finishing off his first one, this one right here. The banter was stopped short when a hand placed itself on Naruto's shoulder. The guard covering the back of the hand gave away who it was, Arrow Sennin. What are you doing all the way out here? Jiraiya had a grin on his face as he sat next to Naruto at the bar. What? Gaki, you don't think it's just a wonderful coincidence that you and I met up here, in this bar, in the middle of nowhere, randomly out of the blue? Naruto had to crack a smile at that. Maybe it's because Ba-chan told me that you would be calling for me to start working with me after a few months and the deadline is very close. Add on to that, she said she would clear me for some time off, and she ends up sending me on a mission to the country with more resorts than anywhere else in the elemental nations. That kind of tells me something when I combine it with running into you while looking for my Konoha contact. The older man snatched up Naruto's bottle of sake and looked at him strangely. You drink gaki? Naruto shrugged. I had my drink with Gamabunta and I actually like the stuff. I don't indulge daily like Ba-chan and I don't down 2 or 3 in one sitting like you, so don't worry. I take offense to that, kid. Jiraiya asked for another cup from the bartender before pouring himself a drink. So what have you been doing since I last saw you? I've been just training. I don't know what to say, I've just been working on regaining my jutsu and my wind affinity. I never found out how to go any further with it, so I've just been cutting tons of leaves with my cage bunshin since whatever they learn I learn. Jiraiya nodded. So how far can you go with you-know-who right now? Naruto raised 3 fingers and continued to drink. Jiraiya stroked his chin. That's actually very good. You weren't supposed to be able to use that much of its chakra yet. I had to unlock a bit of your seal for you to go any further. Honestly, you shouldn't have been able to draw that much. Naruto frowned. Drawing that much isn't convenient. If I take any more than one tail, it takes way too long to be effective. I need about 5 to 10 minutes of preparation time depending on how much I use. I had to come up with an alternative way of increasing my power in a pinch, and even that takes too long to use in the middle of a fight. The upside of it is that it is a fantastic visual distraction, but on the flip side it hurts like hell to use. Jiraiya grunted. And though, you've been through this in your head quite a bit, haven't you? Naruto nodded and took another sip. Every other Jinchuriki out there can wipe the floor with me as I am. I've never said that to anyone in Konoha, but it's true. I went to Kumo, both of their Jinchuriki have absolute control. Like Gaara did, but without the crazy hostile takeover of their demon. Hell, I'll say that the only reason I beat him is because I had Gamabunta run interference on the simple-minded fuck while I woke Gaara up. If I had tried to just fight and match power, even with Gamabunta there, we might have lost. Jiraiya stroked his chin. I'll loosen your seal and have you work with that. Maybe then you can have an easier time using the Kyuubi's chakra faster. Naruto picked up the bottle he had purchased and stood. Well then, let's go do this already. Akatsuki isn't going to wait for me to get stronger, and this obviously isn't a mission. Is that all we're going to work on? Jiraiya stood up after him and led him out. Nope. You obviously know how to draw upon the Kyuubi's chakra if you've been experimenting with it like you've said, so I don't need to give you time to learn that. You can make Rasengan absolutely perfectly, so you don't need to work on that. Speaking of Rasengan, if we can get through your training the way I anticipate we can, then I'll tell you something special about that. Naruto looked up at the taller man. So what are we going to do? Jiraiya grinned down at him. You needed to know the next step to furthering your wind manipulation, didn't you? Well, I'll show you what to do to work on that. You started on it back when you were a kid, right? Naruto nodded. Danzo told me about the leaf-splitting exercise a few months before my little incident in Otogakure. I still blame you, by the way. Jiraiya's face fell. So you still hate me, do you, kid? Naruto shook his head. No. Not anymore. If there was anything that I learned en route, it was that Konoha comes first. If you and the old man thought that I was a threat to the village, I can see why you didn't wait for me to wake before acting. I don't like it, I probably never will like it, and I'll always have some spot in me that resents that, but I understand. Naruto saw that they were exiting the town. It's why I can forgive my father too. Jiraiya's eyes widened at that. Why, you know? Naruto gave him a foxy smirk. Tsunade Bachan never told you that I did she? Yeah, I know, and I have to say that I need to be more observant. It was staring me in the face every damn day for years, and I had to have helped Tio figure it out. Jiraiya sighed deeply and looked down. You know, Gaki, I was supposed to be your godfather. Naruto didn't bat an eye. Oh really? That's cool. So I should call you Ero Kyofu now, right? Naruto didn't receive an answer and turned to see Jiraiya staring at him with his jaw dropped. What? Jiraiya wiped the look of shock off of his face. You aren't upset or even in denial on that? Naruto shrugged. Why would I be? Even if you had been looking for me in Konoha, you would have been hard-pressed to actually find me and do anything godfatherly with me. I went to Danzo when I was 4. I only went to the apartment to keep up appearances with Hokage Gigi. He was like clockwork. It was easy to figure out when he was showing up, so I was always home on days when he would visit. I'm not going to be a little punk and complain about why you never came to check up on me, because I never asked to be checked up on. You had your responsibilities and your own baggage to deal with. I did too, and I don't think I want to find out what I would have ended up like if you had been an active influence in my formulative years. Naruto finished with a smirk. Jiraiya smiled down at Naruto. So you know about your dad, do you? Are you going to follow in his footsteps? You're damn talented kid. Naruto put on a thinking face. If you're asking whether or not I want to be Hokage, I don't know. It doesn't seem like my niche in the grand scheme of things. Jiraiya looked at him in slight surprise. You're really different from your other self. Being Hokage was the thing that drove him. He always said he'd be Hokage and get everyone's respect. Naruto raised a finger, and that's my point. I'm not like that anymore. I didn't want their respect by wanting to be the Hokage, I wanted their adoration. I don't give a fuck what the majority of those people think about me. If they hate me, fine, go ahead and hate me, but I want their respect in the purest form, not any kind of love from them. They can sneer at me and say things behind my back all they would like, but when I'm dead they better recognize the fact that I was the best damn ninja that they ever had the pleasure of seeing in person. Jiraiya grinned at how brash he was being. It's almost like how he would talk about being Hokage back when he wore that jumpsuit. I don't even think he knows he's saying it like that. Naruto continued, as long as my name is emblazoned in the history books and a 97-year-old Iruka-sensei is still yelling at a classroom full of brats to shut the hell up so they can study Naruto Uzumaki and why exactly he was so important to the village, I'll be fine. I want the kids of my generation to sit down with their kids and tell stories of the time that Naruto Uzumaki saved their asses. He chuckled slightly. I'm kind of already doing that. I've already manipulated the landscape on a massive scale. The crater and the forest of bone near the Valley of the End was made during my fight with Kimimaro Kagaya. It's not as big as the Valley of the End, but it's the best anyone's done in almost 100 years. Jiraiya picked up on something during his monologue. How did that crater even get there in the first place? The Kagaya clan doesn't have any attacks that could make craters like that. Naruto pointed to his stomach. It's a part of the thing that I came up with to make up for not being able to use that much of Kyuubi's chakra. It's strong, but damn does it hurt. It cracked every bone in my body to use. Chuckle Kyuubi bitched me out about it after the fight. Jiraiya had a new point of interest now. You speak to the Kyuubi? Naruto nodded. Yep. When I was little it was a hard ass. As a matter of fact it's still kind of a hard ass, but I can't imagine not having it in me. It's like I was never alone, even when I was. Naruto snickered. By the way, you're on the Kyuubi's top 20 list of people that it wants to eat one of these days. Jiraiya blinked in confusion. It has a list of people that it wants to eat? And I'm on it? Naruto grinned. Yep, you're number 14 because of when you sealed me. That really pissed it off. Gigi is number 4 because of giving the order. It said I used to be on it, but I ended up getting myself off of it after I unsealed myself. Jiraiya had to ask. I know I'm going to regret asking, but who is number 1? It's Minato, right? Naruto shook his head. Nope, he's actually number 20 and bordering on leaving the list altogether. Number 1 is Madara Uchiha. The Kyuubi says that it hates that bastard and wants to eat him without chewing so that when it swallows him he can die the slow way. Number 2 is Hashirama Senju. It says that the tree-hugging bastard can go down the wrong tube just so it can spit him up and eat him again. Jiraiya had to take a minute to picture that and cringed visibly. Wait, you're not on its list? Why not? You are its prison after all. Naruto grinned like he had a secret. Yeah, I'm its prison. I control pretty much everything in my head. Before I started trying to use its chakra when I was a kid I had to make sure I had supreme control of myself. I changed everything in there to better accommodate it. Nobody wants to spend an entire lifetime in a leaky cage in a sewer, and I made some deals with the Kyuubi to make both of our lives easier. Seeing as how having a giant fox in a leaky cage in my head would piss it off unnecessarily, I fixed it. Jiraiya and Naruto continued to chat as they made their way into the wilderness of Tasuki no Kuni. 2 days later, we've been walking for 2 days, Aro Senin. Where are we going? Jiraiya led Naruto through a particularly wilder patch of brush that was beginning to irritate the blonde. He could swear Jiraiya was swinging those branches back into his face trying to be funny. Jiraiya smiled to himself at seeing that the kid was starting to get frustrated with just walking around. Calm down, Gaki. We're here, just head on past this undergrowth here and we'll be there. As they kept moving, a distinct roaring noise became louder and louder. Jiraiya and Naruto pushed through some more vegetation and stopped as Naruto's jaw dropped. Whoa, sweet. Jiraiya could see that Naruto was pleased with his choice of training environment, a river running through the island that was situated in their current position right by a waterfall. Naruto walked over to the edge of the water and looked up at the cascade while Jiraiya walked up next to him. Yep. You needed one for the next part of your training and staying in Konoha would have been boring. I thought about going to Takigakure, but I don't think they would have let you in just so you could mess with their waterfall. Naruto nodded, though he was barely listening until his mind registered the word, training, so a waterfall is important to my training. Okay, I'll bite. What am I doing with this thing? It's very simple, my boy. Jiraiya had a sly grin on his features. You already know how to split a leaf with your wind chakra. Well, this is kind of like that, it's just that instead of splitting a leaf you have to split a waterfall. Jiraiya was eager to hear Naruto's outburst at what he had to do. Quote ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis quote quote ellipsis quote. But Naruto's face never changed from the slightly dull expression that one had when they were thinking about something. The outburst never came, on the outside at least. What the fuck? Split a goddamn waterfall? Who am I, the fucking Naidame Hokage? Shut the fuck up, kid. I'm trying to sleep. He said to cut the waterfall, not stop it, you retard. If you're going split the waterfall, just split it and leave me alone. Naruto had mentally stirred the Kyuubi from its slumber, and it was none too pleased. Naruto turned his venom onto the Kyuubi. Oh really, mister, I can flatten mountains and raise tsunamis with swings of my tails? Why don't you bring your big chakra-conducive ass out here and make me? The Kyuubi growled lowly and started radiating chakra. I'm not a, mister, you idiot, I'm a corporeal mass of chakra. And come in here and say that to my face, ninja, and see if you don't leave with more than a few chunks of your ass missing. Jiraiya snapped his fingers in front of the unresponsive Naruto's face. Oi, Gaki. I think I broke him. Naruto, however, was oblivious to the outside world as he was busy having a territorial pissing contest with a demon of near infinite power. Oh, I'll come in there, but that's the last thing that your furry ass wants. I'll shove my boot so far up your ass your tongue will have grip. The only reason my tongue would have grip is because I ate your legs and decided to keep your shoes afterwards to chew on. You're obviously forgetting who you're talking to. Gaki. Naruto was finally brought back to the world of the waking by Jiraiya shaking him and yelling at him. What arrow senin? I was in the middle of something with my inner furball who was being an ass. Jiraiya's sweat dropped. Yeah, bitch, at the Kyuubi later, we have work to do. Just channel your chakra and try to cut it the way you did with the leaf. He pointed, you can use the bridge over there as a stable point to stand on. Naruto nodded. Who built the bridge on the waterfall? We're in the middle of nowhere. Jiraiya preened like a peacock. I built it myself. I found this spot and decided to bring you out here, kid. Someone else decided to chime in once more. Who the fuck else would have built it, you brain-dead hairless ape? Naruto growled on the outside. I'm sick of your bullshit, Kyuubi. Be productive or shut the hell up and go back to sleep. Jiraiya tapped Naruto. Geez, calm down, kid. Kyuubi chuckled and spoke mockingly. Listen to the hermit, kid. Calm down, just calm down. Calm down, just calm down. Calm down, just calm down. Naruto's eye twitched. Mute. Naruto sighed in relief as the Kyuubi's voice went silent. I forgot I could do that. What the hell is up with him? He hasn't tried to provoke me like that in forever. Naruto turned to Jiraiya. Sorry about that arrow senin. You were saying? Jiraiya frowned momentarily. He's already showing signs of the added demonic chakra from the loosening of the seal. Maybe I should have waited until after we finished his elemental training to do it. Alright, Gaki, get up there and get started on trying to split that waterfall. Naruto saluted Jiraiya and scampered to a spot in the middle of the waterfall on the bridge. Pulling his hood up to avoid getting totally soaked, he stuck his hands into the waterfall and began generating wind chakra. Naruto could feel the force of the waterfall snuff out the force of his minuscule amount of chakra. Okay. It looks like I need to come up with more raw force to split this thing. Goody. Naruto shook his hands dry as Jiraiya came up next to him on the bridge holding an umbrella. This is more or less a trip to get you started on the training. The entire process could take upwards of a few years to master. Naruto looked at Jiraiya before forming a cross seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto filled the bridge with copies of himself that immediately went to work trying to cut the waterfall. I just wanted to try it for myself before I had my Kage Bunshin do it. I have something I need to do for myself right about now. Naruto jumped off of the bridge to the surface of the water and walked to shore before sitting down and getting into a meditative position. Jiraiya appeared at his side. What are you going to do, Gaki? Naruto looked up at Jiraiya. I'm going to go into my mindscape so that me and the fox can hash out our little situation. Jiraiya looked apprehensive. That might not be such a good idea if it's mad at you, kid. Naruto shook his head. Why not? I mean, we've been at each other's throats before, but it blows over. We fuck with each other. I stopped being malicious about it years ago. Naruto shut his eyes and put his hands back in the ram sign. Jiraiya grabbed his hands and broke his concentration again. Don't. Remember when I told you that I was going to loosen the Kyuubi's seal to give you better access to its power? Well, I did it the other night while you were asleep when I said I was going to check your seal. Haven't you felt yourself getting more aggressive and angered easier? Naruto nodded. I figured that puberty was finally starting to make me nuts with all of the shots of testosterone. You're telling me it's because the Kyuubi's chakra is leaking out more steadily now? Jiraiya pulled Naruto's shirt up and revealed that the seal was showing even though Naruto wasn't doing anything. Your body is adjusting to the influx of demonic chakra, though now it's more important than ever for you to control your emotions. It's now far easier for you to lose control when you become angered. You tried picking a fight with the Kyuubi a few minutes ago. I would have slapped you right then if I wasn't sure that it would have made you madder. Naruto blushed out of embarrassment of being called out like that. It had been months since anyone had called him out for being overly emotional. Having been en route, he took it somewhat personal that he was being told that he needed to control himself until he realized that he had been freer with his outbursts than even 4 months ago. Jiraiya noticed this. I'm not saying that being expressive makes you a bad ninja. I mean, just look at me. He said with a stupid grin that got Naruto to crack a smile. But you've got to know how to manipulate your emotions rather than just go with them or cover them up. If you're mad, learn how to channel that elsewhere. I've seen that you're none too shabby at the trash talk. That's good. Things like that can help you. Naruto nodded. So you don't want me to go into my mindscape, at least not right now anyway? Jiraiya patted the boy on the shoulder. No, don't go in there for a while at least. Probably until your seal disappears from view when you're just sitting idle like now. I'll tell you when it's okay to try. He pulled Naruto to his feet. Now while your clones are doing their thing, why don't you show me what you can do? Naruto smirked and started bouncing around in loose stance. You do know that I'm going to take out quite a bit of aggression on you, don't you? Jiraiya grinned and crossed his arms across his chest. You do realize that I'm the strongest ninja in Konoha, don't you, Gaki? Naruto rolled his eyes. There's that S-ranked superiority complex again. I can't wait until one of you guys gets schooled by some low-level nobody that couldn't shine your Hite 8 on your worst day. Jiraiya barked out a laugh. It's not like I'm taking you lightly, Naruto. I've seen what you can do. Now that was then, this is now. Feel free to cut loose and hit me with your best shot. Naruto looked somewhat apprehensive. Are you sure? I mean, some of my stuff is really heavy. I mean really heavy. And I'm not talking about the stuff you've seen either. I could get you with a lucky shot and you could be a goner. Jiraiya waved him off. If you manage to push me that far to the extent that actually you wound me like that, then that just means I'm getting rusty and needed the ass kicking anyway. Now come on, kid, you're still 10 years too soon to beat me. Naruto's smirk returned full force as he blurred from Jiraiya's sight. Jiraiya wheeled to the side to block a jumping kick from the blonde. Jiraiya's face held quite a bit of amusement. Faster now, aren't we? I've been training with Rock Lee and Maida Guy for a while now. They said that I was slow, that kind of pissed me off, but damn, the way that they train, I'm not surprised. Naruto pulled his leg from Jiraiya's arm and lashed out at his body with a straight punch that Jiraiya parried down. Naruto kept his attack low with sweeps, low kicks, and attempts at body shots, but Jiraiya was way faster than him without the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto expected as much, but it was still a kick in the teeth to stomach. Speaking of kicks in the teeth, Jiraiya eventually got tired of dodging and planted the soles of his geta into Naruto's face, sending him flying back. Don't get lazy with your attack pattern, kid. You're not faster than me, so you can't overwhelm me like you do everyone else. Fight smarter. Naruto picked himself up and made 3 Kage Bunshin before rushing Jiraiya again. That brought a grin back to the legend's face as he found himself in a hodgepodge of a premeditated taijutsu assault from the clones and the boy himself. Jiraiya had to admit that the clones were very coordinated. They definitely knew their role in the attack. Since one hit would dispel them, Naruto had them play more of a pestering role, trying for low success rate strikes from Jiraiya's blind spots. Things like flashy jumping spin kicks and the like. He also had them shouting and yelling. While this was a good way to distract most opponents with the false threat of the clones, it also gave away the real Naruto, who was right in front of Jiraiya the entire time, staying out of range of the man's attacks and trying to keep a lower profile by staying silent until he thought that one of his Kage Bunshin feints had enough of Jiraiya's attention to attempt a short rush. If he had tried this on anyone his rank or below, hell, if he had tried this on a few Chunin that specialized in flashier arts and weren't good enough at taijutsu to keep the kid off of them, he would have beaten them into a bloody pulp fighting the way he was. Unfortunately for Naruto's plan, Jiraiya was fast enough and aware enough to dodge everything and pinpoint the real body. Averting his eyes as a feint of his own to draw the real Naruto in, he grabbed the original's arm while ducking kicks from 2 of the clones. He knew this was the original because he pulled him in and drilled him right in the stomach with a powerful shot to send him flying back again. The clones tried attacking all at once, but Jiraiya stood between them all calmly and flew through his hand signs too fast for them to stop. Hari Jizo, Needle Jizo. The clones were dispelled when Jiraiya's hair grew to surround his body and hardened and sharpened to puncture the poor things. Jiraiya let his hair regress and stood straight up, clapping his hands. That was nice, Gaki. You made me use a jutsu. Naruto narrowed his eyes in determination. Well, since you showed me yours. Naruto made hand signs and placed his hands on the ground. Thank you, Yugi-chan. Raiden. Kaksen no Jutsu, Lightning Release. Livewire Jutsu. Naruto sent out a speedy burst of arcing electricity from where his hands touched the ground in front of him at Jiraiya. Jiraiya made a noise and jumped high into the air over the crackling electricity before making his own hand signs. Kaden. Enden, Fire Release, Flame Bullet. Jiraiya shot a bullet of flaming oil at Naruto, who was still on the ground. Naruto simply darted away from Jiraiya's aim and decided to try and catch him hanging in the air. Naruto grinned as he made hand signs and linked his fists together. Got you, hanging arrow Senin, Futon. Fujin Seiken, Wind Release. Divine Fist of the Wind God. Naruto shot the attack in the direction of Jiraiya's fall to time it to make contact. Jiraiya saw this coming and shot another flaming bullet at the shimmering wind attack, causing a mid-air explosion that allowed him to land safely. Naruto snapped his fingers in disappointment while Jiraiya dug out his ear. Damn, Gaki, you cleared out the wax with that last explosion. Naruto shook his head in amusement and flipped Jiraiya off. Whatever. I'm getting closer. I'm going to knock the hell out of you by the time this is over at least once, I guarantee it. Jiraiya chuckled. This lasts as long as I let it last. Don't get a swelled head here. I'm strong enough to kill you 10 times over. Naruto growled and ran into attack again. Underestimating me will get you killed. He threw shuriken at Jiraiya in an attempt to direct his movement a certain way, but Jiraiya just moved aside and let them pass. Naruto grinned and placed his palms together. Futon. Repusho, Wind Release, Violent Wind Palm. Naruto created an updraft stream of wind that Jiraiya hunkered down to let pass and wait for Naruto's charge, but it flew right past him and carried to the shuriken that Naruto threw, forcing them to sweep high into the air back over Jiraiya's head. A few more hand signs from Naruto signaled another jutsu. Raiden. Kaminari Shuriken, Lightning Release, Lightning Shuriken. The shuriken over Jiraiya's head began raining down bolts of lightning that he was forced to dodge. Upon getting out of the storm of electricity, he hastily ducked a cutting jump kick from Naruto that would have made good on the kid's promise to nail him with a good shot at least once today. Jiraiya grabbed hold of Naruto's leg and flung him off hard. He flipped to his feet to see Jiraiya make the boar and tiger hand signs before slamming his hands to the ground. Doden. Yomi Numa, Earth Release. Swamp of the Underworld. Naruto made a yipe noise and jumped high into the air, but didn't clear enough ground to escape the swamp. Gotcha Gaki. I'm not good at this yet, but it should do for this. Naruto smirked, you think so? Futon. K's Wakiokoru, wind release, wind burst. Naruto seemingly jumped on nothing but air and shot himself the rest of the way over the swamp. Jiraiya's jaw dropped until he realized that Naruto was hovering directly over him and was falling fast. Naruto linked his fists together again and pushed them out. Futon. Fujin Seiken. Jiraiya hightailed it out from under Naruto before the ground where he was standing ended up with massive fist-shaped marks flattened into the earth. The force of pushing out the jutsu helped Naruto land softer. Jiraiya shouted at the boy, what the hell Gaki? Where are you learning all of this crap? And who the hell taught you any lighting ninjutsu? Naruto dusted himself off, I knew this stuff when I was en route. I'm just now starting to get them back, and there are still more that I can't do yet, I never could. Danzo had me learn them in the hopes that I could get the control to use them one day. And about the lightning jutsu, let's just say a certain Neko in Kumo likes me well enough to teach me some stuff. By now there were sounds of a raucous crowd, confusing both fighters until they looked at the waterfall and saw the clones knocking off from working on splitting the waterfall to watch them fight. Apparently they were well entertained. Naruto's sweat dropped while Jiraiya guffawed nearby, really obedient clones you've got there. Naruto palmed his head and dragged it through his hair, well I do work them pretty hard so I guess this is okay. He turned to the clones and put on a confident pose, who wants to see me kick Arrow Sennin's ass? A loud cheer went up from his clones with the exception of one, boo. Arrow Sennin, stomp a mudhole into boss's lazy ass. Always having us do this shit while he gets to fight. Jiraiya grinned cheesily at the clone and gave it a thumbs up. The original Naruto was looking at the lone cage Bunshin blankly as were the rest. Naruto pointed at him, you shut up. Before the clone could respond, Naruto dispelled him. Jiraiya turned to Naruto, what's the matter? Can't take the fact that even you know that I'm going to kick your ass Gaki? Naruto set himself back into a ready stance, hey, I need unanimous support from myself. I can't be telling myself I'm going to lose. Naruto ran at Jiraiya and tried dropping a falling axe kick on him that was dodged. Jiraiya tried to retaliate with a backhand strike at him that Naruto caught in his hands. Jiraiya pulled him back towards him and kicked him in the stomach, forcing Naruto to let go. Jiraiya kneeled down near Naruto who was coughing heavily on the ground crouched in a near ball, as if I'm going to let you keep a grip on me and use your scary strong strength to throw me around like a 6'2" ragdoll. I'm still physically stronger than you. I noticed. Naruto leapt to his feet and shoved his right hand out at Jiraiya, which contained a familiar blue ball of spiraling chakra, Rasengan. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and formed his own Rasengan to clash with Naruto's, I'll show you how it's done Gaki. Rasengan. The two attacks clashed against one another, both chakra balls grinding against one another forcefully. Naruto held his ground as best he could, but was steadily being overpowered. In a last-ditch effort he overloaded his own Rasengan with too much power. Jiraiya saw the evil smirk on Naruto's face and had his eyes widen as he felt the extra influx of chakra. In a flash of blue the technique exploded, throwing both of them off. Naruto landed in the water while Jiraiya plowed into the trees hiding the waterfall. Pulling himself ashore, Naruto saw Jiraiya slumped against the trees and stood to run his way over to continue the fight before he could stand. As he drew close he skidded to a stop as Jiraiya fell apart to mud. Naruto looked around but was too late as his surroundings changed. Instead of being outdoors near a waterfall he was instead surrounded by pink, fleshy walls. Naruto tried to punch his way out, but ended up sinking his hand into the wall when Jiraiya's voice rang out, seemingly from outside, how do you like that Gaki? Naruto's legs began sinking into the ground of whatever he was in. This is Kachiyose. Gamaguchi Shibari. Summoning. Toadmouth Bind. There's no way out of this, it's the esophagus of the great fire-breathing mountain toad. There's nothing you can do, it's over. I could get the walls to digest you if you want to act like you're not beaten. Naruto sighed, yeah, I quit, you win. In a puff of smoke, Naruto was totally freed as his clones voiced their disapproval. He turned to them and sighed, alright guys I lose. Now get back to work so that next time I won't. The clones let off a collective affirmative and returned to their task. Naruto walked over to the tree where Jiraiya's muddy replication melted as the man himself came from the trees. Jiraiya ruffled the boy's hair. "Good fight, Gaki, you didn't do too badly." Naruto grumbled, "I didn't lay a finger on you, even my double-edged move didn't do anything." Jiraiya pointed at himself, S-ranked ninja standing here. "I told you what was going to happen. You're good, but not that good. You have way more jutsus than I thought you would. A few of your moves were something incredible for a kid your age. I don't think I'll ever get over just what you can do." Naruto sighed and walked back to the waterfall. "I guess I'll join my clones on working on the waterfall." Jiraiya laughed loudly. "Oh, now you're all dejected? What happened to venting some aggression on me? I guess you've learned that when it comes to dealing with hotshot know-it-all punks with blonde spiky mops, there's no one better than the great Toad Sage Jiraiya." He finished while standing in his pose. Naruto got a tick mark on his head and formed his seal for Kage Bunshin, surrounding Jiraiya in copies of himself. "Oh, yeah, like a bunch of brats are going to beat me up. Ooh, I'm so scared. Henge, harem no jutsu." In a puff of smoke, Jiraiya had countless nude blonde women hanging off of him. This was too much for his brain to handle as he launched back into the woods with blood flying from his nose. Naruto dispelled the clones and headed back to the waterfall. I should have thought of that during the actual fight. 2 weeks later, Naruto had been steadily training with his clones to perfect his nature manipulation, but even with the clones his progress was slow. They were finally making headway, with a cut beginning to form in the waterfall, but there was an agonizingly long way to go if he wanted to master his element. He had still yet to go speak to the Kyuubi after their little episode because his seal was still visible on his stomach, even when he was relaxing. He followed Jiraiya's advice and stayed put of his mind for the time being. While he had his clones handle working on the waterfall, he told Jiraiya about his interest in Fuinjutsu and trying to take it up, if nothing else so that he knew what was going on with his own seal. Jiraiya agreed that it was a good skill to have and put him to work, taking him off of splitting the waterfall personally and leaving that to his Kage Bunshin. He had Naruto start straight from the basics, which was getting his handwriting perfect so that he would make perfect strokes with his brushwork when sealing, as even a small slip could be catastrophic. Much like the work with his elemental training, it was bitter work and slow going. Made even slower by the fact that Kage Bunshin would do him no good here. Getting his calligraphy perfect was more along the lines of muscle memory, like learning stances and the like. As thus it was more physical than mental. He could use them later on when he got into the practical education of sealing, but until he wrote clearer than a 10-year-old grammar student he couldn't. Jiraiya had left him at their training spot to head towards a town to get more sealing supplies, as he was going to teach Naruto how to make his own ink to seal with. And the boy found himself alone one night by the waterfall. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto turned towards the source of the voice to find a boy, roughly his age, standing in the branches of a tree. He had pale skin, short black hair and black eyes. He wore a collared shirt that cut off at his midsection along with black pants, black shinobi sandals, and black fingerless gloves. On his back was a tipless tanto and a backpack that could be accessed quickly in case of necessity. Naruto was sitting by the water when the boy showed himself. He stayed up in the tree. "Is Jiraiya of the Sannin around?" Naruto scoffed. "If he was here then you wouldn't even be this close." "What do you want? Who are you? And why am I not killing you right now?" "I am here for Danzo-sama. He has been wanting to get into contact with you for quite some time now." The boy bowed slightly. "I have been given the name Sai for this assignment." Naruto looked at Sai with an appraising eye and decided to test out Sai's claim to be one of Danzo's men. "So Danzo Gigi decides to send out a gay hood ornament to contact me. Tell him that he needs more girls en route. It's a sausage fest, I swear." Sai didn't blink at all, getting a nod from Naruto. "Okay, you're Danzo's. So what's the message?" "I probably already know, but go ahead." Sai spoke. "Danzo-sama says that you are no longer one of his tools. You were extremely useful during your time under him, but you're too risky to try and take back now. Besides that, he says that you wouldn't fur back in anyway." Naruto nodded. "I figured that. He's right, I can't just disappear back to HQ now. I'm too out in the open, and he can't keep risking guys like you just to make contact with me for assignments either. It's too high of a gamble now for him to have me." He looked at Sai suspiciously. "So what does this mean then? Am I a loose end for him and he sent you to try and kill me?" Sai shook his head. I am incapable of bringing you down, Uzumaki. I was simply dispatched to bring you Danzo-sama's messages. You are by no means expendable. You carry his teachings inside of you deeper than any other. He just cannot risk trying to meet with you himself. It would seem too suspicious, and it is no longer necessary. Even without him, you are true to the one thing that he put into you more than anything else, that Konoha comes first. Everything we do is for Konoha. To that end, he says to you to grow stronger and protect our home. The foundations of the great tree will always be rooted inside of you, Uzumaki. Naruto nodded and turned to return to watching the water when he still sensed Sai's presence. Yes? Do you still need me for something? Sai was still in place from when he first started speaking. Danzo-sama does have one last assignment for you, Uzumaki. It is one that he is certain is well within your parameters to complete. Naruto turned around and stayed seated, watching Sai carefully. One last mission, huh? What the hell, why not? One more for old time's sake. I owe the old cripple that at least. He gestured for the pale boy to continue with the message, which he did without delay. Danzo-sama wants you to do all that is in your power to become Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened. Root training be damned. Even though he was in front of one of the operatives, he was surprised as all hell to hear that. Danzo Gigi wants me to become Hokage? What? I thought that was his kick. Why would he want me to do it? Sai stared at Naruto emotionlessly. He has not truly given up. Danzo-sama is getting old, Uzumaki. He says that the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the last Hokage, showed him his own mortality. He is well aware of the fact that he will probably die before another opportunity to take the position ever shows itself again. You are the closest thing to an apprentice that he has. He has shown you his ways of working. He has shown you what he could about the system of the village. With you in power, he would feel secure in the fact that Konoha would have a cage that would truly be strong enough to handle the job, to do what is necessary. Naruto still couldn't believe it. Why me? Couldn't he have actually trained someone for something like this? Sai spoke again. Who else would suffice? Even though you have Danzo-sama's backing, no one knows it. He could never instill his views into someone and send them into the political world without suspicion arising. You already are mistrusted by a good portion of the population, and you are slowly turning that number around. You already have the backing of a few significant names in the village due to your actions and character alone. The entire country of Nami no Kuni sees you as a hero for one. And you are close to the current Hokage herself, as well as the children of the Case Cage, and the current Raikage favors you. You inadvertently put yourself in the position for this. Naruto looked at his hands. Me, the Hokage? It was a pipe dream of a foolish mindset, not something real. And he wants me to actually go for it? Sai turned to walk away. I have given you Danzo-sama's words to you, but he asked me to leave you with this in case you were having trouble. Turning around to face Naruto, he looked at him firmly. Where there is light, there is shadow. To be a shinobi is to sacrifice oneself. Closing your eyes to the sunlight. Distinguishing yourself in the shadows. That is the true form of a ninja. Naruto nodded in agreement, but snapped his eyes open when Sai continued. But that is not your destiny, Uzumaki. The truth is, you are the leaves bathing in the sun, and I am the roots that grow in the dark. Naruto looked up at Sai, who turned and began walking back to the woods. Before he made it to the edge of the trees, he turned around one last time. You have the full support of Danzo-sama and Root. We will be in touch, Uzumaki, do not worry about that. We will not disappear. Sai gave Naruto a closed-eye smile that seemed totally out of character and left the area, leaving Naruto alone with himself. Naruto looked at his reflection in the moonlit water. Splashing the water to disrupt the image, he looked up to the moon and sighed. The last order from Danzo Gigi. Become Hokage or die trying. Naruto chuckled to himself. Naruto Uzumaki, the Rokudame Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. Now that sounds like it would look good in a history book. Chapter 19. To toil in the mud or play in the clouds. Jiraiya looked over Naruto's handiwork from the last few hours and med thoughtfully before balling up the paper he was looking at just moments before. Nope. It's total crap, Gaki. Do it again. Naruto grumbled at the Toad Summoner as he pulled out more paper and began copying down the practice strokes, kanji, and symbols that Jiraiya had given him to improve his calligraphy. The important physical things that Naruto needed to be a decent ceiling artist were great speed with his strokes and flawless writing ability. It had been a month since Naruto had spoken to Sai, and he and Jiraiya were still out in the wilderness of Tasuki no Kuni by the waterfall. His clones were starting to make some headway with splitting the waterfall. It was amazing to Jiraiya how fast he was getting the exercise with the help of the clones. He figured that he would have it down by the time they needed to return to Konoha. During the day he would have Naruto make his clones to work on the waterfall splitting while he had Naruto study the theories of Fuinjutsu. After lunch he would make Naruto spar with him before setting him to work on his brush skills, which was Naruto's least favorite practice of the day, but it needed to be done. Fuinjutsu was seemingly tethered to every major event in Naruto's life thus far. When one thought about it, it rally made him who he was, for better or for worse. Therefore for him to know nothing about it would have been a travesty. He had been planning on delving into it even before he made his promise to Anko. However, learning it was a pain in the ass. It was hard to reteach yourself how to write after doing it a certain way for as long as you could remember, but that was basically what he was being forced to do. Every little mark needed to be perfect for Fuinjutsu to be effective, or else terrible things could happen. Naruto was never so thankful for his quick healing, or else his hands and wrists would have been shot beyond use by now. Naruto was simply taking it slow this time, making sure that his movements on the parchment were perfect enough to avoid mistakes. Naruto noticed the light begin to fade, and as he looked over at Jiraiya he could see that the man did too. Jiraiya headed off towards the waterfall, yelling over his shoulder, "I'm going to go tell your clones to dispel. You can stop for the day, we're done here." Naruto nodded and sighed as he started picking up all of the discarded papers with the efforts of his daily labor on them and put them away. He finally had time to think over all of the things that had happened to him lately. He found out that his dad was the Yondaime Hokage. Strangely enough, when he started piecing things together it wasn't that hard to see. He was blonde and blue-eyed. Hell, some people called him the Yondaime's spitting image. He was also a Jinchuriki. Most Jinchuriki are children of high-ranking shinobi so that they have some sort of loyalty to their village. And he had Kakashi Hatake as his sensei. He still needed to find and grill Kakashi over a myriad of things once he returned to Konoha. Needless to say, he wasn't as shocked as he should have been after he got over the initial surprise from when he figured it out. This made the second thing that had recently happened even more absurd to him. He had been asked, no, ordered, to become Hokage or die trying. Danzo had sent one of his men, a boy Naruto's age dubbed Sai, for the mission to inform Naruto that Danzo had to break basically all informative ties with him, that he had to bury everything about himself en route. Naruto wasn't sure how he felt about that. On one hand, he knew the score with him and Danzo. He knew that to Danzo he was a tool to be used to protect and serve Konoha and that he was somewhat expendable. He had come to terms with that fact years ago. On the other hand, he had spent the earlier years of his life following Danzo's lead, going off of Danzo's example, doing the things that Danzo told him to do. To say that that man no longer had any sway over his life was something he had to get used to. He was to avoid any inclination that the two had any connection. Sure, Jiraiya and Tsunade were the only people alive that knew of his past relationship, but for all intents and purposes, since the invasion Naruto had been his own person. Naruto had played that up to the hilt, all the while he had been waiting for some word, either from an assassin or someone to give him his orders. He knew he wouldn't have been left out the way it seemed he had been. One hell of a final mission, huh Danzo Gigi? I wonder if you knew who I really was all along? That I was the son of Minato Namikaze? Naruto thought to himself as he continued to pack away his things. Was this why Danzo figured that Naruto had a better chance than him of ever being Hokage? Danzo wasn't really trusted in most circles despite having the Sandaime Hokage's old teammates on his side. When the truth about Naruto's heritage inevitably came out, it would flip public opinion of him on its head and open up a whole new can of worms that he hadn't even considered yet. It did somewhat make sense though when Naruto thought about it. Naruto cringed and held his head as he fell to the ground, memories of what had transpired amongst his cage bunchen swelling his brain. Jiraiya walked back over and saw Naruto on the ground. Gaki, are you okay? Naruto picked himself up off of the ground slowly while gingerly holding his head. Yeah, Ero Sennin, I'm fine. My clones just dispelled all at once when you told them to stop. It gives me a nasty little backlash when too many of them did at the same time. Jiraiya grinned at him. I don't know how many times I'll say it, Gaki, that's one impressive little training trick. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. You take what you get. The Uchiha had their Sharingan, the Hyuga have their Byakugan. I just so happen to have a giant fox roaming my mind, and I work with it. Jiraiya scratched his hair. So why don't you use Kage Bunshin to help with your handwriting the way you use it with your nature manipulation training? Naruto stood up straight and cracked his back. Well, since handwriting is muscle memory, that would be physical instead of mental, wouldn't it? Jiraiya palmed his forehead. You know, sometimes I forget that you're a kid and kids aren't that smart. Naruto was about to verbally lay into the white-haired man until he raised a hand for him to stop. Muscle memory is mental gaki. You can use Kage Bunshin to get your handwriting to be better. Naruto just stared blankly at Jiraiya, who eventually got bored and walked away, leaving Naruto standing in place. Konohagakure, Hokage Tower. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? A masked man with white spiky hair asked as he demurely entered Tsunade's office behind Shizune. Tsunade had a slight twitch in her eye as she locked her eyes onto her Chunin. Yes, Kakashi. 4 hours ago. Where were you? Kakashi's eyes smiled while rubbing the back of his head. Well, you see, Hokage-sama, I was on my way here when. Tsunade sighed loudly and waved him off. Enough, Kakashi. You're lucky I need you for the swell of S-ranked missions. I didn't call you here to issue you one though. I called you here because of another reason. Kakashi visibly deflated. I had a good one all set up to use too. Getting himself together, he got to business. So Hokage-sama, what is it that you need of me? She got herself back into an informative mode. Kakashi, I need your help. You'll be getting a reprieve from the S-ranked missions for the time being, but you'll still have to go on other missions. Ever since Team 7 had dissolved, Kakashi had been taking the highest ranked missions available that the village could muster. The fact that he was one of the strongest ninja in the entire village pretty much led to him doing so. Kakashi looked at Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, what do you need me to do? Shizune dropped 2 files on Tsunade's desk, who then motioned for Kakashi to look at them. Upon opening them, he found the first page of each to be a picture of Naruto, one that was the picture that went on his ninja ID, the other a picture that Tsunade had him take after he returned from Kumo. Tsunade let Kakashi look them over for a moment. Notice any differences between the two? Kakashi nodded. Yes. The first one is obviously Naruto's personnel file. I read it last year when he was assigned to my team and I was the one that added onto it. Pointing to the other one, he continued. I have no clue what that one is for, but my guess would be you want me to begin filling out his updated file. A nod and a small smile were his answers. Yes, Kakashi. When Naruto returns, I want you to be his leader when he goes out on missions. You will be giving me progress reports on his progress and how he operates on missions. I was tempted to promote him straight to Chunin after his promotion test all those months ago, but thought that some more seasoning in the field was required first beforehand. The second thing I want you to do is to help me configure a more permanent team for him. Kakashi's eyes widened. Is there any way I could get Sakura for that team? I still want them as my squad. Tsunade looked at him strangely. I was thinking more along the lines of a team that clicked with their combined skills. Sakura isn't ready for a team like what Naruto's would probably end up being. She still needs far more training, and Naruto isn't a genin any longer. You're his squad leader for this period of time until I find him ready for a promotion. I don't think it will take long for him to get it either. Kakashi nodded. All he needs is the field experience, and I would be hard-pressed to say anything to hold him back from Chunin rank. So you basically want me to keep tabs on him and keep you informed on what he does and how good he's getting. Tsunade shrugged. Pretty much. Until further notice, you'll be keeping an eye on him. He should get stronger very quickly now that he knows that Akatsuki will be coming for him in 2 more years. Just make sure he gets that far to worry about them. Tasuki no Kuni. 1 week later. So now instead of the usual 100 Kage Bunshin that Naruto had dedicated to training, he had 500. Due to him being utterly bored and sick and tired of waking up to the sound of loud crashing water every morning, he increased the intensity of his workout. 250 on the waterfall training, 250 working on his handwriting, the pain in the ass that it was, and hearing 100 clones gripe to one another about the boring-ass monotonous practice was getting old. Still, Jiraiya figured that his handwriting was good enough for him to begin actively practicing. While his clones were now working on increasing the speed of their strokes, Naruto himself was learning firsthand from Jiraiya about making seals. The first thing he learned from Jiraiya was how to make his own storage seals. Naruto figured that it was all a part of the learning experience, but he didn't see any use for having a ton of sealing scrolls. Maybe he could sell them, but otherwise he was just going through what Jiraiya told him to do. The next step was making his own ink. Jiraiya instructed Naruto to drain a bit of his own blood into the ink and channeled chakra into the mix for a responsive seal. Naruto wanted to know how to make explosive notes, but Jiraiya wasn't sure to trust Naruto with the knowledge of how to make his own high explosives. Simply put, when he started teaching Naruto things like that, the boy could easily then go out and get his own things to make them. He still had money left over all the way back to the mission to Nami no Kuni a year ago. He was now taking higher-ranked missions and Jiraiya had seen his home. It wasn't a very lavish place. Therefore, now that Naruto had something to blow all of his stacked-back money on besides ramen, namely ink and the material for seals, in addition to having a nigh-inexhaustible supply of cage bunshin manpower to make the seals, and the normal male desire to make things go boom, as well as something akin to a blood feud with the abnormally large spiders in the Forest of Death. Jiraiya had learned this when he found Naruto talking in his sleep about the eight-legged bastards. And you can see how Jiraiya may have had reservations about getting the kid into making explosive notes. Jiraiya now had Naruto sitting down so that he could hope to find out what Naruto wanted to do with Fuinjutsu. So Gaki, what's your reason for wanting to know about Fuinjutsu? What are you hoping to get out of it? It's a kind of obscure art. Naruto was currently multitasking as he was testing out his seal-making speed with regular ink. Well, I'm a Jinchuriki. It would be pretty stupid if I didn't know anything about Fuinjutsu. Hell, I'm a walking example of Fuinjutsu, aren't I? More than you'll ever know, Ninjin, more than you'll ever know. Were the rumblings from the fox within Naruto cryptic? Oh yes. Was he going to go and deal with it? Not now, he was having a conversation. Naruto cleared the Kyuubi's words from his mind and focused on the old man in front of him. I made a promise too. I promised Anko that I would get the cursed seal off of her. When I was in Otogakure all those years ago, I memorized Orochi Tomi's notes on it. Some of that stuff I wish I could forget. But I have an idea of what to do to get it off of her. I just need some things first before I can do anything about it. One of those things is knowing exactly what the hell I'm dealing with. Hence why I'm doing this. Jiraiya nodded. And none of this is stemming from you wanting to get the seal off of Sasuke Uchiha? He was your teammate like Orochimaru was mine. I know when Orochimaru left Konoha I was like that. I wanted to save him. Naruto snorted and placed his materials aside. Ero Sennin, the only way that I even care about removing Uchiha Tomi's seal is when I sever his head from his neck. There's no saving there. He had an entire village that was willing to save him. He had a girl that was willing to give herself to him at the cost of her own career and probably her life to save him. Fuck that, he went to a traitor for power that he could have easily gotten here. I'll save him, alright. I'll save him from becoming Orochimaru's next body by ending him the next time we meet. But I don't care about him. I care about Orochimaru getting the Sharingan and coming to eradicate our collective asses. Jiraiya let a smile come to his face. Thank goodness I don't have to beat that save him stuff out of you, Gaki. You're smarter than I was when it happened to me. Naruto shrugged. You can't save someone that doesn't want to be saved, Ero Sennin. Every Hokage knows that. I wonder how pissed off he would get if I beat Itachi before he could get to him himself. That idiot. All he had to do was stay near me until Itachi came after me again and he could have had his shot. Naruto laughed to himself at that thought. He might come after me then. Jiraiya chuckled alongside him. Yeah, seeing as how Itachi is one of the two slated to come after you, I guess you'll get a better shot at him than Sasuke will. He then noticed that Naruto had said something quite interesting. Hokage? What are you saying, Gaki? Naruto smirked and rubbed his nose. While I was thinking, I spent 4 years of my life dreaming about being a Hokage. It would be a shame to throw it away now that I have a realistic chance of getting there, wouldn't it? Jiraiya's eyes widened as a smile started forming on his face. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Naruto nodded. So Ero Sennin, you trained the Yondaime Hokage. How do you feel about training the Rokudame? Jiraiya simply burst out in laughter. That kid is confusing as all hell. But at least he's never too boring. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto took the time of his slumber to finally reach out to the Kyuubi. It had been over 1 month since Naruto's seal had been tampered with by Jiraiya and he had yet to try and communicate with the creature. Earlier in the day when the fox spoke, it had been the first peep that Naruto had heard from it in forever. He had heeded Jiraiya's warning, he had waited the Kyuubi's temperament out, now it was time to see just what Jiraiya had screwed up with the seal, and the only real way to check it with his novice skill at Fuinjutsu was to go inside of his head and check it out firsthand. When he first entered, he was relieved to see that it still looked like Konoha. That was a good sign to him that not much had changed from his original setup. Wandering around, he was curious as to where the Kyuubi would be. Usually he could find it in his house, out in the field beside his house, near the ravine that Jiraiya threw him into, or right in the middle of an utterly eradicated town. All of these areas came up with nothing. No Kyuubi in sight. Naruto eventually went to the top of his mindscape's Hokage monument in an effort to wait the Kyuubi out. In his thoughts, it had to come out to do something eventually, right? After sitting on top of the monument looking out at the village that wasn't doing anything, no noise, no movement, nothing for seemingly hours, he finally growled to himself and let out a yell. Damn it, Kyuubi, where the hell are you? Closer than you know, kid. Naruto heard the voice from all around him as he stood up to look. Scanning the area around him intently, he found nothing. Kyuubi? Where are you? I need to talk to you about the seal. Sigh, I'm well aware of that, kid. Your idiot godfather loosened the seal in an effort to allow you to draw on my power more readily without knowing what he was actually doing. I'm an entity of anger and hatred, this spilled over into you, which was why you and I were so arbitrarily aggressive towards one another and why you were so quick to anger. Naruto stopped looking for the Kyuubi as it was getting him nowhere and listened to it speak. So you're saying that Ero Sennin pretty much fucked something up and forced too much of your chakra into my system as opposed to normal. So now what? Kyuubi finally emerged from nothingness in front of Naruto, the size of a normal fox, only with 9 tails, while he was kind of successful in his endeavor. You can now access extra tails quicker than you could before, but now it's going to be harder to control. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the diminutive figure of the fox. What do you mean, Kyuubi? Kyuubi sat down on its haunches and gave a look that could be construed as serious if foxes could look serious. Now instead of having to take 10 to 15 minutes to build up the necessary chakra needed for a 2-tailed cloak, you can activate it almost instantaneously. However, without even thinking about it, you can slip further and further into using more of my power subconsciously. Your anger in battle, even from the tiniest things, such as someone surviving one of your lethal attacks, could force your temper to the point of you going past your limit of control. You will lose yourself to bloodlust if your battles drag on for too long. Naruto shrugged, so I'll feel a greater need to kill my enemy in a fight, big deal. If I was using your chakra to fight, then I was probably going to kill them anyway, so I don't think that matters too much to me. Kyuubi growled and snapped Naruto in the ankle, forcing the boy to yelp in surprise, pain. Kyuubi, what the fuck? Continuing to growl, the Kyuubi licked the blood from the bite off of its muzzle. As happy as I am that you don't mind killing your opponents, I would be remiss if I didn't explain to your thick-headed self exactly what I mean by bloodlust. You will try to kill everything. Oh, your focus will be on your enemy that you were fighting that drove you to the point of no control, but that's all you'll be concerned with. You will fight like a berserker, you will have a one-track mind, you will take every attack that your enemy launches at you and you will walk right through it. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I've got to tell you, none of what you just said really qualifies as a bad thing to me. Holding his hands up quickly in a placating fashion when he saw the Kyuubi narrow its eyes at him, he stepped back a few inches. Kyuubi snorted and began pacing. How to put this so that you will understand? Okay, say that you kill your opponent while you are in this state. You won't just stop there, you will immediately find the nearest living thing, run to it, and kill it, friend, foe, or completely indifferent. You won't stop until someone stops you. Do you get the point now? You will be a mindless killer. Naruto gritted his teeth and punched the ground. God damn it. All of that work just to get this far, and now you're saying that your power is too dangerous for me to use? If I use it in a fight against someone that can kick my ass, I'll lose myself and become a killing machine. Fuck. Naruto continued to punch the ground. All of these years. I thought I was finally getting somewhere. I'm the worst fucking Jinchuriki in the elemental nations. If the other villages knew how much I sucked, then Konoha would be a laughingstock. Kyuubi's sweat dropped at Naruto's breakdown. Well, technically they would have to know that you were the Jinchuriki of Konoha before anything could be the laughingstock of anything. Naruto looked away from beating the ground of his mindscape to glare at the Kyuubi. You shut up. You should be happy, you shouldn't have told me that. You could influence me easier and escape that way, right? Kyuubi blinked blankly at Naruto. You would have to draw on all 9 tails of my power and be feeble-minded enough to remove the seal from me yourself. If you lost your shit in the middle of a fight, I wouldn't benefit from it. You need to learn how to fix it, or else you really will be at a disadvantage. You are decent without me, but against someone like the Hachibi host you would be destroyed. Naruto frowned at the fox and wiped his hands off. That's great. 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. Sigh. Alright. I think I've got the bitch out of me. I'll just have to avoid using your chakra until I know enough to fix the seal. Easy, right? Kyuubi took a moment to look away. Yeah. Sure, let's go with that. Naruto grinned at Kyuubi. Great. Later, Kyuubi. Naruto then phased out of the mindscape. Upon seeing its host exit, Kyuubi went to the edge of the cliff and looked out over Konoha. It's not going to be as easy as you think, kid. But I guess I'll let you find that out yourself. I'm not your damn answer key. Kyuubi yawned and donned an evil grin as it transformed to its regular size and fired off an Amari to begin the destruction of fake Konoha. Ah, that's great. There's only one thing that could make this better right now. A flash of yellow appeared in front of the Kyuubi as the sounds of destruction came from below. I have to stop you from destroying Konoha, even at the cost of my life. For I am the Yondaime Hokage. An orange swirl revealed a man in an orange swirl mask with one eye hole. Ah, my pet. You've jump-started my plans for me. Carry out my will and destroy Konoha. Kyuubi's grin grew even wider. Kami, I love my Jinchuriki. Kyuubi's tails were swishing wildly. Not the real thing, but I'll be damned if I care. Line him up, it's party night. 3 days later, Jiraiya stood behind Naruto on the bridge in front of the waterfall. No clones this time, just Naruto by himself. Are you sure you've got this, Gaki? It's only been a month and a half. Naruto cracked his neck to the side. Oh yeah. Just multiply that by the hundreds of clones I've been making every day. Naruto rubbed his hands together before placing them in the water. Okay, let's split this bitch. Naruto channeled wind chakra to his hands as he focused on the task at hand. Come on. Sharper, thinner, let's go. Naruto yelled loudly as he lifted his hands up through the force of the water, channeling enough power to slice through the waterfall. As both Naruto and Jiraiya were showered by water from Naruto's display, the boy turned to Jiraiya with a shit-eating grin on his face. Hell yeah, I can cut a waterfall. What do you think about that arrow, Sennin? Jiraiya put his hand on Naruto's head. I think it's time to go home. Naruto's face fell off of the bridge in response. Mainland of the elemental nations. Somewhere in High no Kuni, Naruto gave Jiraiya a deadpan look. So you're telling me that you have no clue how to tighten the seal back up? Jiraiya gave Naruto a sheepish look. No. It was only meant to turn one way, in order to give you full control over the chakra one day. You can't put it back, you have to open it and gain full control at one time. Naruto's eye was twitching as he took in the information. So how do I do that? Is loosening it all I have to do? Let's do it then. Jiraiya moved a few steps out of Naruto's range. Well, there are a few things you need to have accomplished before you can. For one, you need to defeat your inner self. Naruto's brow was twitching even faster. How the hell was he supposed to fight and beat himself? He doubted that using Kage Bunshin would help. If it did, then he had already beaten himself a shitload of times already, and what else? Jiraiya chuckled nervously. Well, you kind of need to beat the Kyuubi in combat. He finished hurriedly. Naruto stopped walking and looked at Jiraiya with a deer in the headlights look. You mind repeating that one more time? I think I just heard the stupidest thing that I've ever heard in my entire life. Did you just say I have to beat the Kyuubi? The Kyuubi? We are talking about the thing that was shoved into my gut because it was eradicating every last person in the village by its lonesome, right? Jiraiya answered tentatively. Yeah. The same. Naruto palmed his face and continued to walk on. Yeah, whatever. I'm guessing it would be too much to ask if the Kyuubi would consider throwing the fight when the time comes. You've got that right, Ninjin. Beautiful? Okay, fine. Just makes me feel so much better about being me. Ba-chan better have some good old-fashioned mind-numbing missions for me or I'm going to pop. Seriously, life just knows how to pile it on, doesn't it? The man that trained me wants me to become Hokage since he thinks he's too old to go for it anymore. I can't use my Biju or I might end up killing everyone within seeing distance of me, which is pretty fucking far all things considered. I have to fight said Biju and beat it or else I'll never master using my demonic chakra. Well, baby steps. Right now let's just worry about getting back to Konoha. Maybe go vent on some spiders in the forest of death. Yeah, that sounds good. Jiraiya watched Naruto's face roll through a gambit of emotions. Overwhelmed, irritated, somewhat frightened, calm, and then strangely lucid. Jiraiya kept an eye on the boy as the look of lucidity stayed. 1. Weird. Kid. Konohagakure no Sato. 2 days later. So brat, how was the mission? Tsunade said through her crossed fingers, trying and failing miserably to hide the smirk on her face. Naruto gave her a dry look. Oh yeah, it was a real tough mission. Ba-chan, the next time you want to swerve me into doing something, just stop and think, would coming out and telling me what you want me to actually go and do really be so bad? Tsunade moved her hands and made no attempt to hide her smirk. It wouldn't have been as fun as it was imagining the look on your face when you met the pervert, so yes it would have. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, because I would have been such a bastard about taking the mission. What would I have done? Turned it down? Naruto scoffed. Since when do I turn down anything? Tsunade got the conversation back on track. Alright. Now seriously, how was it? Naruto grinned at her. I can split a waterfall with my bare hands. Does that answer your question? Tsunade looked over at Jiraiya, who was smiling in approval. In a month Tsunadeheim. It took him a bit over 1 month to learn how to do that. Those cage bunshin are something else, I swear. He could have stayed the way he was before the invasion, and as long as he knew how to train with those things he still could have been a force. Both looked at Naruto, who was standing in front of Tsunade's desk with a combination of being at attention and at ease. Tsunade nodded, satisfied that something had been accomplished while they were gone. Anything else I need to know about? Naruto raised a hand. Actually yes. My seal, after Arrow Sennin tried to let more of Kyuubi's chakra leak out, he made it so that me using its chakra was more dangerous. I need to learn how to control it almost all over again, or else I might just up and kill my entire team while I'm using it. I could go too far by accident. I'm just now getting a few people to think I'm not a demon. It would certainly suck if a lapse of control on my part threw all of that work away. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade questioningly as he let Naruto's words sink into her. So do you think I need to take him away again until he has it down? Naruto visibly frowned but kept his mouth shut. He really didn't want to traverse to the ass end of nowhere again only a few hours after getting back to the village, but if it was an order from Tsunade there wasn't any amount of griping that he could do about it. The most he could do was just take it and hope that it wasn't for too long. Tsunade looked as though she was seriously considering letting him go to deal with it. No. We need Naruto back for now. We're getting more missions now that the time for the Genin exam is coming up in a week, and we need him to help with the influx. He can work on his control in the Forest of Death the way he has been. He just has to let me know what he's doing before he goes to do so. Naruto let a small smile grace his face. Thanks Ba-chan. Tsunade gave him a smile in return. You're welcome brat. But still, I'm trusting you. I'm counting on you not going overboard with the Kyuubi's power. Especially after you yourself had to tell me just how dangerous it was for you to use it right now. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder. Maybe I should teach you how to prepare chakra-suppressing seals so that you can have your team prepared in case you lose it on a mission. Thinking about losing his cool on a mission made Naruto bristle. Keeping his cool during moments like that was one of the things he prided himself on, but he knew that from the Kyuubi's description of exactly what he would become if he did go out of control, it was the best idea, if you say so. Arrow Sennin. I'm heading out now. If you guys need me, I'm sure you know how to find me. Naruto walked over to the open window and jumped out, not getting any dispute from Tsunade on his chosen method of exit. Tsunade looked away from the window with a sigh. So how is he? Jiraiya scratched the side of his face. He just started breaking through with me when he told me he knew about his father. I really thought the kid was going to start opening up, and then this happens. He'll probably try shutting himself off again if I had to guess, out of fear of hurting someone he shouldn't. Should I schedule something with Inoichi? Maybe whatever is affecting the seal is mental. Tsunade didn't want Naruto to become reclusive. He was a good kid. It was kind of unnerving how efficient he was, but he was a good kid nonetheless. Jiraiya couldn't give her an answer. I'm not sure. He's not holding back any anger or anything. To make the kid mad you have to really grate on him. It's just when he does get mad the chances of him drawing too much of the Kyuubi's chakra is magnified. That's my fault though, I underestimated the complexity of Minato's seal. There was more to it than I could have figured before I messed with it. I need to head to Mount Myoboku for a while. Tsunade laced her fingers and set her chin down. Go and do what you need to in order to figure this out. Just keep in contact, send a toad with letters or something. Jiraiya got a grin on his face, but of course. You going to send me some revealing pictures backheim? It might get lonely out there by myself. With Naruto's attention was drawn upwards as a white blur flew from the direction of the Hokage Tower. Shaking his head, Naruto continued on his way. I knew it was a good idea to leave that window open. Ero Sennin is seriously a glutton for punishment, I swear. Finding himself at his destination, Naruto's stomach growled in anticipation as he threw aside the curtain keeping him from the stools of the Ichiraku ramen bar. Taking his seat he smirked to himself. Hey. I'm back and I've been deprived for far too long. Tucci came from the back, grinning as he realized it was Naruto making all the racket. Well, look who came back from the dead. Where have you been, Naruto? We've been wondering where our primary patron was. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, I was away for a while. I'm going to start getting more back-to-back missions too. You know, with the village recovery and all, we need every shinobi we can get out there. Tucci nodded and pulled out a pad. So what will you have, kid? Naruto thought on it for a moment. Give me 3 bowls of miso back-to-back, 4 beefs, and what the hell, 2 vegetable ramen. Variety, right? Tucci laughed to himself. Yeah, variety, right. It'll be right out, Naruto. Naruto tried to hide it, but the subtle tapping of the underside of the counter, along with the kicking motions his legs would sometimes make, let it be known that he was actually anticipating his meal. Before he ended up getting his food, he ended up getting a tap on the shoulder from a familiar face. Turning to face the person who had tried getting his attention, Naruto came face to face with the eye smile of Kakashi Hitaki. How are you doing, Naruto? Long time no see. Naruto let a ghost of a smile come onto his features as he faced his genin cell leader. Hey Kakashi. What brings you here? Kakashi took a seat next to Naruto. Well, I heard you were back in town and I thought, why not go see my old genin? So how have you been? Naruto shrugged. I can't complain really. I'm definitely kept busy, that's for sure. I can only imagine what Ba-chan has you doing. Sharingan no Kakashi, she overloading you with an S-ranked missions or what? Kakashi laughed lightly as Tucci brought Naruto his first bowl. The boy dug in after a small utterance of itadakimasu. Kakashi ordered a small bowl of chicken ramen. Yeah, pretty much, though she has given me something else to do these days. Naruto paused from his utter decimation of the hapless bowl of ramen to turn a curious eye to the masked Chunin. Really? What's she got you doing now? I bet it's something irksome. Kakashi's eye smile never faded. You shouldn't talk about yourself like that, Naruto. You may be a handful at times, but calling yourself irksome is just self-deprecating. Naruto looked up at Kakashi with the last remnants of his bowl of noodles hanging from his mouth. Huh? He mumbled out through the bits of food. Kakashi pointed at the hot, fresh bowl that Tucci had set in front of Naruto to return his attention to his food for the most part. Tsunade-sama has informed me that in your forthcoming missions I will be your commanding Chunin. Naruto started choking on his food out of surprise. After much effort with him beating himself in the stomach and Kakashi patting his back, he finally got the food down the right pipe. You're going to be leading me in whatever team I get on my missions. Yep, Kakashi chirped happily. Standing up, the man placed his money on the counter. Well, this has been nice talking to you for a bit, Naruto. Hopefully we can do it more when we're working together. It'll be just like old times. Hard to believe it's only been a little over a year. Naruto snickered to himself. Yeah, just like old times. Except instead of picking up dog crap we'll be babysitting merchants and wiping nobles' asses. Something came to Naruto's attention. Hey Kakashi, aren't you going to eat? As he turned he saw that Kakashi had left the stand. Looking at Kakashi's empty bowl, a smile came to his face as he returned to his meal. I've got to learn how he does that. Go home, go to sleep, find someone to bother all day tomorrow. Yep, that's a good plan. Naruto thought to himself as he again made his way through the streets of Konoha. As he drew closer to his apartment he began to realize how good of a view he had from his apartment. He chuckled to himself as he remembered what his goal had been when he had his seals and the task given to him by Danzo. I never had a chance, did I? Of course I was going to want to be Hokage. If 4 big gigantic faces were staring you in the face every morning when you left the house, wouldn't you get somewhat curious about it? Meh, no need to worry about that now. I've got more pressing issues to worry about these days. I'm 10 years off before I need to think about Hokage. Breaking himself from his thoughts, he noticed the looks he was getting from the people around him. As usual, the older people were glaring and wishing death on him with their eyes, but he didn't care. They didn't have the power or the balls to try anything against him these days. More importantly, he saw that people closer to his own age weren't malicious in their looks at all. The combined rumors of what he had done during the invasion, with the defeat of Gaara, and the routing of a few squads of auto ninja, coupled with his feats since then, had trickled down to those of his own age group, as evident by the comments he could hear from a few of them. That's the kid that made the crater a few miles from the border. I'd sure hate to have to fight that guy. I heard he lives in the Forest of Death. No joke, he keeps the spiders that live there like his pets or something. Those whisker marks make him look kind of cute. The second to last comment made him sweat drop. Pets my ass. Who comes up with this crap? The last comment made him face fault, picking himself up off of the ground with a sheepish smile as he heard giggles from the girls that had said it. Walking it off, he heard a familiar yell, Naruto-Nissan. Naruto turned and rolled his eyes. What, did someone send out a press release saying that I came back today? Despite that thought, Naruto had a smile on his face as Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon came running over to him. Hey guys. What's up, don't you have school today? Konohamaru grinned up at the scarred blonde. Boss, it's the weekend, we don't have class today. Naruto looked at the trio and let out a laugh. Yeah. Well, I guess time flies when you don't care what day it is. Remember guys, at some point you'll stop caring what day of the week it is, and when that happens then you can say that you've reached my level of apathy toward the things around you. The kid's sweat dropped, not knowing whether or not he was serious, and followed along as he turned to head home. Konohamaru ran up to his side. So boss, where have you been? I haven't seen you in forever. Naruto kept his gaze forward. I was learning how to cut a waterfall with my chakra. Konohamaru tripped over nothing upon hearing what Naruto had been doing while he was gone. Looking back at Udon and Moegi, they both shrugged as all three ran to catch up with Naruto, who had not stopped for them. Konohamaru elbowed Naruto lightly in the thigh and chuckled. That was a good one, boss. What were you really doing while you were gone? Naruto looked at the kids with a smile. Believe what you want to. Now is there something you guys want? All three darted in front of him and spoke at once. Play ninja with us. Naruto's sweat dropped. Fine, but it's you all against me. Understood? Yes, boss, was the simultaneous cry from the youngsters. Naruto shined just out of their sight. Start counting. As they obeyed his command, Naruto made a kage bunshin. Play ninja with them, don't lose, but don't be too hard on them. Give them some hope that they could have won. The clone nodded with a smirk and went off in the direction they had just came from while the original. Naruto shook his head in amusement as he heard the sounds of the kids beginning their chase. Let's see. It's still daylight out. It's too early to sleep without being called a lazy ass. Naruto made his way towards the main gate to go and mess with Kotetsu and Izumo, who would probably appreciate the distraction from the monotony of their usual job. Landing on top of the booth that both were seated in, he started stomping on the roof to get their attention. What the hell? Kotetsu walked outside and looked on top of the booth to find Naruto smiling and waving at him. Oh hey kid, how are you doing? Naruto hopped down to let Izumo see him. I'm doing just fine, how's gate duty? Kotetsu shook his head with a smirk, as boring and monotonous as ever. Want to take my spot? Naruto waved him off. I'll pass on that. I just got back into town anyway. I couldn't stop to talk because Tsunade Bachan wanted a report first thing after me and Ero Sennin got back. Izumo looked around nervously. Naruto, are you crazy? Tsunade-sama will kill you if she catches wind of you talking about her like that. Naruto grinned smugly at Izumo. She tried to already and she couldn't get it done, so now she just lives with it. I call him like I see him. Tsunade Bachan is 50 years old, therefore she's a grandma. Jiraiya is a pervert and does nothing to hide it, hence the name, Ero Sennin. You guys are lucky I haven't named you anything yet. Naruto walked inside the booth and took a seat. Izumo gave Naruto an amused look before turning towards the path outside the gate. Alright, time to go to work. The Kurenai-led Team 8 made their way towards the gate. Kurenai Uehi, reporting back from a C-ranked escort mission. As she looked behind the booth and saw the uncommon sight of blonde spiky hair, she raised an eyebrow. Naruto? Naruto waved to her and the rest of her team. Hi guys. Kiba grinned and bumped knuckles with him. Hey, what are you doing in there? I thought you were out of the village. Naruto shrugged as he passed the sign-in ledger to Kiba for him and his team to sign. I was, as you can see I'm back. And I'm in here because I'm bored, and it's too early for me to go to sleep. What did you guys just get through doing? Kiba passed the clipboard off to his other teammates. Just some escort for some guy. We didn't even get to fight anyone, it was completely boring. Shino finished signing himself in and passed it on. Kiba, you can't get a fight on every mission. Combat isn't ideal, times when you don't have to fight should be valued. Naruto nodded. That's deep, Shino. So how have you guys all been? I've only seen Kiba recently. He looked up at Kunai, who was looking him over sternly. Oh come on. You can't still be pissed off at me for beating your team. It was a fight, I fought. Kunai's lips quirked slightly. They were your comrades. You sent Kiba to the hospital. Naruto pointed at the boy in question. Look at him, he's just fine. I sent him to the hospital once before that. Only the first time I did it I got my ass kicked worse than he did. Kiba, are you mad about how I won? Kiba shook his head. No, I'm mad that you won, not how you did it. I'm getting my wins back one of these days, Uzumaki. Naruto grinned at him. Feel free to try whenever you like. If you can find me in the forest of death, then you can fight me. He looked at Shino. Are you mad that I beat you? Shino pushed his glasses further up on his face. No, it would be illogical for me to be upset with your victory when it occurred months ago. However, much like Kiba, I will be getting even with you one of these days. Naruto smirked. Same thing applies to you that I told Kiba. He turned to the one that had yet to speak, Hinata. How are you doing? Come on, how are things? Kiba grabbed the girl and pulled her forward. Hinata-chan's really strong. She came up with a new jutsu that kicks ass. It's awesome. Naruto smiled. I need to see that jutsu. Whenever you guys want to find me and I'm not at home, just leave a message or something, unless you actually feel like skulking through the forest of death to find me. The entire team paled at hearing that as Hinata of all people spoke up. Anyo, Naruto-kun, do you actually live in the forest of death like the rumors say? Naruto's sweat dropped. Whoever started that stupid rumor is going to get their ass kicked. No, I don't. I just go in there all the time to train. It's a better workout than any other training field, that's for sure. Kunai decided it was time to break up the rabble while there was still daylight. Alright. Come on guys, we have to report on our mission. You can find Naruto and talk to him later. It would be nice if you could spar with the team one of these days, Naruto. Naruto grinned at her. So you're not going to try and genjutsu me into a coma? Kunai let a small smirk come on her face. I thought about it, and nope, I'm not. Naruto nodded. Good, because it wouldn't have worked anyway. I keep my mental mind extra secure, nothing gets in. The team started to walk towards the Hokage Tower, but Kiba got one more shot in before they got too far. Oh, so that's why you were dead last in the academy? Naruto jumped out of the booth and flipped him off. Dead last, that Kiba. I'll be happy to show you how dead last I am again if twice wasn't enough to get the point across. After a moment of silence, Naruto nodded, satisfied that his threat came across loud and clear before he turned to leave. However, he was stopped in his tracks before he could even take a step. Fuck you, Naruto. Naruto whipped around to only see them as dots in the distance. He left grumbling to himself as Katetsu and Azumo were seated in the booth snickering. Welcome home, shithead. Tayuya chirped from her place on Naruto's couch. Naruto had a dry look on his face as he walked inside his apartment. You know, when I asked you to watch my place, I didn't really think you would be over here when I got back. Tayuya shrugged. You have a TV. Therefore, I consider your place better than mine. Hence the reason that I'm here. Where did you go anyway? Naruto looked through his refrigerator before giving up on finding something and heading over to the chairs. Tasuki no Kuni. Fun fact, I can now split a waterfall into two with my chakra alone. Killer. Naruto grunted and plopped down next to her on the couch, garnering a confused look from her. There are two other places to sit, you know? Naruto gave her a tired look. This is the best chair. This is also my house. You're lucky I didn't just flop face first on the couch like I usually do. You're sitting where my face would traditionally go, by the way. Tayuya blushed at Naruto's implication and was about to call him on it until his next move. Naruto fell to the side and landed with his head into Yuya's lap, which ended up with the girl's cheeks becoming dangerously overcolored. "Shithead, what are you doing?" she squeaked out. Naruto smirked up at her. "Huh? Well, I told you that you're sitting where I place my head on this couch, or would you like me to go full-on traditional with how I lay on this chair and turn face down?" Yuya stammered before narrowing her eyes, still blushing. "You don't have the balls." Naruto's smirk became a mischievous grin. "Oh really? You've obviously forgotten who you're talking to. Allow me to refresh your memory." Team 10, alongside Sakura, were sitting in a park. Choji and Shikamaru were laying on a hill watching clouds, while Ino and Sakura were sitting next to a lake. "So forehead, how's training with Tsunade-sama?" Sakura looked over at her rival and smiled. "It's definitely the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, but I'm glad it's happening. I really owe Naruto one for setting the whole thing up." Sakura noticed Ino's discomfort at hearing Naruto's name. "You're not still sore at him for winning during that test he had to take, are you?" Ino shook her head. "It's not that. I just don't think everything is right with Naruto. I know I told you already, the things I saw in his head weren't normal. It's scary how different he became in almost no time at all." Sakura rubbed the back of her neck. "Well, honestly, it was kind of unnerving at first, but he's still Naruto, just a faster, stronger, more powerful Naruto." "Shithead. I regret nothing. Get back here so I can rip you apart. You know you liked it to Yuya-chan. Why else did you let me stay like that for 15 seconds? I was counting. Die, you bastard." Sakura and Ino blinked as the clear-cut voice of the person the conversation was about rang out across a distance, followed closely by another irate female voice. Sakura pawned her face. "You see, same old knucklehead." Somewhere in Konoha, where a large white-haired man picked himself out of a body-sized hole, a tear fell from his eye. "Way to go, Gaki. I knew I'd get you on my side eventually." And that concludes part 3 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the sealed kunai, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Kenchi618, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.